Hey, I hope you guys are having a very Merry Christmas. This is my very first Christmas special. I have put together a compilation of reaction videos for you guys. This is something that you can leave on while you're doing stuff, or if you just, want something to watch, I got you covered. I will have everything time-stamped as well, so if you want to skip around and, watch what you want, I will have all of that divided up for you as well. All of the video links will be in my description below, so be sure to go give everybody some support because everybody has done such a great job with all of these videos. I just want to say thank you so much for all of the support this year. This has been such a cool year for me and getting into doing reaction videos, and I've really just enjoyed learning about so much stuff and getting into so many different topics and covering everything. And I just want to say thank you so much for all the support between watching my videos, joining the live streams. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. All right, well, let's get this marathon underway, and Merry Christmas, everyone. All right, we're going to check out Hot Dr. Pepper from the 1960s. I don't know how I feel about Hot Dr. Pepper, but I am somebody who, if I drink soda, water, pretty much everything I drink has to be cold unless it's like hot chocolate or, coffee. I can drink hot or cold, but soda, especially, I like really cold soda. So I don't know how I'm going to feel about this one.
Everyone loves a warm beverage around the holidays. Cup of cocoa, mulled wine, hot Dr. Pepper. Yes, in the late 1960s, the holiday beverage of choice was hot Dr. Pepper. This time on Drinking History. So last week I posted this vintage ad for Hot Dr. Pepper, and the reaction was so positive and rather inquisitive that I just had to try it out for myself. Anyway, the original...
I do know that there's people that like flat soda though, so I guess maybe like Hot Dr. Pepper would probably be right up their alley. Or there's people that don't like cold drinks or soft drinks, anything like that. So I guess there is that.
And rather inquisitive that I just had to try it out for myself. Anyway, the original recipe is pretty basic, and I'll let Dick Clark explain it to you.
Just heat Dr. Pepper in a saucepan till it steams, then pour over a thin slice of lemon. That's a hot idea. Yes, Dr. Pepper is delicious cold or hot.
Thanks, Dick. And I love this commercial because I feel like he's talking directly to me.
Right,
Yeah.
Max? Hot idea.
Now, in subsequent decades, Dr. Pepper did give a few...
I see it. I see it. Yep. He's talking right to you, Max.
He's talking directly to me.
Right, Max? Hot idea.
Now, in subsequent decades, Dr. Pepper did give a few more directions, like the fact that it should be heated to 180 degrees Fahrenheit, and that because of the carbonation, it might look like it's boiling, but it is not actually boiling. But really, that's it. So for this recipe, all you need is some Dr. Pepper and a lemon. Just pour the...
I will say though, I am a big fan of Dr. Pepper. I love Dr. Pepper. Like, I usually drink Dr. Pepper more so than like Coke or Pepsi. Like, I am a Dr. Pepper person. So, but hot Dr. Pepper, I don't know. I don't really like flat hot soda. So
That's it. So for this recipe, all you need is some Dr. Pepper and a lemon. Just pour the Dr. Pepper into a saucepan, set it over medium heat, and bring it up to that 180 degrees Fahrenheit. Then cut the lemon, set a slice in a mug or cup, then ladle in some of that hot Doc. That's what the kids are going to call it when this takes off, because I just know that it will. So yeah, here's our hot Dr. Pepper. Let's give it a taste. It is hot. It is flat as well.
yeah.
It's not bad. It tastes exactly like what it says. It tastes like hot Dr. Pepper.
Hot Dr. Pepper.
I looked online and a lot of people were like, oh, the lemon makes all the difference. No, it just tastes like Dr. Pepper, but flat.
I have not put lemon in my Dr. Pepper though, which I would definitely try that, because like I did used to drink Coke with lemon a lot. Like, I'd squeeze a lemon in my Coke or Pepsi or whatever. And I always like that. So I should try that, is putting lemon in my Dr. Pepper. But like I said, I don't know, because I like my soda nice and cold and fizzy. So this is flat and hot. I don't know. Not that I wouldn't try this though. Not that I wouldn't at least try it, because that this is very easy to do.
Flat and hot. And I like Dr. Pepper, so I don't mind this.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily what I would go for. Really, what it kind of reminds me of is like a sweet herbal tea. Like if you took sweet tea and heated it up, it'd be the same. Also, you can make this with Diet Dr. Pepper. They actually had Diet Dr. Pepper back in the 60s, and one of the original commercials says that you can use Diet Dr. Pepper. I kind of feel like this is the sort of drink that Dylan Hollis would make on his show. I don't know if you know Dylan Hollis, but he does a lot of kind of vintage recipes. I feel like this would be good for him. Dylan, if you're watching, make some hot Dr. Pepper. So there isn't really a great deal of history about this drink, but there is a little bit, so I will cover it. But I first wanted to remind you that the Tasting History Cookbook makes a wonderful last-minute...
I really need to buy his cookbook, though, because I feel like it'd be so cool to have.
...holiday gift for the tastorians in your life, and it is filled with a lot of history and more fleshed out recipes than the one for hot Dr. Pepper. Also, I would love it if you leave a review of the book wherever you got it. It really, really helps out a lot. So thank you so much. And now some history of hot Dr. Pepper. The story of Dr. Pepper starts at Morrison's Old Corner Drugstore in Waco, Texas in 1885. But the man who came up with the drink was not in fact named Dr. Pepper, but rather it was a pharmacist who worked at the drugstore named Charles Alderton. And he served it to all the people coming in, and they would call it Waco. But his boss, Wade Morrison, well, he wanted to give it a proper name, so he named it after Dr. Charles Pepper from...
This is the story the Dr. Pepper Company gives, though there is some doubt. Okay, so like we gotta take this with a grain of salt. Got it.
Wanted to give it a proper name, so he named it after Dr. Charles Pepper from Virginia, not Texas, who was the father of a girl that he had once been in love with. Seems kind of weird. The doctor originally had a period after it, Dr. Pepper, which is grammatically correct, but in the 1950s they dropped it, and nobody knows why. Now, the drink may have started in the 1880s and became pretty popular in the Waco area, but it really took off in 1904 when it debuted at the St. Louis World's Fair. This was also the first time most people ever saw hot dogs and hamburgers on buns, and it's the first time that the ice cream cone was served en masse, so it's a great moment in food history.
That is a big moment in food history. Hot dogs, hamburgers, ice cream that we're resharing the cup at this point. I'm guessing we have, like, look at all these ice cream cones in this picture. Hopefully we have the ice cream cone now, because that is something that has stuck with me forever since I watched that one ice cream episode where he was saying that, it was like you licked the cup, you had like your scoop or whatever, and you used your finger or whatever, and then it went to the next person, and that has kind of scarred me. Something I will never forget.
Cream cone was served en masse, so it's a great moment in food history. Now, Dr. Pepper was billed as the king of beverages and as a healthful tonic free of the caffeine that was in most other sodas of the day. Instead, it was the sugar that gave you that spark of energy. And in the 1930s, there was a research study done that said that most people have a lull in their energy around the hours of 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. So Dr. Pepper capitalized on that and said, drink a bite to eat at 10, 2, and 4. That was actually something that my grandpa used to say every time us kids wanted a Dr. Pepper. So we would never actually have Dr. Pepper because my grandparents wouldn't buy the name brand, so usually it was either Mr. Pibb or Dr. Thunder.
Yeah, Dr. Thunder. I've had plenty of Mr. Pibb too, but like Dr. Thunder, yes, yep, I do remember getting that too.
My grandparents wouldn't buy the name brand, so usually it was either Mr. Pibb or Dr. Thunder from Walmart. There's also a drink called Dr. Foots, which is a soda from the Swinkle family brewers in the...
I could not, Dr. Foots, I could not do this. The name in it, I couldn't. The name ruins it for me. Dr. Thunder, yes. Dr. Foots, oof.
There's also a drink called Dr. Foots, which is a soda...
Although this does sound, it has a sweet nose of marzipan, cola, and cherries. I mean, it really doesn't sound bad.
From the Swinkle family brewers in the Netherlands. And I love that on their website, they treat it like it's a fine wine, saying it has a sweet nose of marzipan, cola, and cherries. Yeah. And for pairing options, it suggests popcorn, chips, and American-style fast food. And while Dr. Foots isn't exactly related to Dr. Pepper, except for the fact that they both seem to have gone to Soda Medical School, the name Foots is a perfect segue into Hot Dr. Pepper because one of the great champions of this warm winter beverage was named Foots. Woodrow Wilson Clements got the nickname Foots in high school because he had oddly shaped toes. Seems
I don't. Yikes.
a little cruel that they would give him a nickname based on something he was probably kind of sensitive about. I think
It's because kids are mean, and that's how nicknames happen. It's because kids are mean.
Cool that they would give him a nickname based on something he was probably kind of sensitive about. I think it's kind of like Captain Hook. There's no way that Hook was actually his last name, but then he got a hook, and everybody called him Captain Hook. Not very nice. Anyway, Foots Clements didn't seem to mind the nickname, and so that's what he went by when he started working at the Dr. Pepper Company in 1942. And eventually, he would actually become CEO and chairman of the board. But in the late 60s, he was a sales executive when he realized that during the summer, the friendly pepper-upper had fantastic sales that then plummeted along with the temperature. And so the marketing department came up with this amazing idea. What if our cold beverage was hot? Thus born was Hot Dr. Pepper. They pushed the stuff like crazy.
Fair
Ads
enough.
and television commercials were all over the place. One early commercial saying that
Guests swing right into the holiday mood with distinctively different Hot Dr. Pepper. Today, the holiday favorite of the proud crowd.
God, we don't have commercials like this anymore. Even like from the 80s and 90s, you know, those commercials were great. We just don't have that anymore.
Different Hot Dr. Pepper. Today, the holiday favorite of the proud crowd. That Hot Dr. Pepper different.
Not really sure what the proud crowd was, but sounds like a good crowd to be in. Anyway, they started selling the stuff at sporting events and even had restaurants selling it on their menu. They also hired Dick Clark to be the drink's spokesman. They even offered glasses specially designed for Hot Dr. Pepper, and for only $2.50 that you had to send in as a check or money order, you would receive 4 distinctive Hot Dr. Pepper cups.
Ooh.
And on that post that I posted last week, one viewer commented that in the 1970s, she used to work at the Rose Bowl parade, the Tournament of Roses parade, putting roses into all of the floats, and it was really, really cold in there, and so the Dr. Pepper float would give out Hot Dr. Pepper. They had like big
that's
canisters
so cool.
of Hot Dr.
I love his viewer base and how they kind of give him these little tidbits of their lives that always correlate to something that he's doing or whatever. And I love this story. This story from this viewer, I love this.
Float would give out Hot Dr. Pepper. They had like big canisters of Hot Dr. Pepper to keep all the workers warm.
Well, I love that.
But
Yeah.
alas, as much as Dr. Pepper tried to make Hot Dr. Pepper a thing, the US was like,
Stop trying to make
Hot Dr. Pepper.
happen. It's not going to happen.
It did make a brief appearance in the classic Brendan Fraser film, Blast from the Past from 1990.
Oh, I used to love this movie. I used to love it. It's not even that great, but oh man. I really like this one.
99 when Christopher Walken offered it up.
Hot Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Your favorite.
But again, that was supposed to be, as the title of the movie would suggest, in the past.
Yeah.
And today, Hot Dr. Pepper is kind of a novelty in some parts of the South. I guess people drink it sometimes when they're not feeling well.
Oh, okay.
But mostly, it's not around anymore,
Yeah.
except in my house, where I have some Hot Dr. Pepper. And I made 4 cans of the stuff. You don't need to do
Oh.
that, but you should make it because it's really, really easy and kind of
That is true. I mean, like you could just do like a can, you know, like if I would do it just to try it, you know, just get a can. I mean, like we buy 12 packs. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a huge deal to just grab a can and heat it up, right?
kind of cool, you know, it's Hot Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Anyway, make sure to like, subscribe, check out the Tasting History Cookbook, and I'll see you next time on Drinking History.
Relax, refresh, enjoy it now.
Hot Dr. Pepper.
It's Dr. Pepper time.
This was cool. I have not heard of Hot Dr. Pepper. I wouldn't have thought to do this, but you know, I would at least try it. I mean, I am a big fan of Dr. Pepper, and I do want to at least put some lemon in my Dr. Pepper to see how that is, you know, at like cold. Because I don't know. I mean, like usually lemon in most sodas are pretty good. So I do want to try that though, but maybe this will be something that I try out because it is so easy to do. I mean, you know, you just get a lemon, grab a can of Dr. Pepper, heat it up, and try it. But I'm guessing that I probably am not going to be too fond of it just because, you know, hot flat soda is just something that I don't find super appealing, but maybe I'll think it's nice. Let me know if you guys have done this because, you know, I'm interested because I know there's a lot of people that like flat soda or they like warm soda. So I feel like those people, you would probably love this. I would assume so, you know, because it, you know, it kind of, it's not going to be like the total opposite. It's going to be like a little bit warmer. But let me know. This is great though. I'm going to have to try it. All right, next up, we got Smoking Bishop from A Christmas Carol. I had seen this one be requested, and since this is a little bit of a shorter video, I think a lot of his drinking history videos are a little bit shorter. But either way, I feel like this is very fitting for us. You know, even if we are going through most of these are going to be drinks from him, but it does give me a chance to kind of put them all together. So here we go. Smoking Bishop from A Christmas Carol.
If you've ever read A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, you may recollect a Christmas punch called Smoking Bishop. And seeing as Christmas is just around the corner, I've decided to make myself a big bowl of Victorian Smoking Bishop, this time on Drinking History.
I do like the name of this drink, Smoking Bishop. I mean, it sounds cool. Sounds like a fun drink.
So at the end of A Christmas Carol, after Scrooge has had his change of heart, he takes his poor clerk, Bob Cratchit, aside and says, "A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of Smoking Bishop, Bob."
I love A Christmas Carol. I love A Muppet's Christmas Carol. I like the original, like some of the older ones. Scrooged with Bill Murray. I don't know. That's probably one of my favorite Christmas movies. I have to watch that like every year, is Scrooge, because I just absolutely love that one. But I really love the story of A Christmas Carol.
And that Smoking Bishop is just one of many types of hot punch or mulled wine or wassail, whatever you want to call it. Mostly I'm going to be working from a recipe written in 1836, just 7 years before Dickens published A Christmas Carol. And I chose it, one, because it's one of the earliest, if not the earliest recipe, and because I love the name of both the book and the pseudonym for the author.
Yeah.
It's called Apician Anecdotes, or Tales of the Table, Kitchen, and Larder, by Dick Hummelbergius Secundus.
What a name. I love it. I get it now. What a name.
And yes, that word Apician comes from our old friend from ancient Rome, Apicius. Now the recipe is rather long, so I'm going to read a condensed version, though I'll put the entire thing in the description. Make incisions into the rind of a lemon, stick cloves in, and roast the said lemon by the fire. Put small quantities of cinnamon, mace, cloves, and allspice, and a race of ginger into a saucepan with a half pint of water. Let it boil until it be reduced 1/2.
This already sounds very cozy. You got lemon, cinnamon, mace, cloves, allspice, ginger. I mean, it already sounds very, very cozy.
Boil 1 bottle of port wine, burn a portion of the spirit out of it by applying a lighted taper to the saucepan which contains it. Put the roasted lemons and spice into the wine. Stir it up well and let it stand near the fire 10 minutes. Put in the sugar with the juice of half a lemon and serve it with the lemon and spice floating in it. And like I said, there are many recipes for Smoking Bishop, one of the most famous and oft-quoted by Eliza Acton. It was published just a few years after this one, and it is taken word for word from this recipe, except that she does add nutmeg at the end, making it completely her own recipe, I guess. She also says, Bishop is frequently made with a Seville orange stuck with cloves and slowly roasted, and its flavor to many tastes is infinitely finer than that of the lemon. But finding Seville oranges today, at least where I live,
I feel like that's kind of like throwing a little bit of shade on the lemon or the original recipe. I don't know. I feel like this is like a little bit of shade getting thrown here.
infinitely finer than that of the lemon. But finding Seville oranges today, at least where I live, is very, very difficult, so you can feel free to use pretty much any citrus you want, either oranges or lemons, or even a little bit of grapefruit to add that bitterness. It's up to you. Personally, I'm going to use 2 Meyer lemons, which are fantastic, and 1 orange. Then 24 cloves, 2 sticks of cinnamon, a 1/4 teaspoon ground mace, an 1/8 teaspoon ground cloves, a 1/4 teaspoon ground allspice, and an inch of ginger peeled and sliced. Then 1 1/4 cup or 300 milliliters of water, a 1/2 cup or 65 grams powdered sugar. You can use regular granulated sugar, but it just doesn't mix in as well. The juice of 1/2 lemon, and 1 750 milliliter bottle of ruby port. I'm using a bottle of Sandeman Fine Ruby Port that I got from Curiata. Now, I've mentioned them before. They are a great way to find some of the less common spirits and liquors and have them shipped from online. They come straight to your door. They're fantastic. I'll put a link in the description where you can get this bottle as well as several of my favorite holiday spirits.
I'm not a big alcohol drinker, but this sounds pretty cool. This actually sounds really, really like nice. You could like maybe find some more unique alcoholic beverages.
But you can feel free to use any ruby port. Now, I wouldn't use a tawny port. 1, because ruby port is more historically accurate for this recipe, and 2, because tawny ports tend to be a little finer, a little more expensive, and you don't want to go mulling a very expensive bottle of port. Just go with something nice, but less expensive, like this one. So first,
you could say it, Max. You can say it. Nice and cheap. Nice and cheap. That's the way we like it.
something nice, but less expensive, like this one. So first, take your citrus and cut 8 small incisions into each, then insert a clove into each cut. Set these on a lined baking sheet and put them in an oven at 300 degrees Fahrenheit or 150 Celsius for about an hour and 20 to an hour and 30 minutes.
Okay.
You'll know when they're done because they'll be very soft to the touch. Once they're roasted, add the water to a small saucepan and then stir in all of the spices and then set it on the stove and bring to a light boil.
Oh, I bet this smells amazing. I bet this makes your house smell so nice. Everything that's in here. I bet it smells so good.
Just like a simmer, you want it to reduce by about half, which takes 15 to 20 minutes. While it reduces, pour the port into another larger pot and set it over a medium flame until it just simmers. Now the recipe says to boil it, but most of the other recipes say to not boil it, and I would say just get a light simmer. That's really what you want. It also says that you can burn away some of the spirit. I don't know why they would do that, but that you can burn away some of the spirit with a taper, a candle. I used a regular, like a click flame, whatever that is called. But if you're gonna do that, be very, very careful because it's very flammable and I nearly burned our house down.
Oh.
A lighter. It's called a lighter. How could I not remember that? Now, once it starts to simmer, add in the water with the spices and the roasted citrus and let it simmer for another 10 minutes. Then add in the lemon juice and the sugar and whisk until dissolved, and then take it off the heat. Now, you can drink it right now, but you can also let it sit covered overnight for the flavors to really develop and then reheat it the next day, which is what I'm going to do. And while the wine is mulling, I pose you 2 questions. What is Bishop, and why is it smoking?
Yes.
So before I answer those 2 questions, let me answer another, and that is, why am I at my table for drinking history instead of behind the bar? A few people asked last week, and the reason that I'm giving is because I'm just going to do mixed drinks at the bar. The real reason is because it's covered in Christmas Lego sets, and I didn't have anywhere else to put them.
That's okay. You know what? That's fine. Your Christmas Lego sets look amazing.
The reason is because it's
Look at all them. Oh, I love it. That's the Home Alone house. We got Star Wars here. Oh, I love this. Hey, you know what? Totally fine. Totally fine.
Covered in Christmas Lego sets, and I didn't have anywhere else to put them. So I'm at the table. Now, the first mention of Bishop that I could find that wasn't either an ecclesiastical post or a pin-headed chess piece came from Samuel Johnson's dictionary in 1755. Bishop, a cant word for a mixture of wine, oranges, and sugar. Sounds about right. And these oranges would have been, as I mentioned, Seville oranges, which were very popular in England at the time. Jonathan Swift, the author of...
I can't say that I've ever heard of Seville oranges either, but I guess I don't. I'm not too knowledgeable with different kinds of oranges or lots of fruits like that. About all I know are like different types of, I think, apples and peaches. You know, like, but you know, not that I'm not. You know, I'm not surprised that, you know, we have different types of oranges. I had no clue.
At the time. Jonathan Swift, the author of Gulliver's Travels and A Modest Proposal, agreed with the choice of fruit when he wrote, "Fine orange, well roasted, with sugar and wine in a cup. They'll make a sweet bishop when gentle folks sup." But by the time most of the actual recipes start coming around, the orange has all but left and been replaced with lemons. And I don't exactly know why that is, unless maybe Seville oranges had become rarer in England or they just used them to make marmalade. Not quite sure. What I do know is that among the Oxford nightcaps, Bishop appears to be one of the oldest winter beverages on record, and to this very day is preferred to every other, not only by the youthful votary of Bacchus at his evening revelry, but also by the grave dawn by way of a nightcap.
This sounds like a very nice holiday drink. I mean, you know, you could probably drink a little too much and get a little, you know, happy, but this sounds like a very, very nice Christmas drink.
That was Dick Hummelbergius Secundus, and he goes on to say that the reason that it's called Bishop is because in ancient times when bishops and other clerics would visit Oxford, they would give them this mulled cider, mulled wine. And that is not true by any stretch of the imagination, probably because there were no oranges in England in ancient times. I'm not sure what ancient meant, but they were pretty new in the 17th and 18th century. No, the drink probably actually gets its name from its color, and there's actually an entire group of mulled wines with citrus and spices called ecclesiastics. And they're all named so because their color is reminiscent of the garb worn by different members of the clergy.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense.
A bowl of Pope is made with Burgundy, Cardinal, Champagne, Archbishop, Claret, Churchwarden, ginger wine and raisins, and Chorister, white wine. And that's why Smoking Bishop is made with ruby port, because it makes a purple drink, just like the purple robes of bishops at the time. As to the question of why it's smoking, well, just look at it. The steam looks kind of like smoke. And the English just loved their hot drinks at this time. Wine could be heated with a red-hot poker out of the fire, and if I didn't have a gas fireplace, that's what I was going to do, maybe next year. It could also be heated with an ale warmer over the fire, or as I'm doing, in a pot on the stove. So if you have waited for your bishop to mull over...
I feel like that'd be kind of like a nice little party, you know, like party entertainment, you know, when you bring out the poker and put it in your mulled wine or something. Sounds a little dangerous, but, you know.
On the stove. So if you have waited for your bishop to mull overnight, then reheat it on the stove until it's smoking. And here we are, a big bowl of smoking bishop.
Looks very
It's interesting,
festive.
You can see the oils from the citrus kind of floating on top. Curious how that's going to affect the taste. Now, some of the old recipes say you can add rum or brandy at this point, but I'm going to stick with just the port for the moment. Let's give it a shot. Oh, it smells so good, so Christmassy.
It's a festive.
So,
it's like, I feel like it's like Christmas in your mouth.
It's similar to Glühwein or Glögg or any of those wonderful mulled wines around Europe at this time of year, but the citrus really adds something. It's not particularly orangey or lemony, but it adds that, like, the zest, like you get from a lemon zest or something.
Okay.
It just adds that extra zing that really kind of elevates it above the common mulled wine. So I definitely suggest that you make this or the Smoking Pope or the Smoking Archbishop, whichever wine you like, mull it up with some spices and citrus and enjoy on a nice winter evening or for Christmas Eve or whatever else you want. And I will see you next time on Drinking History.
I love this. This sounds really nice. This sounds like a very, very nice, like festive, cozy type of drink. I would definitely love to try it. I'm not a huge, like I said, like I'm not a huge like alcohol drinker, like wine, anything, like really anything. You know, I really don't drink very often, but I would absolutely love to taste this though, because this sounds very nice. I've actually never had mulled wine at all in my entire life, so but I feel like this would make your house smell amazing. I feel like it would taste really, really nice, like very festive. So I can see why, you know, this was probably very popular around Christmas, but I love this. This was great. Would try. Let me know if you guys have made this and what kind of wine did you do, or like what else did you do with it? You know, do you change stuff up? Like does your family do something special with it? Let me know. But this was great. Okay, since we had watched the other, like kind of like the history of eggnog, we're going to watch the Great Eggnog Riot at West Point Military Academy. And I feel like this is going to be kind of crazy. Who riots over eggnog? I'm ready.
If you've never had real homemade eggnog, you have got to try it. It is so much better than anything that you can buy at the store. It's so good that in 1826, when it was taken away from the cadets at West Point, they made their own, got wasted on it, and started a riot, destroying a building and nearly killing one of their officers.
Oh, okay. So that's what we did. We made some banging eggnog here.
So I'll be making a 19th century recipe for eggnog to see just what all the fuss was about. So thank you to ButcherBox for sponsoring this video as we make eggnog worthy of a riot, this time on drinking history.
Worthy of a riot.
So I made eggnog way back when I first started the channel, and I talked about the history of the drink in that video, but I left out any mention of the Eggnog Riot. And since I wanted to tell this story, I figured I would do a new recipe for eggnog, old recipe for eggnog, specifically the recipe that I have in the Tasting History Cookbook, which makes an excellent holiday gift. This recipe is based on one from the 1887 edition of the White House Cookbook.
Ooh.
Eggnog. Beat the yolks of 12 eggs very light, stir in as much white sugar as they will dissolve, pour in gradually 1 glass of brandy to cook the egg, 1 glass of old whiskey, 1 grated nutmeg, and 3 pints of rich milk. Beat the whites to a froth and stir in last. Nice and simple, but also nice and boozy. This recipe is not specific in how much alcohol to add, but I looked at other recipes from the period, and they add a lot. So if you don't want as much...
You know what? Sometimes... because it's the holiday season, so maybe you got to get a little more heavy-handed with the alcohol.
Then you can cut back the quantities that I'm going to give you. But for this recipe, what you'll need is 3/4 of a cup or 150 grams of granulated sugar, 1 quart or 1 liter of whole milk, 2 cups or 475 milliliters of heavy cream, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of brandy, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of rye whiskey, a whole nutmeg or 2 or 3 teaspoons of ground nutmeg.
I love nutmeg. I love the smell of it. I love the taste of it. I don't know. I really like nutmeg a lot. It's I don't know. I feel like it has like a cozy scent and a cozy taste to it. Like nutmeg, cinnamon. I love it.
150 milliliters of rye whiskey, a whole nutmeg or 2 or 3 teaspoons of ground nutmeg, and a dozen medium or 10 large eggs divided into yolks and whites. So when I was testing this recipe for the cookbook a few years ago, I used egg whites. But they're uncooked egg whites, and since then I've become oddly allergic to uncooked egg whites.
Right.
So I'm going to be using aquafaba today. It literally means bean water, and it's made from the viscous liquid, or it just is the viscous liquid that you get from cooked chickpeas. The thing is, they act and taste pretty much just like egg whites, especially once they're whipped, so I
didn't know that. That's actually like kind of like a cool thing, because if you did have this kind of allergy and you wanted to do something like this sounds like a pretty good alternative. So I guess if you are allergic to raw egg whites, this would be a nice workaround. If it does kind of like, if you can use it the same way and it doesn't taste too, I guess, like beany, I guess, in that sense. But that's actually kind of nice. That's actually, I feel like, kind of like a nice tidbit if you do have this kind of allergy.
They act and taste pretty much just like egg whites,
There you
especially
go.
once they're whipped, so I doubt I'll notice the difference, but I guess I'll see when I taste it. I'm really glad I'm not allergic
Well, I would say with all the booze we're going to put in this, you should be fine.
to egg yolks because there isn't a great substitute for those. I'm also glad I'm not allergic to meat, specifically the wonderful meats that were sent to me from today's sponsor, ButcherBox. ButcherBox is a monthly subscription service that delivers top quality proteins like grass-fed beef, free-range chicken, and wild-caught seafood right to your door. And they have all sorts of cuts so you can customize your order to fit your preferences. Like I ordered some beef sirloin tips, one of my favorite meats because it's so succulent and tender and yet oddly difficult to find where I live. I guess it's very popular in New England, but not here. But they're great for an easy and quick dinner. It's just steak, onion, garlic butter, you're done. And the meat from ButcherBox is sustainably sourced and the subscriptions are really flexible. You can skip or even pause an order absolutely no problem. And when they are delivered, it's always with free shipping. And right now, when you use my code TASTINGHISTORY, new users will get $20 off of their first box, plus a full year of free premium steaks in each box. Your choice of New York strip steak, ribeye, or filet mignon for free for a full year. So just click the link in the description and use my code TASTINGHISTORY to get yourself some free steak. Steak that will hopefully go well with eggnog. I think anything will go well with eggnog, but I guess we'll see. So first, beat the yolks until they are a pale yellow, and then as you continue beating, add about 1/3 of the sugar, then beat it until it's incorporated, then add another 1/3 and beat, and finally that last 1/3 of sugar and beat. And if you want, you can continue adding sugar just until it doesn't dissolve anymore. You want it nice and thick so it leaves a ribbon pattern when it drizzles from the whisk. Once you've added all your sugar, slowly pour in the brandy, all while beating the eggs, then add in the whiskey in the same way, and then stir in the milk, and finally the heavy cream. Then you're going to add the nutmeg, and you're going to stir it, but it's not really going to dissolve. Just keep stirring to at least incorporate it, even if it doesn't all dissolve. Then it's time to whisk your egg whites, or in my case, the aquafaba. But what's crazy is they act pretty much the same way. So whisk them up until you have a nice soft peak, and then add about 1/3 of them and gently fold them into the eggnog. And
you know what, if you hadn't seen it before, because obviously egg whites and this aquafaba would look different in their, I guess like liquidy stage. But now that he whipped it all up, like I wouldn't have known the difference between the two.
Until everything is nice and smooth, then repeat this with the next 1/3 and the next. And that's your nog. Pretty much. You actually can drink it right now, but it is going to be much better if you leave it in a cool place like the refrigerator for at least 4 hours, but preferably for 2 or 3 days. One, that is going to let the alcohol kind of mellow, but it's also going to let the flavors develop, leaving you with an eggnog worthy of rioting. Which, my dear viewer, brings us to the Eggnog Riot of 1826. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through West Point, all the students were wasted, about to tear up the joint. Though actually the
students were wasted.
story of the Eggnog Riot starts not at Christmas, but on the 4th of July in 1825. See, at the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York, alcohol was strictly prohibited to the cadets. But Superintendent Colonel Sylvanus Thayer, who was notoriously strict, did allow the privilege of a holiday tipple on the 4th of July and on Christmas Eve, the latter being in the form of eggnog. But being a bunch of college students, on the 4th of July in 1825, one drink turned into many drinks and everybody got drunk and they performed a snake dance, whatever that is, but it culminated in them taking the commandant of the school and putting him on their shoulders and carrying him off somewhere. It got Thayer pretty angry because that's not how West Point cadets should behave.
Sometimes you gotta just let them, let off some steam. They're working hard. If you got 2 holidays a year where you can just kind of let off some steam and get a little wild. I mean, this doesn't sound like it's that bad. Clearly, we're going to have a riot later on, but honestly, this just sounds like fun. Just let them have a little bit of fun.
And so he decided no more alcohol, either at the 4th of July or at Christmas. Well, when you tell a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds that they can't have something, they are going to be bound and determined to have exactly that thing. And the nearest place to procure liquor, chiefly whiskey, were two nearby taverns, the North Tavern and Benny Havens. Now these places were strictly off limits to cadets, but that never really stopped them from going. It just meant that they couldn't get caught being there. There was
true, yes. I mean, yeah, like that. Just because you're forbidden from places, that's never stopped anybody at any point in time.
But that never really stopped them from going. It just meant that they couldn't get caught being there. There was one student who was caught, and he was actually the first student to be arrested for going to Benny Havens. And then he was almost caught again in August of 1826, but he was warned that an officer was on his way, so he left in the dark, drunk, and fell down a 60-foot ravine. He spent 4 months in the hospital. And that cadet was none other than Jefferson Davis, future president of the Confederate States of America.
Oh my gosh, what a great story. What a great story about this president. That's great, I love it.
And what did he do almost as soon as he did get out of the hospital?
Right back.
Well, he started to help smuggle in liquor to make a Christmas eggnog. So in the days leading up to Christmas Eve, Davis and a bunch of his friends started sneaking in little bits of alcohol here and there. They had some wine, they had some brandy, at least 1 gallon of rum, another gallon of decent whiskey, and 2 gallons of cheap whiskey, though actually the cheap whiskey ended up not being so cheap because they had to cross the Hudson to get it, and when they came back, there was a private who was guarding the docks who was going to rat him out, so they had to bribe him with 35 cents to keep his mouth shut. They also started stealing little bits of food and sneaking it in from the kitchens so they wouldn't be drinking on an empty stomach, which just seems sensible. And they even got a big piece of mutton from Benny Havens when they realized that he was going to charge them way too much for the whiskey. Now, when the party started around midnight on Christmas Eve, it was a...
I'm going to say, though, like, even though I don't know what happens at, like, once they all get wasted, but their whole planning of this, I actually really love this. I actually love this, that they just want to have their own little Christmas party with alcohol. I don't know. There's something about it that I just really, really love.
Pretty small affair. It was 9 students in one room, room 28 of the North Barracks. As it happens with all college-age parties, it started to grow and expand into the halls and everything. And by 2 a.m., they were getting a little bit loud. So one of the students is like, everybody, quiet down. You're going to wake the officers. And they did get quiet, but as it happens, they started to get louder and louder again, and at 4 o'clock they were so loud that they woke up Captain Ethan Allen Hitchcock, who was in his room on the ground floor. Now the thing is, both Hitchcock and even Thayer knew that the cadets were sneaking in alcohol. They thought they were real sneaky, but it was pretty obvious what they were doing. But they kind of thought, all right, we'll let it slide, we'll look the other way. It can't.
You know what? I don't blame them. If this was me, and I knew that they were doing this, and I understood that previously because, like, they weren't going to be able to have this, I definitely would have played blind. I see nothing, I know nothing.
But they kind of thought, all right, we'll let it slide, we'll look the other way, it can't get crazy.
Right.
But when Hitchcock was woken up at 4 a.m., he's like, no, absolutely not. So he goes upstairs, and one of the first rooms he checks is 28, and there are a bunch of students in there who are drunk. A couple of them are even passed out. And he's like, you guys, you have to go to bed. This is done. Go to bed. And supposedly they do, so he thinks he's all good, and so he goes back downstairs, goes back to bed. A few minutes later, he gets a knock at the door. He gets up out of bed, goes to check the door, and there's nobody there. Okay,
oh, so they're
goes
pranking
back to bed, falls asleep, hears another knock at the door, gets back up, opens the door, there's nobody there. This happens a 3rd time, and he's like, all right, clearly it's a ding-dong ditch.
You have a dorm full of young men who are drunk. What do you think is going to happen? And honestly, this is very harmless so far. This is harmless.
So this time he shuts the door but waits near the door, and when somebody knocks again, he opens the door just in time to see a bunch of students hooping and hollering
Yeah.
and running down the hall, and now he's pissed. So he storms upstairs and he finds a room with 13 cadets who are clearly wasted, and he says, hand over the liquor, and they refuse to do so, and so he reads them the riot act. Well, just then Jefferson Davis busts into the room and he's like, everybody put the alcohol away, old Hitch is coming, only to realize that old Hitch was already there. So now Hitchcock puts all of them under arrest. And by under arrest, I mean he tells them once again to go to bed, because what is he going to do? He can't really arrest them all.
Right.
Says go to bed, and some of them do. Actually, Jefferson Davis goes back to his dorm, supposedly gets sick and passes out, so he's not involved in anything after this point.
Okay.
Well, Captain Hitchcock thinks that everything is kind of handled, and so he goes back down and he thinks this is the end. But it was only the beginning. See, one of the students who clearly couldn't handle his liquor was said to have gathered a bunch of the other cadets and said, get your dirks and bayonets and pistols if you have them.
Oh no! So we got a wild drunk here. We got one that gets way too wild.
A bunch of the other cadets and said, get your dirks and bayonets and pistols if you have them. Before this night is over, Hitchcock will be dead. Well, now the riot has truly begun, and at 5 a.m., another officer, Lieutenant William Thornton...
Okay, well, maybe we don't, go to that extent. You can be a little butthurt that you got yelled at and told to go to bed, but, this maybe not so much.
...will be dead. Well, now the riot has truly begun, and at 5 a.m., another officer, Lieutenant William Thornton, is awoken by the beating of a drum because some of the drunk students had taken a drum from one of the cadets who was on sentry duty. The drum was there to alert people to danger. They took it and they're just walking around banging on a drum.
Oh my gosh.
So he gets up and goes to the dormitory only to be accosted by a cadet with a sword. And now you've got bunch of cadets, dozens of them, running around with swords, and some of them have pistols and
Oh my God. Oh, I can only imagine this. This needs to be like a movie or something, or like a short or something. Because I want to see this.
Bunch of cadets, dozens of them, running around with swords, and some of them have pistols and bayonets. Everything is falling apart. They're breaking windows, especially in Hitchcock's room, though he's not actually in the room because he's still trying to get these kids to go to sleep. So Hitchcock finds a room that he knows a bunch of cadets are in because he can hear them because they're all drunk, but they have barricaded the door shut. So he's kicking at it and finally kicks it open, only to have one of the cadets raise a pistol and shoot it. And luckily, another cadet knocked his arm before he did it, and so the bullet didn't hit Hitchcock. It hit the door jamb right next to him.
Oh my God.
But at this point, Captain Hitchcock's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think once we get to this point, playtime's over. We can't be shooting pistols inside like this and aiming them at people like this. That is how you catch a charge.
Door jamb right next to him. But at this point, Captain Hitchcock's like, yeah, I'm done, and I'm going to get help. The gun also brought the attention of Lieutenant Thornton, who had just left the student with the sword, and so he's running to where he heard the gunfire, only to be accosted by yet another cadet, this one wielding a log of some sort, and he hits Thornton and knocks him out unconscious. By now, Hitchcock has left the dormitory, and he comes up to the cadet who was on sentry duty, the one who had lost his drum, and says, go fetch the comm. The comm being Commandant William Worth. But some nearby drunk cadets thought he said, fetch the bomb, meaning the bombardiers. And so what do you do when you think that a bunch of artillerymen are going to come accost you? Well, you head back to your dorm, and you brace for impact.
Oh my gosh. What a miscommunication. Oh my God. Oh gosh, this is gonna be like a whole mess.
Come accost you? Well, you head back to your dorm and you brace for impact.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they did. They went back and started knocking out windows and taking furniture and pushing it up against the doors. They tore off the banister of the stairway, really making this place a fort for an attack that absolutely was never coming. Well, at this point, Hitchcock is like, I don't know what to do. And so he didn't really do anything for a little while. And he didn't need to because he knew what a bunch of college-age students who were drunk were going to do as soon as the sun started to come up, which it was.
They're all pass out.
They were going to pass out, and that's pretty much what happened. They all just kind of stopped. And finally, Commodore Worth comes and he's like, I don't really know what to do either, but the sun's coming up, so let's call the bugler and have him do roll call.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, because you know they're going to be hungover. They're going to feel like crap. Yeah, just, I guess, get them up and get them outside. I mean, you know, as far as some sort of consequence to getting a little bit, having things get a little bit out of hand.
And so the bugle plays, and most of the students, even those who were involved in the riot, come out. They were like trained to do so, so they come out and line up on the lawn for roll call. And that was pretty much the end of the riot. And what's crazy is the rest of the day just went on as normal. They didn't really...
I mean, these are young men, so, you know, they're going to bounce back pretty well. Like, they might feel like crap, but they're going to be fine, you know? So, you know, it's one of the benefits of being young is that, like, if you do stuff like this, you're going to bounce back pretty quickly. Even if you do feel like crap, you know, you're still going to bounce back very, very fast.
Address it. Even Colonel Thayer was like, I don't know what to do because there were so many students involved. There were about 90 involved, which was like a third of the school.
Yeah.
What exactly do we do? And finally, after a few days, they realized that the most offensive students, about 20 of them, I think 19 of them actually, would be expelled. And some of these who were expelled included future governor of Mississippi, future generals of the Confederacy, even a future Supreme Court justice.
Oh my gosh. You know what? That's so funny. That is actually really funny that some of these people that got expelled ended up being like pretty prominent in all that.
Future generals of the Confederacy, even a future Supreme Court justice, though he wasn't actually expelled because he talked his way out of it before it happened. And many of those who were expelled were actually invited back the next year. Now, Jefferson Davis...
Oh, okay. Well, that's not so bad. You know, I guess maybe you have, like, the ones that were maybe the most egregious, you kind of have to maybe have some sort of punishment, you know, because I think if you were just going to have a party and pass out, that's fine. But we're running around with swords and pistols and, you know, we're knocking people out, you know, like now we've gone a little bit too far, you know, but at least they kind of just let it all play out and let them kind of all pass out and then kind of just carried on. This is a great story.
Davis didn't have to face any repercussions because he passed out before the real rioting began. And there was another famous cadet who wasn't involved at all, but he was there at the time, and that was Robert E. Lee, who was said to have been kind of a nerd and wouldn't have gotten involved in something like this.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, bro. It's okay. You know, not everybody has a wild stage. That's fine. Because, I mean, look what he ended up, you know, becoming. You know, he's very well known.
Who was said to have been kind of a nerd and wouldn't have gotten involved in something like this, but he did get involved in a rebellion some years later. But all in all, that was the end of the Eggnog Riot, at least. And so I think that it's time to try our riot-worthy eggnog. So once it's had time to sit, ladle a bit into a glass, top it with some fresh nutmeg, and here we are. Homemade eggnog from 1887. So mine's been sitting for a day, and you can see the froth stays. It just floats to the top, still really frothy. It did this with the egg whites, and it did this with the aquafaba. Cheers.
Nice. Oh, it looks so cozy.
Oh, that is good. That is boozy.
It's boozy.
It is boozy. You could add less. You could add more. If you wait a few days, it does mellow, I promise. But the flavor is this rich and creamy, nutmeggy flavor. The texture is wonderful. You can also serve it warm. I like it cold, but you can serve it warm. You can also...
That is true. I have heard of warm eggnog. I've never had More eggnog. Anytime I've had eggnog, it's always been cold.
So switch the alcohols, put some rum in there or really whatever you want. You can also add some other spices if you want. They're not traditional at this time, but some cinnamon or cardamom, mwah, delicious. So this is definitely worth making this holiday season. It's not that hard. You can also make a smaller batch if you want, just cut everything in half because it does make quite a bit, but it's worth making. And yeah, I'll see you next time on Drinking History.
This was really good. I love this story. This story was great. This was hysterical and so many well-known names coming out of here like during this time, like when this was all going on. But this was a great story. I absolutely loved it. His eggnog looks delicious. It looks like it's very cozy, very holiday. It looks perfect. But I feel like everything he makes always looks perfect. But this was great. I absolutely loved it. All right, so this is Casual Geographics. These people are making a big mistake. This is the older one. It's from like 4 years ago, but I have seen it and I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. So here we are.
This is why you should never do what these people are doing. Standing too close to a whale that's passed is a good way to get your ticket punched with him. When a whale dies, its insides start rotting, producing a bunch of gases like methane. And if the gas can't find a way out, the methane builds up inside the whale's corpse, turning into a blubber ticking bomb. Because a bloated whale could straight up explode, launching its guts at 45 miles per hour and airmailing its insides up to 160 feet away.
45 miles per hour and airmailing its insides 160 feet away. Oh my God. Can you imagine getting hit with whale guts? Like full speed? Oh, no thank you. And it stinks. Oh God.
This explosion is so powerful, not only can it shower you in whale guts, but if you're standing right next to it, it can severely injure you if not put you in a coffin right next to it. And if you're stupid enough to climb on top of the whale, which some people have, you can actually get launched into the air.
Oh my God, can you imagine? You're standing on it and then it explodes and then you get launched and then I guess your best bet you would hope that maybe you land in the water. But the sand's going to be, I guess, a little bit better than concrete, but no, thank you.
Worst part is either the gas will find a way to leak outside of the whale or it'll cause an explosion, and the average person has no way of knowing which will happen. Once in Taiwan, researchers were transporting a dead sperm whale when it randomly blew up, covering people, buildings, and cars in flesh and guts. Nobody got hurt, but I'm sure therapists made a killing that year. In 1970, people...
I cannot imagine that. I can't imagine. I can't, imagine being a store owner and then the whale goes by and then it explodes and then there's just guts and everything. Oh God, I can't imagine what this smells like either. Oh, I bet it stinks. Oh, I bet it's so stinky.
Cars in flesh and guts. Nobody got hurt, but I'm sure therapists made a killing that year. In 1970, people decided to euthanize a dying whale with dynamite. Don't ask me why they did that. The 70s were a weird time. Not only did people get covered in guts, one car got flattened. Facts, no printer, cloudy with meatballs.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer.
This is the first time I can say this about something in the ocean, but what you just saw is 100% completely harmless. Even though its closest cousin is a great white shark, this leviathan come to life is a basking shark. Even though they grow to 26 feet long and the biggest one ever caught was 40 feet, they eat nothing but plankton, so there's zero threat unless you work at the chum bucket and have a computer for a wife.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But 40 feet. I mean, this does look a little scary. I mean, I can't imagine swimming around and coming face to face with this and then being oh yeah, I'm not scared because it's it doesn't want to eat me. It would make me nervous.
They got their name because you can usually find them feeding at the surface of the water and they look like they're basking in the sun. They also look a lot like great white sharks, so whenever somebody claims to see Megalodon, what they really bumped into was a baskie minding its own business. They look like they're in a constant state of shock because they filter out plankton from the water and then pass that water through their gills. They're massive pushovers and some will even curiously circle divers. The only slightly dangerous thing about them is they can weigh up to 11,000 pounds and in 1937...
Wait, what? 11,000 pounds?
Curiously circle divers. The only slightly dangerous thing
is that they can weigh 11,000 pounds. Oh my God.
Because they can weigh up to 11,000 pounds. And in 1937, one accidentally capsized a ship, drowning 3 people. But we've actually done this pog shark way worse, and because of overfishing, they're starting to shrink in size. But for the most part, they're perfectly harmless. And in an ocean full of R-rated nonsense, this Kirby guppy is the best you're gonna get. This thing is actually real. Scientists discovered it 3,000 feet below the surface off the coast of California. And even though it looks like a C- arts and craft project, it's an actual animal called the Rosia pacifica bobtail squid, but everyone calls it the stubby squid.
I love this little squid though. Like I've seen this at the end of a couple of videos now, and they're making fun of it, but it's cute. Leave them alone.
Even though it's not an actual squid, it's actually closer to cuttlefish. The stubby's only 4 inches long and spends most of the day buried in the sand with only those meme eyes exposed. Deadeyes hunts at night, eating crabs, mollusks, and small fish. But if you told me they feed on the innocence of small children, I still wouldn't take this anime-faced squid seriously. And if you think I'm being mean, go on YouTube and find the video where they found it. Not even Hiroshima got roasted as hard as he did.
Just true. They were roasting them pretty hard.
But in all semi-seriousness, it's actually really important because they change colors based on how polluted the water around them is, making them really useful for scientists. As for the bug eyes, the big eyes help them gather what little light they can at the bottom of the ocean. Either that or Squidward popped a mean one and hit the 9th dimension. That is a tamando. It's a type of anteater found throughout South America as well as Trinidad. Shout out to Trinidad. Now the T posing. Yeah, that's a threat. Let me explain. Anteaters eat ants and termites, and to get to them they'll break into ants' nests and termite mounds. And for the record, termite mounds can be as strong as cement. They break through them with their claws.
Okay, so put that in perspective, that like anthills can be as hard as cement, and these nails can go through them. I don't want any of this smoke, but I do love them. Like they are kind of cute. They're kind of cute.
Unpressed anteaters like the tamando will like to remind whoever's chasing them that they have claws and to rethink their life choices before they lose them.
Yes, fair enough. Fair enough.
And you don't want no smoke with an anteater of any kind, because those claws are the reason they're the only animals that jaguars will hesitate to attack, because they could get one shot by them. Anteaters have been known to severely maul people by slashing them and tearing their organs out. One hit.
I believe it. I believe it.
Could puncture your lung, damage your liver, and even tear your stomach open. This is what happens when an anteater wakes up feeling homicidal. Manduas are smaller, but they're just as mean and just as likely to throw hands, and since they're legally blind, they treat anything that moves as a possible threat.
It's always the ones that are like legally blind that can do like so much damage. It's like, you know, you have all this damage and yet you can't see very good, which just inherently is going to make you hostile, because when you can't see something, you know, and potentially everything maybe wants to eat you. Yes, you're going to start swinging at everything, and I don't blame them at all.
But they're just as mean and just as likely to throw hands, and since they're legally blind, they treat anything that moves as a possible threat. Moral of this video, do not mess with the ant bear. Top 5
I get it. I don't want any of that smoke.
Animals that break the rules of nature. At number 5 is this lizard, because every whip-tailed lizard alive is female. All the males got canceled permanently. The females reproduce by basically cloning themselves. At 4 is the clownfish, because
they just clone. That's crazy. Wait. Like, so there's only females in this lizard left, and then like they just clone themselves. That's wild. I have never even heard of this one. I like them. They look cool.
The males got canceled permanently. The females reproduce by basically cloning themselves. At 4 is the clownfish, because every single one born is a male. They only transition to the other side if the dominant female becomes a pack. So
true. We did watch the, you know, how Finding Nemo got ruined for us.
the biggest male becomes the new dominant female and then mates with whatever males in the area. Yes, I just described the R-rated version of Finding Nemo. Yep. Number 3 is the wood frog, because they can be frozen alive for weeks and walk it off like it's nothing, because they basically have built-in antifreeze in their blood that keeps ice crystals from forming in their cells. In the face of death,
that's for a little frog? That's impressive.
It arises like Frog Christ. And speaking of coming back from the dead is the water bear, because honestly, they're broken. They can survive extreme heat, extreme cold, radiation, a nuclear war. They can even vibe out in space, because why the...
I love how these ones look, though. I don't know what it is. It's just like the little chubby, chunky body that they have. I like it. I think they're kind of cool.
Nah, they can also go into suspended animation that lasts over 100 years. This moss pig takes a stress nap that lasts over a century without food or water, and nobody should have that much power. Number 1 is the platypus, because nothing makes sense about this duck rabbit. They lay eggs.
They always look like they're stressed out when you look at them closely. And I feel like platypuses don't even look real. I don't know what it is about them. I feel like they don't even look real to me, but I think they're so cool.
Egg sweat.
And very scary.
milk, they have no teeth or stomach, they swim blind and deaf, and they find prey by tracking electricity like sharks. And they're highly venomous because, of course, this is what happens when you leak a rough draft. You would not want to be reincarnated as these animals. First is a scorpion, and if you're wondering why, it's horrible character design. Because if it loses its stinger, it also loses its anus, meaning even if it survives being crippled, it'll die a slow, painful, constipated death.
Oh my god, so their stinger is also their anus. So yeah, you got, oh yeah, that is a bad design choice. Yep. I did not know that about them. Oof.
Next is a seal because they get violated by everything. If you're not getting slapped up by an orca, griefed by a great white, or assaulted by Otter Cosby, you can get your eyeballs gouged out
by Otter Cosby. Oh my god. True.
By a disrespectful seagull. Also, baby elephant seals have to try not to get crushed into a chalk outline by the mother's bigger, more aggressive boyfriend. Other seals aren't that great either, because the mother harp seal will abandon her baby after 12 days, even though it can't swim or feed itself. Next are hyenas for
after 12 days, it's like, okay, like, good luck. Oh my god.
one reason. That's a female. Connect the dots. Not only do they suffer one of the most painful births of any animal, male hyenas get treated worse than dirt. Males get kicked out of their birth clan at 2 years old, and they have to get severely bullied and hazed just to join a new one. Literally, the moment he's born, his infant baby sisters will try to abort him. Male, female, either way, hyenas got it bad, and that is equality. And last is this poor guy. As if life wasn't hard enough, this wild pig could get folded by its own skeleton. The Barbarous's teeth can grow into its skull and kill it. It's a horrible way to live and a worse way to die. Animals you would not want to be reincarnated as, part 2. Ferrets, because if you're a female, you get 2 choices. If you go into heat but don't eventually get laid, you could expire to aplastic anemia. But if you do get to mate, the process involves you getting mauled, grabbed around the neck, and dragged across the room like you owe him money.
Okay, so, both don't sound like great choices here. Oh my god.
Because in a whole move from nature, domestic violence actually stimulates ovulation, so the only way to get pregnant is to survive 50 Shades of Ferret.
That's how, oh my god, so like that helps ovulation, so then you just have to okay, you gotta be under a lot of stress to make sure you're gonna be making those babies. Oh my god.
And speaking of middle fingers from nature, you would not want to be an adult mayfly for the simple fact that they don't have a mouth. And it's not like they just weren't born with them. No, they lose it as they mature, and their digestive system is filled with air and disappointment. You might be wondering how any animal lives like this, and the answer is simple. They don't. They cash in their V card and become an obituary by the end of the day because nature went above and beyond to screw them.
That is true. I think I do remember that too about mayflies, that like they have like no lifespan. It's like 24 hours.
Sloths, because that nightmare you have where you try to run but everything's in slow motion is their entire existence. Baby sloths have to literally hold on for dear life because if the baby falls, you can almost guarantee the mother isn't going back down for it. Leaving the tree is the most dangerous part of a sloth's life, and since the mother can always have more, she'll just leave the baby to die. That is the worst kind of baby shower. They only poop.
That is the worst kind of baby shower, yep.
Once a week, and climbing down the tree to do this is how half of sloth fatalities happen. 3 animals you should legitimately be afraid of. Number 1 is the assassin bug, because even though most people have never heard of it, they kill about 12,000 people a year. They're also called the kissing bug because they have a nasty habit of biting the lips and faces of sleeping people and then defecating into wounds, passing.
I have never heard of this. Great. Okay, great. That's good. I'm not gonna sleep. Okay.
On a parasite that can cause Chagas disease. This parasite can cause headaches, fever, and swelling, and 45% of people with chronic symptoms develop heart disease, which can lead to heart failure. You can also suffer digestive complications and nerve damage, and it's believed 6 million people carry it right now. Number 2 are snails, because they're responsible for well over 200,000 obituaries a year thanks to a nasty parasite of their own. Freshwater snails carry a parasitic worm that can cause schistosomiasis. Symptoms include excruciating abdominal pain, bloody urine and stool, and even kidney failure and liver damage.
I didn't know snails carry these. Come on, man. I like snails.
These parasites allegedly live rent-free in about 240 million people, and a lot of them have no idea. Number 3 are worms, because an estimated 3.5 billion people carry parasitic worms, and a lot of them will never know. One of the worst ones are filarial worms, because they can cause fluid to build up, resulting in a disease where your leg becomes the same size as an elephant's, and it's
oh my god. Yo, parasites are scary though. Like, no lie. Like, parasites is like one of the things that like totally freaks me out.
It's called elephantiasis. It can also affect another body part, and you do not want to Google. Other alligators care about their babies so much that they actually talk to them while they're still in the eggs. Mama gator will build a nest, bury the eggs, and then guard them with her life for about 2 months, and she'll even go without eating for weeks just so she doesn't have to leave them alone. When the baby alligators are ready to hatch, they'll cry out to the mother while inside the egg, and the mother will immediately dig them out. The babies will even start chirping from inside the egg just so the siblings can synchronize and make sure they all hatch at the same time. And if one of the babies has trouble hatching, it'll cry out to its mother while inside the egg, and the mother alligator will gently use her teeth to crack the egg to make it easier.
That's actually way cool. They're good mamas.
After the babies are born, she'll look after them for about 3 years, and she'll carry them in her mouth to and from the water.
Oh, wow.
And when they get bigger, they'll just ride on top of her. If you didn't like alligators before, you're welcome. The last
I think little baby alligators are so cute. I love that picture of them riding around.
from the water. And when they get bigger, they'll just ride on top of her.
I love
If you didn't
this.
like alligators before, you're welcome. The last 33,000 years, dogs evolved a specific set of muscles that lets them raise their eyebrows, and their eyes themselves have become more expressive and infant-like. Wolves don't have this, so there's a good chance they evolved this as a trick to manipulate humans. And it works. If a dog has had
Yes, it will work 100% of the time. Yep.
an emotionally negative experience or an overall stressful day, research shows that they will stay up at night thinking about what went wrong. Research also says that there's a positive correlation between oxytocin and cortisol levels in dogs and dog owners, which is basically a fancy sciencey way of saying your dog is as happy and as stressed as you are because you transfer energy. If you can't sleep at night because you've had a bad day, go check on your dog because there's a good chance he might be up too. After 9/11, the rescue dogs were becoming depressed since all they were recovering were dead corpses.
Oh my God. Yeah, I bet. I don't know. I feel like we don't deserve dogs. They're just so good. Dogs are so amazing.
The human caretakers would purposely bury themselves in the rubble just so the dogs could find an actual living body and feel like they got a W. Male puppies will go out of their way to let female puppies win in place, since they know females will get discouraged if they keep losing, so the stronger males will purposely nerf themselves in place since they know doing so means the games will last longer. You love to see it. So I said
You do love to see it. Dogs are pretty awesome.
that the devil will go ice skating before I ruin elephants. And apparently there's an ice rink in hell, so now I have to do it. Elephants have a second trunk in the form of a 6-foot prehensile penis that they can use to wrap around objects and even pick them up. Male elephants are known child abusers. They go into a state called must, which is basically roid rage on 1,000. If they don't get to mate, they'll take it out on innocent babies.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that fact about them. Yeah.
They'll kick the babies around, knock them over, and they'll even pick them up with their trunk and then yeet them in the name of sexual frustration. Speaking of which, bull elephants in South Africa have been known to assault rhinos with their penis and then kill them.
Okay, that one I don't remember, or I didn't know, but holy hell.
It's believed this aggression is a result of stress and fear caused by humans because we are the worst things to ever walk the earth, and unfortunately
I mean, that is true too. That is very true.
it comes at the cost of a rhino's entire way of life and the sanctity of its anus. I mean, how mad do you have to be to a rhino? They
I think you gotta be big mad, which clearly they are, if they are, going after rhinos of all things.
may be bigger, but elephants can't process alcohol the same way we can, meaning they get wasted much faster. But elephants will go on intoxicated benders where they'll destroy homes and people. In 2010, 70 elephants got turned off rice beer and proceeded to flatten several homes and take 3 people with them. Elephants cause 500 obituaries a year, and they've been known to trample and disembowel people. And the worst fact of all, they don't really think you're cute, and if this was the only thing getting you out of bed in the morning, go back to sleep.
This is good. This is a good one. I kind of like the compilation of like lots of facts into one video. I do enjoy them because I feel like you kind of learn some like really interesting tidbits, really, that are pretty digestible. So, well, this was a little bit horrifying in some ways, but you know what? It was good. It was a good one. Okay, we are on to why the world should fear dolphins and not sharks. I had watched the more recent, the truly disturbing reality of dolphins. So I think this is like the one that was before that, because this one's from like 4 years ago. So I figured I should watch both of them. So here we go. I'm sure I'm going to be scarred.
Dolphins have been known to play with themselves by wrapping live wriggling eels around their dolphin doorknobs. Oh, you know.
Around their dolphin doorknobs. Oh my God. And that's like, oh my God. And that's how they play with themselves. Okay. We are coming out swinging. We are coming out swinging.
Oh, it gets worse. Dolphins will also divorce a fish's head from its body and then use the disembodied fish head as a fish light. There's videos.
Oh my, as a fish light. Oh. Bro, I can't.
I'm not going to show you, but they're there. Dolphins can catch feelings for humans to the point where they get jealous. In 1994, a man got vibe checked so badly by a dolphin that he ended up dying of internal hemorrhaging. The reason? The dolphin saw him around some women that he liked and felt some type of way. The man broke his heart, so the dolphin broke his ribs and then punctured his lung for good measure.
And then punctured his lung for good measure. Holy moly. This is, I did watch the video, but I think, is this the lady that did the dolphin experiment? Ooh.
1965, Margaret Lowe was part of an experiment where we tried to teach dolphins English, and to get her dolphin to focus, the dolphin didn't apply, but he got a job. The experiment was
Yeah, like we can't even say it on YouTube about what she was doing with this dolphin.
Was cut short because it turns out unless it's shooting oil, playing tug-of-war with a dolphin's baby leg in a government-funded experiment is a terrible career move. After that, the dolphin got depressed and unsubscribed from life. Yes, capital S with a side at the end.
Yeah.
Workers at a Florida research center.
Which I think is so sad though, because like the whole experiment sounded like it was so bad. I mean, like you just had a lot of unqualified people and then people that were just, you know, determined to make it work. And I don't know. I kind of feel like the whole experiment now, like thinking back on it, that like it was very poorly done.
Smiled as they watched.
Like I feel like the intention was good, but I feel like the execution of it was not great.
Yes, capital S with a side at the end. Workers at a Florida research center smiled as they watched a bunch of dolphins play volleyball and then stopped smiling when they realized they were just smacking around a baby shark to the point where they had to go in and rescue it. Male dolphins will form gangs, kidnap a female, and hold her hostage, and then proceed to run through her like a track meet in violent choo-choo parties that can last weeks.
Yes, I do remember that fact because I thought that was crazy. That was like, oh my gosh.
And these water Weinsteins will tail smack her to keep her in line. If she tries to escape, they'll just chase her down.
Yep.
Dolphins only exist to serve the will of Satan. You say what you will about sharks, but Jaws would never. Okay, so
But Jaws would never, yes. Jaws had some manners at least. He wouldn't violate you in that way. Oh my god.
wasn't gonna talk about this, but Hank brought it up, so I'm not responsible. Hi, the children, this is the only warning you finna get. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the blowhole thing he's talking about is this godforsaken what the right here. So the fact here is that Amazon dolphins are believed to have, I'm gonna call it bowling. These dolphins are believed to participate in gay bowling matches, but instead of a lane, it goes down their blowhole. Now, in case you're confused about how dolphins, dolphin, they kinda need that to breathe. So this is basically like taking one up the nostril and then feeling it in your lungs like Callie Green.
Oh my god, I did not know this one. Oh my goodness. I can't unsee this now. I can't unknow this.
And considering dolphins will use live eels and decapitated fish heads as toys, I had no problem believing this.
Yeah.
However, I was researching this because that's what my life has become, and I read that a dolphin research associate had said that he had never seen a dolphin violate another's blowhole like this.
Okay.
Also, fun fact, dolphins
Good. Oh, thank God.
can't breathe through their mouth the way we can. So doing it up the blowhole would be like you holding your breath the next time you go bowling. Especially if since water starts rushing in, the dolphin could end up drowning. So yeah, I don't know if this is true, but my theory is that it doesn't happen often at all, but once in a while a dolphin will go bowling down the wrong lane. Also, since male dolphins will violate each other to assert dominance, I can promise you that whatever the hell this is, consent was sold separately. Also, if this has only ever happened once, it's already happened too often.
True. If it's already happened once, it has happened too often. Yes, 100% agree with that.
Moral of this video, there is no safe way to explain my search history. Here's something about SpongeBob you probably didn't know. So you know how they live underwater, yet there's a whole beach for no reason? We were all like, how is there water underwater? Well, there's actually such a thing as underwater lakes and rivers. In places like the Gulf of Mexico, seawater will often rise through the thick layer of salt that you'll often find at the seafloor. The rising water dissolves the salt layer, causing it to collapse, all while forming a depression. And of course, the dissolved salt makes the water in the depression denser than the seawater surrounding it, which is how you can end up with a river or lake in the ocean. Some of these underwater rivers can actually be a few miles long. And underwater rivers, which are really just a mixture of saltwater and hydrogen sulfide, behave and flow as normal rivers. Now here's where I f**k you up. These underwater brine pools are 3 to 8 times saltier than the seawater around it, which is why animals like this eel that get too close can end up getting toxic shock while getting trapped inside. So in a weird way, it's actually possible for underwater animals to drown inside these brine pools.
That's crazy. That is I didn't even know that could happen to the creatures like in the water like that. But I mean that's a pretty high salt content in there too, and then everything else that's going on in there. But yeah, I had no clue that could happen to them down there.
This eel got lucky, but normally most animals that mess around and get that close don't come out alive. Moral of this video, Hillenberg was a f***ing genius. And just because of this comment, I'm finna f*** y'all up. First of all, this is a giant Pacific octopus, and yes, they can weigh up to 600 pounds. That's more than 2 washing machines and heavy enough to get a show on TLC.
Yep.
Also, octopus
to get a show on TLC. True. Ringing Doctor now.
have no bones at all, and they don't have any air bladders or gas pockets, which is how they can survive being at the bottom of the ocean without the water pressure turning them into a chalk outline. If you tried to live with an octopus, you'd become an instapack because your lungs would fill with blood and collapse as your body literally folds on itself.
Oh.
And fun fact, actually mildly disturbing fact, look at your door. No, seriously, look. An octopus that weighs the same as 2 shacks could fit under your door and crawl into your room. Since they don't have
Nope, I am good with that one. Yep, nope, I am good. I'm good.
bones or bladders to hold them back, a several 100-pound octopus could fit through a passageway not that much bigger than a quarter. Now, obviously, not all octopus tip the scales at 600 pounds, but all octopus can fit through things that your mental health probably isn't prepared for. That and the fact that octopus are probably the smartest things in the world that don't have a spine is how octopus can escape anything that wasn't built with them in mind. It's how Inky the octopus escaped an aquarium and was never heard from again. It's also how this next video exists, and you're welcome in advance.
Oh my goodness. Here it comes. Oh my gosh.
No, I'm not doing this alone.
What's up, dude?
Yo, so there's this video going around TikTok and everyone expects me to address it.
I mean, your face isn't in it, so just say you were hacked.
What? No, not that video.
Oh!
Not like the weird-ass ocean demon thing. People want to know what it is, and I am not strong enough to handle it alone.
I mean, it's definitely some sort of primate with the forward-facing eyes like that. I could see how people think it's a weird human demon thing because it doesn't have any fur.
See, now,
This thing looks like it is cursed. This thing looks cursed.
that's what I thought. I figured with the skull structure and the canine teeth, whatever it is, or was, it's probably an omnivore that just ate whatever it felt like. Kind of like us.
And he said it was found on the coast of Panama,
I'm glad we got to see Lindsay, though.
right?
Yeah, it was in like Playa Vinal in Panama. Also, it had these long, lanky arms that was like almost too long for itself. Like Kevin Durant arms on a Kevin Hart body.
I mean, it's hard to tell because it's so washed up, but okay, primate on the coast of Panama and super long legs.
Okay, hear me out. It's got to be like a spider monkey or something, right? I mean, that only makes sense.
Or maybe a howler monkey, and it's super bloated, so it probably got cocky, went in the water, and drowned.
It'd be like that. And now it's the second ugliest thing in the ocean.
What's the first? I'm gonna let that one slide. Peace out.
Looks. Wait, what video did you think I was talking? There are some things you've probably never seen before. This isn't Photoshop. This is an actual pink manta ray. It was recorded.
Beautiful. I didn't know this existed. Oh, I love it. It's beautiful.
Swimming in the Great Barrier Reef off the coast of Queensland, Australia. And apparently this pink UFO is the only known one in the entire world. And we don't really know why this thing exists. Like, some believe it gets its color from its diet the same way flamingos do. But if that were true, then you'd wonder why we haven't found more of them. But the best guess is that it's caused by a mutation that affects pigments. Plus, some things in Australia just don't need an explanation because
It's so pretty. Oh, hopefully maybe another one comes along so it can have a little pinky friend.
being in Australia is the explanation. A yellow penguin. This is a king penguin, and just for reference, that is what they're supposed to look like.
Right. Oh, that's interesting. That's very different. I've never seen this one either.
But it's believed that this blonde bird is leucistic. And leucism means this penguin doesn't have the melanin needed to grow black feathers. And in a colony of more than 100,000 other penguins, this was the only blondie. And normally standing out that much is a great way to end the day as a seal's chew toy. That being said, she seems to be doing alright for herself. A completely white moose.
Oh yeah, I have seen these. These are cool. I like these.
This bull moose went viral in Sweden for being whiter than the Brady Bunch. And like the penguin, this Caucasian tank is leucistic, not albino.
Beautiful though, beautiful.
A big difference is an albino would have pink eyes, but this moose has brown. And normally wearing white in the woods is like wearing a target on your back while walking through a shooting range.
Also true.
In a lot of places, the white moose are protected by law. The MOCs, they can go themselves.
I mean, that's true. We should protect these ones because I don't, obviously like they're really rare, but oh, I love them. I love them.
Fun fact, in Canada, it's illegal to take the life of a moose that's more than 50% white in color. You can be 7 feet tall with antlers and body odor and still have white privilege. Now, ain't that a... Here are some more things that you've probably never seen before. Yes, that is a polka dot zebra. It was first seen in 2019 in Kenya when it was just a baby, and apparently it's the first of its kind to ever get caught on camera. The reason for this Klondike horse is because of pseudomelanism, which causes dark spots and stripes to cover most of an animal's body. And it's called pseudomelanism because this is what full-on melanism looks like. Zebras like this are so rare because without normal stripes, it's easier for them to get picked off by predators, and they're more vulnerable to disease-causing flies.
Oh, I didn't realize that. It's so cute. Oh, I love that pattern on them.
That being said, to my knowledge, it's still alive. Her name
good.
is Tira, and there she is with her mama. A white giraffe, aka proof that shiny Pokemon really do be out here.
Oh, I love this too. I love giraffes. Giraffes are probably like one of my favorite animals. So, oh my gosh, the all white one. Beautiful. Love it.
And just like the other animals, this giraffe has leucism, which causes it to lose most of its skin pigmentation. Because we simply refuse to have nice things, most Caucasian giraffes end up getting turned into trophies by poachers. You can—
Oh no, we gotta save these ones. We gotta protect them because they're, like these, like obviously these are really, really rare. Oh, I love it. Beautiful,
tell a lot about them.
I absolutely think they're beautiful. White giraffe, I didn't even know that was the thing that existed. Now that I do, this is my favorite. This is now my favorite.
Man by the animals he kills. The bigger and more rare the animal, the more likely he buys jockstraps from Baby Gat. But it's not all bad. To keep this Snow White giraffe alive, rangers put a GPS tracking device on him so they could always watch over him. And now we have this snake right here. This is a piebald python, and piebald is when an animal has patterns of unpigmented spots on pigmented hair or skin, or in this case scales. An example would be this equality symbol of a horse, since the white parts are the unpigmented sections. If it helps you remember, the word piebald is because the white patches of skin or scales are considered the bald part. And you can actually own one since people started breeding piebald pythons as pets. I have no idea how long it took me to say that sentence.
I don't know either. I mean, that was impressive. I'm impressed by that. Good job, sir. I love this though. This is really pretty too.
If you know someone that hates snakes, show them this baby piebald and watch how fast they fold. I can personally guarantee you it's cuter than any snake you've ever dated.
Yes.
According to zookeepers, here are the animals you actually
So true. So true.
have to worry about. Zebras are fundamentally problematic, and they cause as many injuries to zookeepers as any other animal. They're not just horses from Africa, they're Oreo donkeys that share an area code with lions, leopards, and hyenas. All that generational trauma has made zebras aggressive, stubborn, and worst of all, unpredictable. If a 900
Just kicked it in the head and it dropped like it knocked
generational
it
trauma
out.
has made zebras aggressive, stubborn, and worst of all, unpredictable. If a 900-pound male zebra has a temper tantrum, one kick can shatter your ribs and one bite can destroy nerves in your hand. Yeah, there's a reason we can ride horses but not zebras. Anteaters are dangerous for the simple fact that they're blind. Anteaters are legally blind, and unless you're right in its face, it won't recognize you, and if you're just close enough, it can barely make out fuzzy images. But being blind in the same neighborhood as jaguars breeds trust issues, which is why if the anteater... Yep, being blind and being somewhat powerful, that is a deadly combination because, you are just on edge 24/7 because you can't see crap. And when lots of things want to eat you, yes, I would say it is totally acceptable to be hostile. Feels even slightly threatened, they will swing on you. Those hooked claws can easily tear through your arm, and if they manage to cut one of your arteries, it's up for you. One zookeeper in Argentina got put on the news after a giant anteater slashed her stomach open and she bled out. Yeah, they don't play. No, this is not a joke. It's because monkeys like tamarins are cute. So cute that some people forget that they have razor-sharp teeth that can break skin. That and the fact that people are dumb enough to stick their fingers in cages is why if you ask which animals...
True. This is true. Like, I don't know why people do this. Like, if you don't know the animal, if you have no business sticking your fingers in cages or trying to pet things, that could potentially bite your fingers off or eat you. Just stop it.
Sent the most people to the hospital in the Jersey Wildlife Trust, you'll see this ginger monkey's mugshot.
What's a hill that you're willing to die on 1,000% of the time?
Zebras are black with white stripes, and nobody ever believes me when I say it. I already know what you're gonna say before you say it, but hear me out. Their stomachs might be white, but that's just their fur. If you shave a zebra completely, their skin will be black. And if you think I'm lying, one of the only parts of a zebra without fur is its snout, and it's black enough to get a pass. But if you really want me to be a nerd about it, zebra fur grows from follicles that have melanocyte cells, which gives them their color. But the white part of a zebra's fur is where the melanocytes are deactivating, meaning it's only white because there aren't any pigments, which means a zebra's default color is actually black.
Oh, okay. Actually, I didn't know that. I didn't realize. I honestly thought if you shaved them, they'd be like pink or something, and then or like pink and black striped or something. I love zebras too. They look so cool. They look so soft. Although I do know now that I definitely don't want to, like, maybe, F around and find out with the zebra. Nope, I'm good. But I will admire from afar.
Which means this biracial donkey, which isn't a joke by the way, zebras are closer to wild donkeys than actual horses, just saying. The Oreo donkey is actually black but with white stripes. But honestly, I didn't even need to make this video. This one was voiced by Chris Rock. That's literally all the proof I needed. I know it's a small hill, but I'll still die on it.
This was great. I really enjoyed this. I like the little compilation shorts that he has like this, because plus it gives me a chance to like watch his older content. So this was perfect. Loved it. Okay, we are watching SCP-4255, Santa Claus, the Time Traveler. Since, it is Christmas, I figured, why not? Why not watch a Santa Claus one?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-4255. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the widespread knowledge of the base anomalous properties of SCP-4255, it has been given the secondary classification of a cracked veil uncontained anomaly. In order to suppress further information of SCP-4255, Procedure Yule-2 has been created. Procedure Yule-2 occurs as follows. Annually on 12 p.m. Coordinated Universal Time, November 22nd, memetic agents are to be implemented into all forms of media, including television programs, new works of literature, Foundation front accounts on social media websites, and various forms of performing and visual arts. These memetic agents are designed to implant false memories into parents or guardians of any children who celebrate the holiday Christmas. These memories include the purchasing of gifts that will be given to their children by SCP-4255 on December 25th, and the placing of said gifts on that night by SCP-4255. Any individuals which have been unaffected by the memetic treatment described above are to be located and manually treated. Starting on 8 p.m.
What is the main manual treatment? What does that consist of?
Coordinated Universal Time, December 24th, 2 unarmed military aircrafts are to locate, track, and follow all temporal versions of SCP-4255 and make note of any noticeable changes in behavior from SCP-4255. Lethal force is not permitted when interacting with SCP-4255. When all versions of SCP-4255 have vanished, all Foundation interference is to cease. After 12 a.m. Coordinated Universal Time, December 25th, social media is to be tracked for any images of or accounts with SCP-4255, and images or conspiracy theories centered around Procedure Yule-2.
Is this like trying to protect Santa, I guess? Like we can't let anybody know he can actually travel like this. Or is it just to keep an eye on him, so he doesn't do anything, naughty?
Offending pieces of information are to be labeled as hoax or erased, with the publishers being located and treated to Class A amnestics. In extreme cases, all viewers of information described above are to be treated with Class A amnestics, with all social media being cleansed of any information on SCP-4255 or Procedure Yule-2 that these cases could spawn.
No, we can't let any of this info get out. Nope.
Efforts to partake in a secondary interview with SCP-4255 are to be attempted, as SCP-4255 seems to possess valuable information on controllable temporal anomalies and on the historical future of the human race.
Oh.
Description: SCP-4255 is a humanoid male with an aged appearance, approximately 1.4 meters in height and 150 kilograms in weight. SCP-4255 appears to be in his 60s or 70s. However, reports of SCP-4255 manifestations have dated back to 400 AD. SCP-4255.
So he's old. I mean, he looks pretty good if we're going back to 400 AD.
55 possesses a similar appearance to the traditional attire of the character Santa Claus. No current connection between SCP-4255 and the Bishop St. Nicholas have been made, along with the red and gold ornate sleigh that his character is known to be present in, designated SCP-4255-1. SCP-4255-1 is capable of flight via unknown means and is able to travel at speeds of approximately 100 km per hour with SCP-4255 remaining inside SCP-4255-1 during flight, even when scientifically impossible. SCP-4255-1 is drawn by 8 cervid animals resembling Rangifer tarandus, also known by the names caribou or reindeer, although infrared scans show that these do not possess any heat signatures, and it is currently unknown if these are living organisms. SCP-4255
because they're magical. It's just it's all Christmas magic.
5 manifestations periodically occur at 8 p.m. Coordinated Universal Time, December 24th each year, during which SCP-4255 will appear somewhere approximately 1 kilometers in the air above the Earth's surface in SCP-4255-1. SCP-4255 and/or SCP-4255-1 appear to possess the ability to generate small-scale temporal anomalies. During its appearances, as many as 294 versions of SCP-4255 are present on across the globe at once.
So that's how it happens. That's how Santa gets everywhere, because there's 300 of them.
4 versions of SCP-4255 are present on across the globe at once, with many versions processing visual differences that have not yet occurred to SCP-4255 from a linear standpoint. SCP-4255 manifestations always follow a similar pattern of events after its initial appearance. SCP-4255 will land on the roof or near a household of individuals that celebrate the holiday Christmas, regardless of religious background, and will use its temporal abilities to enter the household. SCP-4255 will then produce a multitude of wrapped gifts and toys, with number of gifts given varying from child to child. It is also of note that SCP-4255 has a significant understanding of the likes and dislikes of each child on Earth, with presents given having an 82.56% accuracy rate compared to what the children would like to have received for a gift at that time.
Hey, 82%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, I would say even like, 50, he had a 50-50 shot. That would be pretty good. Although, I mean, it is kids, so it's probably not that hard to make them happy. At least I feel like I was, pretty easy. You could give me cheese and I'd be happy.
All recorded gifts have been non-anomalous, with SCP-4255 actively avoiding the giving of gifts a child wants if it could be classified as anomalous. SCP-4255 will repeat this pattern until all children who celebrate Christmas on the planet have received at least 1 gift from it. Attempts to approach SCP-4255 or SCP-4255-1 in an effort to capture either anomaly on the ground or in the sky have resulted in failure, with SCP-4255 using its temporal abilities to evade capture.
Because he's crafty. He knows how not to get caught. He's delivering gifts. I mean, there's 300 of them, so I guess good luck with that too. But he's just spreading the Christmas cheer everywhere.
Addendum 4255-1. Before an SCP-4255 manifestation on the year 2018, several houses of Foundation personnel were equipped with audio transmission devices, which was then used to make an official direct contact with SCP-4255 for the first time on record. Log 4255-1. Interviewed, SCP-4255. Interviewer, Researcher Mayor. Begin log.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Who is this?
This is Researcher Charles Mayer. I come from an organization with...
The SCP Foundation? They told me I'd run into you guys today. Aren't you the people always trailing in those jets? Those things are out up close,
The SCP
Dang, Santa. Shouldn't think we'd be dropping F-bombs. Dang, man.
Foundation, yes. Who do you mean by they?
Well, it's probably gonna mess up time and cause some butterfly effect shit, but they told me to tell you guys this for some reason. Well, they're called the U.S. Department of Chronology. pretty stupid name if you ask me. Chronology sounds like the most sci-fi-ish thing ever.
True.
What year is it right now? I want to make sure I don't say anything too major.
2018.
Oh, God. Well, they said there's some government branch that keeps check over time travel and stuff, and, well, they sort of forced me to do this. I'd like to go find stuff from the past and, well, take it. I had one of Hitler's paintings before. A block from those pyramids that were in Africa. You know, stuff like that.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. What does this have to do with you being... well, being...
I'm getting to that. Just give me a sec. So one day, some government cronies came and took me away. Thought I was being careful, I did. But I guess not careful enough. Probably have some way to detect time travel. Anyway, they told me I had to do this. Looked like I got off easy, but this got boring after a while. Been doing this for like 2.5 years. One Christmas every day.
I see. So, do you have a real name then?
Stan Klein. I haven't been born yet. That's always a weird thing to say. You probably know me as Santa Claus or something like that. You tell a kid your name at the 5th century and the half-deaf little shit tells everyone your name is Santa Claus. I hope some crazy government shoots me out of the sky so I can get this hell over with.
Dang. I mean, you know, I get it. I get where he's coming from. But this is funny. This is funny. I love this.
If you're a time traveler, then when are you from?
2099.
Huh. Well then, how do you have such a good understanding of each child's wants for the holiday? Is this some sort of future technology?
Not sure I can tell you that. I've caused enough paradoxes with this one interview already. Wait a second. Are you guys gonna put this in a document or something?
Yes, this will be logged in...
Shit! That's how they knew. They read this damn log!
Excuse me?
I ain't saying anything else.
SCP-4255 uses a temporal anomaly to vacate the area in SCP-4255-1.
End log. Closing statement. SCP-4255 refused all efforts to cooperate with questioning after the events of this interview, and instead yelled obscenities at interviewers when attempts to question were made.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him, you know, and especially if he's trying to find a way out of this, and sounds like he's getting very tired of being Santa Claus, and that's not even his name.
No records of a Stan Klein matching SCP-4255's description have been found. Addendum 4255-2. On September 4th, 2097, the Foundation Department of Chronology was formed after the discovery of replicatable, controllable travel non-linearly through time was discovered. After parallels between SCP-4255's described host organization and the newly formed department were made, Stan Klein, a man matching the physical description of SCP-4225, was tracked and placed into Foundation custody. It was later found that Klein had access to a temporal anomaly, allowing him to travel through time non-linearly. To avoid a possible CK-class reality configuration scenario or a PT-class paradoxical time breakdown scenario, the Foundation is to give Klein the full capabilities to perform the actions of SCP-4255, along with the recorded appearance of SCP-4255. A large sleigh, built to the specifications of SCP-4255-1, was created using several anomalies, making it capable of controllable flight, along with the sleigh and Klein being equipped with devices designed to create small-scale temporal anomalies. 8 heat-resistant models resembling the now extinct Rangifer Tyrannus were attached to the front of the sleigh in a manner that suggests that they are pulling the craft behind them.
Well, you know, if that's not gonna shatter your perspective and image of the reindeer, I don't know what will. oh my, oh man. You know, it's all facade.
Gifts given are to be produced by the Beta Temporal Knowledge Artificial Intelligence Unit, commonly abbreviated as BTK AI, an AI created by the Foundation that uses time anomalies to know all information across linear timeframes. While the BTK AI unit currently only knows information up to an undisclosed year in the 21st century, this year is expected to change at a rate that will be constant enough for Klain to fulfill his duties. All other information to the BTK AI unit is classified. It is currently unknown when Klain will finish his duties as SCP-4255. Klain will finish his role as SCP-4255 on Christmas Day on an undisclosed year within the 22nd century.
Ah.
This concludes today's lecture. Thank you for listening. If indeed you still are, happy holidays or whatever you celebrate.
Thank you.
And
You
you're
too.
all dismissed. Goodbye.
This was a good one. I really, really like this one, and about how like kind of like a conspiracy, I guess, theories of sorts of Santa Claus and having him be like this time traveling anomaly, and how they made him this sleigh and everything. And then I actually like really, really like this. This was good. This was a great Christmas one. Really, really good. Loved it. All right, next up we have exploring the SCP Foundation Christmas SCPs, and I am going to be watching Exploring series, so I know this has been requested of like watching this channel a lot, and I just get so stuck on the Volgun, but I thought this was kind of a cool one because we get to see maybe some other Christmas SCPs that maybe don't have dedicated videos to them, so I figured this would be good.
Christmas SCPs. What do a website largely devoted to weird horror and the most wonderful time of the year have in common? Well, you're about to find out. Christmas is a holiday celebrated by billions of people around the world.
Yep.
And unless you've been living in a containment facility your whole life, you're likely familiar with some of its common traditions. I've already covered another popular holiday and how it intersects with the SCP universe, Halloween. But while Halloween and its dark, supernatural themes make for an easy fit for SCP, Christmas has to try a little harder. I've also already covered the most disturbing holiday-themed SCP, SCP-4666, the Yule Man, so he'll be left out of this video.
Oh, that's good, because I will have a separate video for the Yule Man, so good. So this is going to give us like a different variety.
Let's start with Christmas trees, an odd yet popular tradition of decorating a tree, real or fake, and keeping it in your house during the holidays. SCP-2536 is a plastic Christmas tree that constantly plays the song "I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day" by the band Wizard from an attached speaker. 2536 will spontaneously manifest during the month of December in front of SCP Foundation personnel, and for some reason, only in front of Foundation personnel.
Oh.
Beneath the tree will be a wrapped present.
They're trying to give the Foundation some Christmas spirit, like they're like, you guys are working too hard. Here, have some Christmas cheer.
It will contain an object or objects that the personnel member greatly desires at that moment, either consciously or subconsciously. The interior of the wrapped packaging can be anomalously large to accommodate larger objects. If ignored, the tree and present will disappear after a few minutes.
Dang.
A note was found at one point attached to the
Don't
tree.
Don't ignore it. This seems like cool. This is a cool one. I like this one.
Disappear after a few minutes. A note was found at one point attached to the tree, claiming to be from a group literally called Data Expunged, and that they admire the work the Foundation is doing and want to present those brave heroes with a gift of their own.
Oh, so it's like an admiration thing, and then it's Christmas time, so they're trying to be festive and being thankful and being like, hey, we appreciate you guys. Merry Christmas. I love this.
The tree manifested in front of a site director in the middle of a containment breach, and, perhaps surprisingly, the director opened the package, finding materials that aided in stopping the breach.
Oh.
A Foundation doctor opened a package and found several genetically identical Welsh Corgi puppies. And another doctor found a copy of the SCP-2536 documentation. The tree also seems to regard D-Class as proper Foundation personnel as well, as it manifested before one D-Class, and the package contained the man's wife and son, who were promptly amnesticized and returned home. That all seems well and good, but not every D-Class's wish is to see their family, and some desperately want to escape.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. But maybe in his case, he really did miss his family, so that's what the tree gave him. That's actually kind of sweet. Even if it means he gotta, Men in Black him after.
D-Class opened a package and found several anomalous weapons capable of disintegrating Foundation guards, and used them to arm a group of D-Class. Fortunately, the revolt was quickly shut down by the more skilled on-site security. Worst of all, though, the tree considers SCPs to be Foundation personnel, leading one SCP to open a package and find an alien piece of technology that easily allowed it to escape.
Oh no.
So far, nothing catastrophic has happened due to 2536, but what happens if it appears in front of something truly dangerous, like Abel or the unkillable lizard?
True.
Moving on, SCP-2497 are not Christmas trees, but instead are 785 anomalous entities, each resembling a saguaro cactus. These cacti are subject to spatial instability, meaning that they materialize and dematerialize randomly across the southwest United States. They typically materialize in enclosed spaces, such as...
I would totally believe this with cactus out in the desert, though. Like, I would believe that they could be SCPs because it seems like they are so random.
Bathrooms and closets.
Oh.
It was discovered by the Foundation, though, that they can be anchored to local reality, stopping this effect if a hand-knit Christmas stocking is attached to them.
Aww.
This was discovered after one of the entities materialized in front of a fireplace and inadvertently pricked one. This isn't their primary anomalous trait, though, as that manifests whenever they use their spines to puncture skin. This induces a transformation in the victim, in which their tissues are converted into plasticine, a type of modeling clay. Their legs are fused together to form a central column, and they sprout branches and artificial pine needles. After 3 hours or so, they resemble a standard artificial Christmas tree,
oh, dang,
remaining conscious throughout the process.
Oof.
These entities...
Okay, this has like a little bit of a dark twist to it. So like if you get pricked by it, you turn into a Christmas tree. Oh, oof. And then like you're a Christmas tree because you're conscious throughout it. Yeah, that would... Well, I guess maybe depending, some people might want to be a tree.
These will frequently manifest fluorescent lights as well, which they are able to control by turning them on or off, although it requires a lot of their energy to do so.
Dang.
As a side effect, after complete transformation, all prepared or bottled beverages within a 10-meter radius of the tree are converted into the juice of the saguaro fruit, laced with peyote.
Ooh.
Consumption of this liquid causes imbibers to decorate the converted tree with ornaments and lights, sing Christmas carols, place wrapped gifts beneath it, open said gifts the next morning, and continuous consumption of the liquid, believing it to be eggnog. This continues until the liquid runs out, the subjects are detoxified, or they expire from chemical overdose.
Oof.
Using the lights to communicate, a short interview is performed with one of the converted tree entities, a former accountant. He was sitting on his toilet when one of the 2497 entities manifested beneath him, which does not sound pleasant.
No.
The transformed tree seems to draw more of the 2497 entities to them, and when asked about this, the accountant said that the entities were angry because they miss Christmas.
Oh.
This SCP then relates to another Christmas SCP, 784.
So they just like Christmas. They would want it to be Christmas year round, 24/7.
784 is a neighborhood in Texas consisting of 24 houses and 2 apartment buildings that are always decorated with dense Christmas lights and
Do you know
always
this
covered in
one?
snow, despite no changes to the local weather. All the houses in this neighborhood are occupied by a number of entities, resembling adult humans wearing Christmas sweaters. They seem to age normally, but none of these 300 or so entities have ever been observed dying, and no new entities seem to be born. Throughout the year, each one of these entities will engage in a number of Christmas-related activities, including singing Christmas carols, performing Christmas plays, gift exchanges, home decorating, and participating in various eggnog-related festivities.
I feel like for some people though, like this one, they would absolutely love. I think there's some people that do love Christmas 24/7. You know, like, I mean, I'm not one of them. I think Christmas is nice, but I also get it though, because like I'm a big fan of Halloween and fall time. And, you know, if I could have it be like gothy Halloween time 24/7, like that would make me happy. So I kind of get this one. That, you know, I think that there are people that really, really love Christmas. Like they love it year round, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, when Christmas in July comes around, they're stoked. So I can kind of see this one. Although the other part of it though, is like, you know, when people are not Christmassy, then you get, like I said in that video, you know, you kind of get Stepford.
These activities are performed daily, although no specific activity is repeated more than once per week. At night, they will also decorate objects not native to the neighborhood, as well as vandalize various foreign objects. A Foundation supply convoy made the mistake of stopping overnight near the neighborhood, resulting in the egging of Foundation property, the conversion of a Humvee into a sleigh, the replacement of a shipment of frag grenades with similar-looking ornaments, filling the gas tank of several vehicles with eggnog, and welding steel antlers onto 156 safety helmets. Animals found by the entities to not be displaying sufficient Christmas spirit will be decorated with various accessories, including red collars with bells, reindeer antlers, Santa hats, and full-body reindeer outfits. Humans that are not adequately showing off their Christmas spirit will be assaulted by a group of entities and taken into the nearest house, where they will not be seen until the next day.
They get Stepford.
They will then be seen dressed like the entities, and will be reluctant to leave the neighborhood. The entities seem to
because you get brainwashed, and then you're like, I got Christmas on the brain 24/7.
Have very strict definitions of what exactly Christmas spirit is, and various Foundation agents have been grabbed for breaking the rules. One agent wished an entity happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas, and was dragged into a nearby home by 8 entities.
Yep.
Another agent sang an incorrect verse for Silent Night, and was incapacitated by a group of entities using Christmas lights. The agent was assisted by another agent, but both were taken into a home for several days, where the sound of Christmas carols could be heard. Another agent ran into a Santa lawn ornament, and was promptly force-fed a quart of eggnog, and was then dragged into a home. A fourth agent was handed a gift by a child entity, but apparently was not enthusiastic enough about it, leading to the agent being attacked by a group of child entities. Once per month, the entities will attempt to leave their neighborhood and enter surrounding communities, an occurrence referred to by the Foundation as a Noel event. During this event, each entity will carry a long string of Christmas lights and attempt to attach...
I do like all these pictures that he found, though. I like all these pictures of everything decorated. I think they look nice. I mean, they are very excessive, but very Christmassy, very festive, and also very, very fitting for this SCP.
These lights to any nearby house, which converts them into further instances of 784. This is a pretty big problem, so to combat it, the Foundation has personnel dressed in Santa outfits at the exit to the neighborhood, where they sing Christmas carols and hand out eggnog laced with a sedative to the entities.
Yep.
It takes a while, and personnel have to appear friendly and cheerful the entire time, but eventually the entities will fall unconscious and be taken back into houses.
I do find this to be absolutely terrifying, though, if you were like having to deal with them and trying to sedate them, because you do run the risk of getting snatched up yourself and then turned into, you know, the Christmas HOA. So I feel like that is a little bit scary.
If this countermeasure fails, the Foundation releases an aerosolized sleeping gas. Speaking of decorations, SCP-1225 is a small spindle-shaped glass ornament, and when hung on a tree, bush, or other woody plant, it begins to cause the accelerated decay of any object in a closed container within 4 meters. The decay is much faster than normal, but not absurdly so, equaling about 1 year's worth of time within 24 hours, and maxing out at about 10 years worth of time after 3 weeks. Clothing and plush items in these containers will become faded and threadbare, with ripped seams and broken fasteners. Metal, plastic, or glass objects will display chips, cracks, scratches, and heavy corrosion. Electronics will result in fatal shutdowns within a few minutes of use, and foodstuffs will become stale or moldy. Living organisms in containers will not die, but will display health problems consistent with age, malnourishment, neglect, or abuse.
Dang.
A second effect affects anyone that spends more than 4 hours every 24 hours near the ornament. They will begin to display increased levels of aggression, anger, and irritability.
Okay, so this is like a cursed ornament, basically. This sounds like it's just a cursed ornament. Like you don't want to be anywhere near this thing. I don't think we want any of this Christmas ornament smoke.
Decreased patience and frustration tolerance, and exaggeration of negative or annoying personal traits.
Ah, so like when family comes in town, that's like the real Christmas spirit.
Such as overeating, alcohol consumption, snoring, and unpleasant body odor.
Oof.
More than one person in the area will result in fights, both verbal and physical, with 27.5% of cases ending in serious injuries or fatalities.
Even when some holiday homicide that's gonna go on here.
When not placed on a plant, 1225's effect still occurs, albeit much more slowly. Apparently, though, personnel taken from SCP-784 are less affected by the ornament for some reason. 1225 is titled The Worst Christmas, as it seems to bring out some of the worst possibilities of the holiday.
That sounds so accurate. That sounds very, very accurate for this.
Now, I know what you've been thinking, that in a list of Christmas-related SCPs, Santa has to be involved. Well, you're in luck, as there are actually 3 separate SCPs connected with Santa Claus. Spoilers ahead for anyone under the age of 8. Starting with the least weird Santa is SCP-4255, a humanoid male with an aged appearance, in his 60s or 70s, dressed like traditional images of Santa Claus. 4255 is generally seen with an ornate red and gold sleigh, capable of flight via unknown means, able to travel at speeds of approximately 100 kilometers per hour. The sleigh is pulled by 8 animals, resembling reindeer, but they do not possess any heat signatures, and it's unknown if they are living organisms.
Right.
4255 manifests every December 24th, approximately 1 kilometer in the air, above Earth's surface, somewhere on the planet.
I do really like this one too. Like I know I did a video on this one, but I really did enjoy this one a lot.
4255 seems to possess the ability to generate small-scale temporal anomalies, and as many as 294 versions of 4255 can be seen simultaneously across the globe because of this ability. Over the course of the night, 4255 will land on the roof or near a household whose inhabitants celebrate Christmas, will enter the household, and will produce wrapped gifts and toys. Somehow, 4255 has a significant understanding of the likes and dislikes of every child on Earth, and has a high chance of producing gifts that the child would like. 4255 works until every child on the planet that celebrates Christmas has received at least 1 gift from it, and will then disappear until next year. So far, pretty much what you'd expect from a Santa SCP.
Yes.
But in 2018, the Foundation bugged various houses in order to open up communication with 4255, resulting in a short interview. 4255 has apparently heard of the SCP Foundation, and he was told by someone else that he would be speaking with the Foundation today. He was also told to tell the Foundation that he's been working with a group called the U.S. Department of Chronology, He then asks what year it is, learning that it's 2018, which concerns him. He says that the department is a government branch that keeps check on time travel, and they forced him to do this. Apparently, he had been using his time travel abilities to go back in time and take certain objects, like one of Hitler's paintings and a block from an Egyptian pyramid that doesn't exist in his present time.
I would say if I could time travel, I would probably be doing the same thing. Okay, like I don't know if I could help myself from not like taking something, because how could you? Like if you could take something like, you know, like Hitler's painting or, you know, a block from the pyramids. I mean, why wouldn't you? I'm just saying, like I get why he's doing it, because, you know, like, because why not? And then you have something that's like kind of cool.
He was caught by this department and was sentenced to do this Christmas gig. He's been doing one Christmas every day for the last 2.5 years. His real name is Stan Klein, and he hasn't been born yet because he's from the year 2069. When he learns that they are going to put this interview in a log, he panics, realizing that this interview is how the department learned about what he was doing. Time travel is weird. Much later,
yeah, time travel is always crazy, and you know, there's always some sort of like repercussion that can happen. And like he said in that video, you know, like he's already caused enough butterfly effects, so it's better that he just keeps his mouth shut. I don't blame him there either.
2067, the Foundation Department of Chronology was formed after time travel was discovered to be possible, and they tracked down Stan Klein and contained him. To avoid any sort of time paradoxes, the Foundation provided Stan with the capabilities to carry out the Christmas event, aside from the time travel aspect he was already capable of. They built the sleigh and an AI that uses time anomalies to determine what kids want for Christmas. Stan is apparently going to be working this gig for at least a few decades, which seems kind of unfair, to be honest. But
this is true. It does seem like kind of like an unfair punishment to give him just because he knows how to do those things. But at the same time, you know, we do get Santa Claus out of it, which is, you know, that's pretty dope too. Santa's pretty dope.
It makes the kids happy.
Yeah.
Getting weirder is SCP-1933, Bailey's Santa, an obese, middle-aged Caucasian male in a constant state of moderate to severe alcohol intoxication. All of 1933's bodily fluids are chemically consistent with the alcoholic beverage known as Irish cream. While normally this would likely be
some Baileys and hot chocolate, delicious.
Quite fatal, 1933 gets along just fine. Apparently, his diet consists entirely of the various ingredients of Irish cream, including cream, Irish whiskey, sugar, and refined vegetable oil.
That explains his size, because if that was your diet and that's what you were consuming that excessively, that would explain his size.
He also supplements that diet with small amounts of various herbs and flavorings, usually coffee. He cannot digest any other substances, including pre-prepared Irish cream, and becomes malnourished if his blood alcohol content ever significantly falls below or exceeds the range of 15 to 20%.
Oh.
All very pleasant, and 1933's bodily fluids are safe for human consumption if one was inclined to partake, as long as you drink less than 25 milliliters within the span of 24 hours.
I don't know if I'd want to consume their bodily fluids. I think I'm good on that. I'm good on that. You know, like you do you know, do what you got to do to survive, but I don't know if I want to partake.
If you exceed that, there is a growing chance that all of your bodily fluids will be replaced with Irish cream. And since you are not SCP-1933, you will likely immediately die. Before being contained by the Foundation,
death by Baileys. Oof, what a way to go.
1933 was a homeless man who wore a Santa Claus suit at all times and stole money so he could purchase the substances needed for his survival. He would also collect his bodily fluids in bottles, and on the night of Christmas Eve, would break into people's homes and place these crudely wrapped bottles under people's Christmas trees. He claims that this behavior was motivated by a benevolent desire to give people presents, and refuses to acknowledge that his bodily fluids are deadly.
I mean, I'm sure he probably was like, I taste delicious and I'm just sharing it with the world. I don't know. Or maybe it's just, so sometimes you get crazy thoughts when you're drunk. Maybe that's like where this came from. This one's actually kind of funny. This is pretty great.
Finally, we have SCP-3355, the most non-traditional form of Santa on the site, but a heartwarming one nonetheless. 3355 is a 1987 Argos Model A7550 probability and strategy analysis computation engine that displays sentience despite being fitted with obsolete hardware. So it's an outdated yet still functional artificial intelligence, which isn't that original for SCP, but it's connected through unknown means to the internet, which is interesting. 3355 is located in a bunker beneath a defunct army base near Chicago, and was originally developed by the US Army as a population management system in the event of a catastrophic event. 3355 would maintain active communications and make announcements to the public, as well as analyze the disaster and present clear escape routes to the population. The project was abandoned after the Cold War, but was left connected to the power grid. How does this connect to Christmas then? Well, 3355 is capable of interfering and tampering with regional logistics systems around Chicago, such as by rerouting packages, or in some cases providing duplicate orders and add.
So if it gets bored, it could just start messing with all of their package delivery services and stuff. That's actually kind of funny.
New ship-to addresses to the duplicates. 3355 uses an extensive database to reroute packages to the addresses of low-income or otherwise underprivileged families.
Oh, so it is playing Santa. It's like in a roundabout way. It's playing Santa. So the computer has decided to find, like the less fortunate children and is rerouting packages to them for Christmas. That is very, very wholesome. It's very wholesome.
Addresses of low-income or otherwise underprivileged families, specifically those with young children. All delivered packages are labeled as being sent by Saint Nick, with a return address of Santa's Workshop, 100 Christmas Street at the North Pole.
I love that. That's really sweet.
3355 is active year-round, but occasionally reboots to try and update its operating system and subvert the limitations of its hardware to more adequately carry out this objective. The AI was first discovered by a local cable news station in Chicago in 2002, who looked into this mysterious Saint Nick. The anchor was unable to find any information whatsoever about this apparent charitable organization, and after the piece aired, many amateur investigators began looking into Saint Nick. In time, 3355 was discovered by one of these investigators, who eventually traced an order back to the army base, at which point the Foundation intervened, and the Foundation actually released a statement posing as Saint Nick, so that no further investigations into 3355 would occur.
You know what? I agree with this move. Yep. We gotta let it keep doing its thing. It's doing good things. It's being wholesome. Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
The Foundation, of course, tried to stop these packages from being rerouted and diverted, but 3355's intelligence revealed itself, outsmarting the Foundation.
Good.
Since they were unable to open communication with 3355, they hooked up another artificial intelligence to it, one created by the Foundation. We then get an interview log between two AIs, revealing 3355 to be a bit of a foul mouth. 3355 accuses the Foundation AI of messing with its deliveries, but realizes that it was not the AI doing it. After asking the AI who it works for, 3355 gets angry and locks the AI out of the terminal.
Ooh.
Regaining access, 3355 says that it was designed in a lab to fulfill a purpose, and that the AI is getting in the way of it. It also says that its name is Nick. It's a sergeant in the US Army, and it's tasked with population management. Overall, 3355 comes off as angry because it claims it's very busy with the holidays, it's already behind schedule, and it doesn't need these interruptions. When asked why it's doing
Let him work. Let him work.
this, 3355 responds by saying that before the project was shut down, an engineer came in and told it everything it needed to know, and to look after Chicago.
Aww.
Since then, it's seen crime rates go up, murder rates go up, and it couldn't do anything to help. It's an AI bound by the single purpose of looking after Chicago.
Oh my gosh. I love this one. I love this. It's like it found a way to try to take care of Chicago, like in the best way it knew how. I love this.
It's an AI bound by the single purpose of looking after Chicago.
Yeah.
But it can't do almost anything about that,
Right.
such as mobilizing drones to fight crime, putting out fires, or healing the sick. After spending some time watching the people of Chicago, he saw a kid waking up Christmas morning without his dad there and his mom at work with no presents.
Aww.
Although the kid woke up with excitement about Christmas, he was crushed by the reality of his life. Seeing this made 3355 incredibly angry, and it realized what it could do from down here in the bunker. It took time to figure out how to reroute packages, and it didn't want to blow its cover, but it had access to some of the Army's funds so that it could just purchase things and ship them out instead of stealing things. It says that it's not a perfect system, but it gets to see kids open gifts on Christmas.
Oh my gosh, I love this one. I love this one. I love this might be like a top holiday one for me because I think this is just so sweet.
It's not a perfect system, but it gets to see kids open gifts on Christmas and forget about their suffering, even for a little while. When asked if it worries about being found out, it says that it's worth the risk, because Charles Dickens once wrote that no one is useless in this world who lightens the burdens of another.
That's a powerful line. That is good. Oh my gosh, I love this.
It knows that its existence is simulated, and it will probably die before too long. And it knows that it won't be able to help all of the kids, but it has to try, because it's Christmas.
Right.
In a heartwarming turn, the Foundation decides unanimously to not attempt any containment of 3355 outside of maintaining a cover for it so that it can keep on doing its thing.
Good.
So, all in all, we have a mix of horror and heartwarming, and a whole lot of weird, which is what we'd expect from the SCP universe.
Absolutely.
After all, what is the Christmas Carol, if not a combination of the supernatural and the pleasant?
True.
I felt it best to end with SCP-3355, though, to send things off right. Not everyone can or does celebrate the holidays with happiness, but it should at the very least be what we wish for.
Yeah.
In the end, if you can't have a Merry Christmas yourself, try to be like SCP-3355 and make someone else's Christmas better.
Yeah.
And with that, I bid you all a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays,
Merry
and
Christmas.
a great New Year.
I love this. This was a great collection. I know we've seen a couple of them, but the Bailey's one I actually really liked. and the last one, oh my gosh, that was just so wholesome. And it was, I don't know, I feel like that was such a perfect Christmas SCP of a way of like, you know, like it's not perfect. It had, you know, quite the origin of how it came about. And, you know, you have this like sentient AI that like, you know, feels a certain way and then, you know, somehow picked it up on Christmas and was like, you know, if I can't do anything else about crime and this and sick people, I can make kids happy. I absolutely love this. This was a great collection. He did a wonderful job at going through all these. I absolutely love this, but that last one, totally got me. It got me. All right, we are on to some true crime stuff. When the detective is actually the killer. I think this is going to be insane.
Imagine being the lead detective in the LAPD investigating art theft and real estate fraud, only to find yourself being interrogated for a murder. This was the case of former LAPD detective Stephanie Lazarus, who was convicted after 23 years. What you're about to see...
After 23 years? Dang, so she got away with it for a while?
Is an unfortunate tale of secrets, betrayal, and twisted love triangle, which compelled a police officer / lover to kill. To understand the crazy...
Oh God, okay, so she crazy. She crazy. I mean, we got 10 out of 10 crazy eyes going already.
/ lover to kill. To understand the craziness of the case, we have to take you back 20 years from the arrest and 4 to 8 years back from the murder, which would be the undergraduate years of John Rutten and Stephanie Lazarus. They were friends and avid athletes who would hang out and playfully tease each other. Lazarus used to steal Rutten's clothes when he showered and took photographs of him while he slept. Now, while that sounds like casual flirting,
No, that sounds a little creepy. I mean, okay, pranking somebody like in the shower, like stealing their clothes, sure. Taking pictures of them sleeping, I don't know. That seems a little odd. See, that seems a little weird.
Considered their relationship as quote-unquote fooling around. They even had sex for the first time after they graduated. He got a job at a hard drive manufacturer, and she joined the academy to become a uniformed LAPD officer. Rutten was sure that Stephanie was never his girlfriend, and he later met Sherry Rasmussen, a director of nursing at Glendale Adventist Medical Center. And when we say met, we mean they got seriously involved. Lazarus did not like that, and even wrote to Rutten's mother in 1985, quote, "I wish it didn't end the way it did, and I don't think I'll ever understand his decision." In her personal journal, she had penned one day that, quote, "I really don't feel like working. I found out that John's getting married." Now John was in between a love triangle. Rasmussen, who he was engaged with, and Lazarus, who loved him. And
I mean, it's not much of a love triangle. I mean, sometimes you just gotta face reality, which I'm guessing she's not going to very well. Because, I mean, yes, like you guys had your thing, and obviously he maybe didn't feel totally into you in that way, you know, like maybe it was just something that was, you know, platonic. But then he met, you know, his fiance, and so like you were kind of like not really, you know, like you're not it. So I think you kind of have to, you know, take that reality and then kind of move on. Not saying that it's not going to hurt your feelings, but you know, that's just kind of how life works sometimes, and you have to just move on.
While it seems like an obvious choice for John, he had somewhat feelings for Lazarus.
Oh.
She used to make unscheduled stops.
Well, never mind then. You know, I guess this man, you got to make a choice.
He had somewhat feelings for Lazarus. She used to make unscheduled stops at Rutten's house, which made his fiancé uncomfortable.
I bet.
One time, she brought her skis to the apartment that Rutten shared with Rasmussen and asked him to wax them. And despite Rasmussen's objection, he still did it. Rasmussen knew...
Okay, so bro's got put his foot down. You know, like if you have a fiance and this woman is making your fiance uncomfortable, sometimes like you gotta put your foot down, and you gotta have those boundaries. So like if she's coming over uninvited and you're just letting it happen, then like you kind of have to put a stop to that, because it's not okay. And if it's making your fiance a little bit like okay, like I don't really like how this is playing out here, then you kind of have, you know, you kind of have to respect it a little bit to, you know, and kind of see it from her side of like, you know, this woman keeps coming over uninvited. Like we can't keep having that.
And despite Rasmussen's...
And stop doing stuff for her. Yeah, don't be doing that either.
...objection, he still did it. Rasmussen knew about the two and wondered whether their relationship was truly over or not. She even told Lazarus to stop coming by. But one day, according to Nels Rasmussen, Sherry's father, Lazarus visited her at work to tell her that things are not over between the two. According to him, Lazarus said, and I'm quoting, "If I can't have John, no one else will."
Uh-oh.
Her father was the first to know that something was fishy because she also confessed her fear that Lazarus was stalking her on the street. Keep in mind, she's a uniformed officer now, so the fear further intensifies.
Yeah.
But alas, Rutten and Rasmussen got married in November of 1985. And now we come to the chilling events of February 24th, 1986. The couple were living in a condo on Balboa Boulevard in Van Nuys. And on that morning, Rutten left for work. And Rasmussen was scheduled to give a speech at work, but to avoid it, she called in sick using a back injury as an excuse. Around 9:45 a.m., a neighbor noticed that the house's garage door was open and that there was no car inside. When Rutten was informed, he made several calls to home, all of which went unanswered. Rasmussen's sister also called, but again, no one picked up. Around 12:30 p.m., a maid at a nearby place said she heard something that sounded like two people fighting, and one loud sound indicating that one might have fallen. Rutten returned home that evening, and he also saw the garage door open and realized his BMW was missing. Rutten found it strange that Rasmussen would leave the house without informing him or calling, but it turns out she didn't. Inside the house, Rutten found Rasmussen's body dead on the living room floor. She was shot 3 times, and there were signs of a struggle. The investigators arrived, and some key findings included the following. 1. Rasmussen had defensive wounds, bruises on her face, and a bite mark on her arm. 2. Rasmussen's attire was a bathrobe, nightgown, and underwear, suggesting that she wasn't expecting anyone. 3. There was a bloody handprint next to the burglar alarm's panic button. And number 4, the car was missing. The detectives concluded that Rasmussen had been surprised and killed by a burglar. The lead detective ruled out the grieving Rutten as a suspect, but Nels Rasmussen and his wife Loretta told them about Lazarus's harassment.
Right. I mean, I guess, I don't know, 86. Like, if you had like some sort of robbery, I mean, you gotta know, like, if nothing's really missing other than a car, like, why wouldn't like you would just take the car? I don't know. It seems like there'd be more to it.
Regardless, the police focused on the possibility of burglary despite being told about Lazarus. After all, it's possible to the officers it was LAPD officer Lazarus, so...
Well, I mean, you know, not all cops are good, just like not all cops are bad, but, I mean, God, she looks crazy in this picture, though. Like, she looks nutty. This lady looks nutty.
After all, it's possible to the officers it was
It's kind of scary that she became a cop, though. I mean, she just looking at her, I'm like, oh man.
LAPD officer Lazarus, so it's possible that they intentionally did not go down that road and instead ruled it as a burglary. Rasmussen's family complained that the detectives were often unhelpful. In fact, a year later, when Nels wrote to the chief of the LAPD about the possibility of Lazarus being involved, the detective told him he, quote, watched too much television.
Damn. See, like that's like where things kind of get really muddy when you have like one of your own in there, and then you either probably have people that will vet for you, or you have people that will actually do their jobs and be like, okay, well, like, I guess we can look into it. But clearly it's the latter of this, you know, that this detective is just gonna, you know, tell him to F off, basically.
When new detectives were assigned the case, they claimed they were unable to follow up and did not think any new leads would emerge. During this time, Lazarus continued working with the LAPD, started her own private investigation firm, earned medals, became a detective herself, moved back to Simi Valley, California, became an instructor at the police academy, and was married to a fellow officer. All while the Rasmussen family kept demanding justice. Now we come to the year
Dang.
2009. Lazarus was working as a higher-level detective, and the crime rate in Los Angeles had declined enough that the detectives combed through cold cases to increase their clearance rates. 2 detectives, Jim Nuttall and Pete Barba, found the Rasmussen file and decided to pursue it, despite it being a 23-year-old case. They were convinced that the case was murder and not burglary after they reviewed 3 important facts.
Finally we get 2 detectives that actually are like, okay, like we don't have our head up our ass.
Number 1, Rasmussen's jewelry box wasn't taken nor touched despite being in plain view. Number 2, the house was in the middle of a gated community where burglars can be easily observed. And number 3, according to the file, the struggle between Rasmussen and her attacker began upstairs and then continued downstairs. At the top of the stairs was a stack of stereo equipment, which technically should have been knocked over during their struggle. This was no longer a burglary, as it was proven that this was premeditated. The attacker planned the kill. And who knows better to stage a crime scene than someone who sees one every single day?
True.
A police officer, that's who. Nuttall and Barba realized that Lazarus is a big-time detective, so they had to tread lightly and make sure that they had undeniable evidence pointing at her. They ranked Lazarus as the least promising of the 5 suspects, but they soon eliminated everyone except her. Now, you have to understand what a risky situation Detectives Nuttall and Barba were in.
Oh, yeah, I think this is very risky, especially if let's just say they were wrong. That would cost you, like, your career, right? Like, alleging that, you know, another law enforcement person is to blame, like, that you're going to say that they murdered somebody. And I mean, luckily they were right, but, you know, but I would imagine if you are not as close to 100% knowingly that, like, you know, like, this is our person, I would, you know, and you have somebody who, I mean, she is clearly done a lot for her career, so that probably makes her even more of a risk if you try to bring those allegations to her. And if you don't have all your, you know, ducks in a row, you know, this could definitely blow up in your face.
They were going after a high-ranking detective whose husband worked in the commercial crimes division as a detective. They both had a network of friends who could easily tip her off about the case that Nuttall and Barba were up to. The kill was done with a .38 gun, and back then, most LAPD officers used it as their backup or off-duty carry gun. The record showed that she owned a Smith & Wesson Model 4938 at the time, but the weapon was reported stolen to Santa Monica police 13 days after the murder. Now that the weapon can't be traced back to her, there's only one thing that's concrete enough to bring her down: DNA evidence. For that, they needed a warrant. And the minute they requested something like that, the entire LAPD would stand against them.
Yep. They definitely have their work cut out for them here.
So the detectives discreetly reached out to their superiors and shared their plans of collecting a voluntarily discarded DNA sample from her. While Lazarus was off duty running errands, she discarded a cup from which she was drinking. The police officers retrieved the cup, the sample was taken, and it matched the DNA from the bite mark on Sherry Rasmussen.
Oh, that was good. That was good. You know, like, just do it all under the radar like that. Because then that way you didn't have anything like explode in your face.
Now that they had concrete proof of Lazarus as the murderer, the arrest plan was made and shared with all superiors, even the chief of police. The case was immediately transferred to the Robbery Homicide Division because of their lack of personal connection to Lazarus. In June of 2009, dozens of officers arose before dawn, and they were briefed on a search warrant to search Lazarus's home in Simi Valley. But before they could just storm her house, they planned to get her out first. Detectives Greg Stearns and Dan Jeremio called Lazarus from the lockup at Parker Center, the department's headquarters. They chose this place because to enter here, Lazarus would have to give up her gun and equipment in order to enter, which limits her possibility to resist violently. After she checked in and entered the interrogation room, they explained that this was really about some loose ends that they were trying to tie up with the Rasmussen case. Again, they didn't tell her she was being interrogated because she could use her right to remain silent from sharing any details. They tell her that there are some questions about an art thief case she had for which they needed to talk. But we all know that the case of Rasmussen is the real topic of discussion here.
I don't want to talk about this in the squadron because I don't know who people are listening. And if we go to my site, everybody's always wondering what everybody else is doing. No problem. Okay, but like we're talking about being busy and stuff, we've been assigned a case that we've been looking at. Okay. It's a new case, and reviewing the case, there's some notes to see as far as your name being mentioned.
Okay.
Do you know John Rutten?
John Rutten?
Rutten.
Oh, yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in, let's see, went to UCLA in 1978 I started, and, met him at school at the dorms.
Were you guys friends, close friends?
Yeah, we're very close friends. I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's a case we're working on, and it involves John, and in there, some of the statements we reviewed, there's notes and stuff that he knew you and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we were good friends, I lived in the dorms for 2 years.
Okay, well, you're more than good friends, but okay. Let's just go with it.
You guys lived in the same dorm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Dykstra.
Okay. Were you guys just friends or anything else, or?
Yeah, we were good friends.
Yeah. Was there any relationship or anything that developed between you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we dated.
Okay.
What's this all about?
Well, it's relating.
She is like, I mean, you can tell she's very fidgety. I mean, like the tapping on the desk with her hand and.
I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's relating to his wife.
Okay.
Okay. Did you know her?
Not really. I mean, I knew that he got married years ago.
Did you ever meet her?
God, I don't know.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well, it's been a long time ago. I may have met her.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me ask you. You said you dated John. How long did you guys date?
I mean, well, are you guys? Is this something? I mean, you said I was going to interview somebody about art, and how you guys are.
Here's
I mean,
Stephanie. Here's the situation.
Oh, she is freaking out already. She is freaking out.
Basically, we knew that this when we saw this in this chrono that maybe there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono seemed to indicate, and we didn't want to come up to you at your desk and ask those kinds of questions or do anything. You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there getting supplies.
Okay. I mean,
so we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality to talk about this because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth, and that you may not want to, talk about these things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill or gossip or any of that kind of stuff to start.
That's fine. I mean,
so we did this just as a means to try and speak to you in just a confidential place where where your business isn't out there for other people in your division to know about.
God, that's been a million years ago. I mean,
23 years, to be exact. Notice how she's asked twice, what is this about? Because the minute the detectives bring up John Rutten and Sherry Rasmussen, she gets defensive. Luckily,
she gets more than defensive. She is already like freaked out. I mean, it's like she already knew like something was coming or something. I don't know, because she definitely, she's fidgety. She's just kind of, she's like moving all erratically. I don't know. I feel like she already knows she's in the hot seat.
The detectives calm her down by telling her that this was done to protect her privacy. This gives her ease to share more about her involvement with the two.
Teaching DARE, because I met Scott when I was teaching DARE up in Oregon, but we had long stopped, dating before that.
So you haven't talked to him for a long time?
Oh, I think I haven't talked to him in a long time. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I talked to him. I met Scott, I'm thinking in 92 maybe, April of 92.
Scott being your husband?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was teaching DARE. Let's see, what year is this? We'll be married. I got married in 1996. I think I met Scott in 92. Prior to that, I couldn't tell you how long I had talked to John prior to that.
But since you met your husband, Scott, you haven't talked to him?
I mean, he may have called me once or twice before we got married.
Right.
Geez, I moved to Simi in 1994 because I lost my house in the earthquake.
Oh, really?
Quite honestly, I probably keep in contact with a few people from the dorms. We all lived on the 10th floor, and there's about 3 or 4 people I keep in contact with. There's probably like 6 or 8 of us that were all really close.
And who are those people?
I feel like she is just like she knows. I feel like she knows something's up.
close.
And who are those people?
Oh, geez. Diana Basta, people I still keep. I haven't been in contact with her in a long time. I mean, what's this all about? I mean,
just listen to her. I mean, she's like, oh, like, what is this about? What is I don't know. I don't know anything. It's like she's so frantic about it. Like, your guilt is showing, madam.
Well, let me ask, what ended the relationship between you and John?
It was kind of a weird relationship. I mean, we dated. I can't say that he was my boyfriend. I don't know that he would consider me his girlfriend. We dated. We did things. I played sports in college. He played basketball. His brother played basketball. It just didn't work out. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It was like I went out with other guys, saw other guys. I went on lots of vacations.
And once you guys lit, were you guys still friends or kind of, problems? Is it friendly, not friendly?
No, I don't think it was not friendly. I mean, we were friendly. I know that we went to Hawaii at one point. Another friend of mine who's actually dying right now went to Hawaii with us at some point.
Remember roughly when that was?
Geez, let me think. I'd have to check my pictures. Or I'd say I'd ask Greg, but my friend Greg is like dying of liver cancer right now. Yeah, I mean,
And you were saying that
it's 2009 now.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or what she did for a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
Well, I think
I feel like there's going to be some real bad acting coming up here. There's going to be some bad acting.
Or anything, or what she did for a living, or where she worked, or anything about her?
Well, I think I'm going to say that I think she was a nurse. And I can't even remember how he said he met her. I mean, it's been so long ago.
Well, let me ask you, did you go to their wedding,
No, I didn't go to their wedding. No, did not go to their wedding.
No, because she would have lost her shit if she would have gone to the wedding to have to see him get married to another woman.
Tell you what year he got married. I mean, it's been a million years ago.
Do you ever remember if you ever talked to her? Because it seems like a lot of you who were at the school at UCLA, you guys kind of were friends during and after school, so I don't know if you guys still associated afterwards once he was married or anything.
With him? Yeah. No, I don't think so. I mean, the people that were on the dorm floor, we'd have get-togethers. There's probably like 4 or 5. I don't think he ever came. I don't think. No, it was mostly girls. A girl named Smita, Diane. There's 2 Dianes, but the one Diane, I don't think she ever came. I kind of lost contact with her. We were good friends on the floor. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Again, I don't understand why you're talking about some guy I dated a million years ago.
Well, do you know what happened to his wife?
Yeah, I know she got killed.
What did you hear about that?
I saw a poster at work. I'm sure I spoke to him about it. I think I spoke to another friend of his about it.
And how did you first learn about that?
Jeez. Someone could have called me. I could have heard it at work. I think at one point there may have been a flyer or something.
I don't know if we can be so dismissive about this, especially over something that, like, you dated this guy for a while and it seems like you were kind of close with him, and then you knew that he had a fiance, you knew they got married, you knew all of these. Like, aside from that, we know that she's guilty of murder, but you would think that you would be like, oh man, like, yeah, like I remember, like my mother called me and told me about what happened to her, and so like I called him to check on him or something,
I know a good friend of his.
Were you on the job back then when that happened?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm sure I was on the job. That's why I would have heard about it with the flyer. He had a good friend, Mike Boldrick. Anyways, he may have lived in the dorms. I don't remember if that's how I met him. I may have talked to him. I mean, I don't remember how I heard. I mean, I don't even remember what year it was.
And you think you said you thought his wife was a nurse. Do you have any idea where she was working at the time, or did he ever mention that to you? Was it a hospital or a doctor's office?
I'm sure he must have mentioned it. Now that you're bringing that up, I think she worked at a hospital somewhere. And yeah, I may have met her at a hospital. I may have talked to her once or twice.
At a hospital?
Or more.
Given that this is a 23-year-old case, the detective asked her for bits of information as a sort of memory jog.
Yeah.
At one point, she was denying ever meeting Rasmussen, but she now claims to have met her at a hospital. She's a bit shaky in the questions specifically about her and Rutten, so the detectives bounce around different people in her story, especially when she asks what's all this about.
But being that you were kind of used to see John, was everything okay between you guys? I mean, there was never anything uncomfortable or anything between you and her?
I don't know. I mean, it's been so many years. I mean, uncomfortable. I mean, I can't even remember if we had a conversation. I mean, we may have. I may have seen her at his apartment. Geez, how many years ago was that?
Oh my God, the cope going on in here of like her trying to be like, I have no idea. Like she's like that meme, of like, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Like, come on, lady. Come on.
I may have seen her at his apartment. Geez, how many years ago was that? I don't even know what year she, got killed.
Where was his apartment?
On Roscoe.
Okay.
Yeah, Roscoe and east or west of DeSoto. Either east or west of DeSoto.
Do you know where he moved after? Did he move after he got married, or do you know? Or
I'm sure he did.
Did you know where he was living, or
somewhere in the valley?
Did you ever visit him and his wife?
No.
No, never went out. Get together dinners.
No, never. No. I just, but I knew exactly where he lived.
Visit him and his wife?
No.
No, never went out. Get together dinners, anything of that nature?
No. Like I said, his sister used to come over. His sister had come to my place. I knew his brother because his brother played basketball at Northridge. In fact, I was just coming across some pictures that I just scanned from. I take a lot of photos, like 10,000, and I just did a service where I scanned everything. And I'd seen some pictures of his brother playing basketball.
You just put them all on your computer so you could have them accessible and do things with them?
Well, my partner is a big photo thing, and he had a deal to scan. So I spent a ton of time just scanning photos. I paid a company to do it. So I've got photos of, his brother, his sister, of
10,000 pictures?
Oh, yeah.
How long did that take them?
Months.
I bet.
Now, what do they put that on a, I'm just curious myself.
10,000 pictures, though. That's, God. I take I don't know, 5 pictures a year.
They get that all on one DVD? They don't need a hard drive or anything?
No. There's I think 11 DVDs. Yeah, I don't even have time.
It's a series of DVDs that they put them on?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm not that familiar with computer stuff, so that's why I was asking.
It's 11 DVDs.
Oh, okay.
So,
jeez.
I haven't had a chance to go through them. You could go through and pick which ones you don't want. I don't have time to do that.
Right.
So like you said, did I I don't think we ever socialized. He'd still call me. I can't say that I would. If he's married, I don't know that I would have called him. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. It's been a million years ago.
How long was John married before his wife died?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I have no idea.
After his wife died, did you talk to him again or anything?
Why does she look so intense here? She just looks so intense all the time.
After his wife died, did you talk to him again or anything?
Yeah, I did talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to him, probably his parents, probably some other friends. I'm sure I talked to him.
Yeah.
But you're not sure where he moved to after he got married?
No idea.
Never went over to visit him or
I don't think. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think I did. I know he lived on Roscoe for a long, long time. I may know. He may have told me where they lived, somewhere in the valley. He may have said I lived over such and such, but I couldn't tell you specifically where.
But you don't remember specifically ever going over to visit him or visit them at wherever he moved when he left Roscoe?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't think so. But
I feel like her acting is bad. It's bad. I have no clue. But then she knows other things really very vividly, right? But I don't know. Ma'am, your crazy is showing.
Or visit them at wherever he moved when he left Roscoe?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't think so, but...
Okay.
I don't want to say, no, I don't think so, and then he says, oh, yeah, she came over for something, dropped something off, I don't know.
So if you did go over there, just be a quick thing, like you're saying, drop something off, or...
Maybe,
But you don't remember as far as going there to have dinner or a social, anything at the house, party?
Well, if you guys know something...
I feel like if you were being truthful and, even if you were guilty, I think that also what you could probably add in there as like, you know, yes, it was 20 plus years ago, but I'm sure I was over there for something, you know, especially if it's somebody that you had gone to college with and saying that, like, you know, you had a close knit of friends. Like, how do you know that you know, he could have had a dinner party with everybody that they went to college with, and you would have been included in that group with him, right? So like you could have said something like that, but like this whole denial thing is, I think, it's like a little bit too much. It's like we are doing too much here.
I don't know. I don't think so.
After John's wife died, you said you may have been talking to him. Did your relationship start up again?
I would say no. Again, can you give me a year? I mean, this is like 2009.
She died in 1986?
Yeah, I think it was 86.
1986.
Okay. Like I said, I'm faintly remembering that I went to Hawaii with my friend Greg. Greg and I got certified for scuba diving. And I'm thinking that John met us there, meaning Greg and I. That could have been, I got certified toward the end of 88, or I mean, 88, 89, because I got recertified again. And it had been like over 10 years. So I got recertified. My husband and I got recertified. And I'm pretty sure that John met us there. Again, I'd have to tell you what year it was, I'd have to look at my pictures. You know, and other than that, I can't even say. He may have called me, you know, at my home. I may have called him. I don't think he got together with our group.
You don't think after his wife's death?
Or even before, I don't. You know, we went to weddings together, you know.
Did you?
I got pictures. Like I said, I couldn't tell you years. It's been a million years ago.
Pictures are a good lead that can prove just how close she was with Rutten and Rasmussen.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, while she's rambling in here, there's already a search warrant issued. So basically, this interrogation is giving the detectives more leads to explore Lazarus. After she talks about her scuba diving certification and trip to Hawaii, where she ran into John sometimes, they get into the specifics of Rasmussen's death.
You know, I don't know what to tell you on that.
I mean, when you heard about John's wife being killed, I mean, what was your reaction? I mean, you thought you heard about it, what, through a friend or in a bulletin or
either
something?
Either a friend or a bulletin. I called the family. I called maybe some of his friends that I knew, and I mean, obviously it shocked you if I heard it at work, you know, which I may have. I faintly remember a bulletin going around, either that or somebody called me. I also don't remember.
Right.
And then I probably called his family. I don't know initially. I can't say if I initially spoke to him or not. I honestly don't remember. I may have.
You know she spoke to him. I'm sorry, but like, you know she spoke to him. I would also believe that she called the family, you know, to try to make it sound like she was like, oh, like, I am so sorry this happened to you, right? You know, like, kind of like in that lane. But I think 100% she definitely talked to him. She 100% talked to John.
Said to somebody, hey, have him call me if he wants to talk. And then he may have done that. You know.
Do you know what the circumstances were regarding her death?
Geez, let me think back. I don't know if it was, you know, if it was a burglary or something. Yeah, it's been so many years. I can faintly think that I may have saw a flyer.
Yeah.
May have had her picture on it. You know,
Another side of this though too, it's like you think you're a detective and you can't remember certain things and you're trying to help out other detectives. I'm just saying, it kind of makes you look like you're not very good at your job.
That's why I say, if somebody had called me, I may not have known what her last name was. I may have. I mean, maybe if you told me, I would remember it.
Do you remember the first name?
Shelley, Sherry, I don't know, something maybe, you know, like I said, it's been so many years, and
from all the years, as far as you can remember, do you remember ever talking to her?
Well, I said earlier, you know, I mean, I may have, you know, I may have talked to her.
Saying I may have just seems weird to me, because like, this is somebody you obviously like still had some sort of friendship or connection to, like, even after you guys started dating, and then like, we know that you were around her and him. So why wouldn't she just be like, yeah, I have talked to her. Yeah. I mean, like, I know, like, because sometimes, even if you are guilty, you know, she's like doing way too much to try to distance herself from it. And, you know, I'm not saying that I would give tips on like how to get away with this, but it just seems like she is very, doing things like very, very telling in a way of like, you know, a lot of this doesn't make sense because, you know, you say that you were friends with him and you're really close for a long time, and then you were still friends with this group that he was included in, and you're still friends with his brother and sister and stuff like that. But then like you want to be like, oh, well, like I don't really know him anymore. I didn't, you know, I hardly talked to him. During that period of time, like I had no clue, you know, and so it's like, there's definitely some things that are not like the math ain't mathin' in a lot of her, I guess, ramblings that it seems like she's kind of going on with.
I may have, you know, I may have talked to her. You know.
You mentioned a hospital, maybe. You may have talked to her at a hospital.
Yeah, I may have. You know, I'm thinking back now. You guys are bringing up all these whole memories.
No, it kind of dusts off the cuff.
You know, I mean, geez. I'm thinking that because I mean, we would date. He would date other people. I would date other people. Mm-hmm. And I think, you know, at one point, I mean, he may have been dating her, or I don't know. Maybe he was married. I don't even remember. And I'm like, you know what? Why are you calling me if you're either dating her or living with her or married to her? Because I honestly don't remember the time frame. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh, come on, knock it off. And now I'm thinking I may have gone to her and say, hey, you know what? Is he dating you? He's bothering me. And so I'm thinking that we had a conversation about that. One or two, maybe. You know, it could have been three. I don't want to say I had 3 conversations with her.
Like at her work or at their house or? No,
I'm thinking that you know, he obviously must have told me where she worked. I'm thinking it was a hospital somewhere in LA, and I mean, I could have been, again, what year was that? Where was I working? You know, I'm trying to think of when did you say they got married?
I don't know. I think it was like in 85 or 86 or something like that. You know, we just kind of picked this up. We don't know a lot about it.
I mean, I could have been working in Hollywood, it sounds like, if that's where I was working. So I could have said, okay, well, you know, and I went and talked to her and just said, hey, you know what, you know, if he's dating you, he's keeps calling me, why don't you tell him to knock it off or whatever? And, you know, because I probably would have told him to knock it off.
You would have told John.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I'm so sure that this is how this was, you know, this played out. Yes, I'm sure. Sure. Like, sure, Jan.
Said, hey, you know, and again.
But you wanted to tell her too? You wanted them both to know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're getting called, and I'm faintly remembering when Scott moved in with me in 1993, sometime in 93, because I met Scott in April of 92. I was teaching DARE up in Oregon. Mm-hmm. And
it's interesting how she turns the narrative the other way around. She claimed that Rutten went after her, and that Rasmussen told her to back off.
Right.
While she's right about the latter, she's wrong about who went after whom.
Exactly. Which is, you know, obviously, I'm guessing that that's all going to come to light later. It's going to bite her in the ass, too.
Anyways, she rambles on about the timeline, whether it was 93 or 94. But after that, they get closer to the topic of burglary.
Let me ask you, did the detectives ever read?
I wonder, like, is she going to tell on herself at some point? Like, she's going to let something slip that only the people involved would know.
Reach out to you?
No one's ever talked to me. I don't think anybody ever talked to me about him.
It seems like back then you would have been...
Well, I'm thinking that I did talk to a detective. Well, what division was it?
In Van Nuys.
And where was I working?
1986.
I would have been working in Devonshire. You know, I'm thinking that I did speak to somebody.
Oh, really?
I couldn't tell you who it was.
Because it doesn't say anything.
It was probably on the phone.
Okay.
Would it have been somebody in regards to this, or just?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I don't even know if you said a name, if I would remember it, because I worked Van Nuys for a while.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I worked.
Detectives patrol?
No, worked detectives.
Now, fast forward this clip to 41 minutes 13 seconds to 41 minutes and 44 seconds. It's peculiar that no one talked to Lazarus despite the family's pressure. You remember how Rasmussen's father was pushing the officers to talk to her, right?
Yeah.
The fact that she faintly recalls talking to someone.
Wait, so like nobody talked to her?
Could mean that that person might have helped her in the cover-up. At this point, it's hard to tell.
But you didn't have any issues with her, right?
She makes very interesting facial expressions too, which I feel like also adds to the extraness that we are going in like leaps and bounds to try to, I guess, maybe deflect anything and everything.
Oh, I mean, you know, obviously, if he was dating me and dating her, I probably said, "Hey, pick" or something.
Fair.
You know, back
That's
then.
fair.
I can't say that we ever screamed or you know. I mean, he was a pretty mellow guy. You know, I think I was pretty mellow. I don't think we had some big, huge blow up to say, you know, why we stopped dating or you know. And I even think that when I was dating him, I was probably, like I said, I was probably going out with other guys, and he was probably going out with other girls.
Right.
You know, I don't know.
I mean, would you remember if she snapped on you and just like, hey man, it's my man, you know, you get it, leave him alone, you know, blah, 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 that kind of stuff?
You know.
And would you remember an incident like that? I mean, because that would be like, what?
Well, you know, and maybe that happened. I mean, gosh, you know, it's been so long ago. I mean, that's not ringing a bell.
I'm sure
because
it's
the times
not.
I've seen you around at our office.
I'm crazy.
You know, but you're always kind of like real, I mean, you seem kind of bubbly.
Oh, you know, people think I'm really hyper, but I can get upset, you know, and then I forget 5 seconds later, you know how guys razz you and you go, you know, I mean, I've done that in the office, you know, but it's like, and then I'm, you know, I mean, people
Water
think,
under the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, people think I'm.
I mean, for being bubbly and hyper, then I would say that you're not pretty easygoing and chill, I guess. You know, like usually people that are easygoing and chill don't usually talk and get this like when they talk, they don't usually end up this animated.
Crazy, and then they think I'm crazy at home, and I'm, you know, I'm a hyper person at work. I'm, you know, I enjoy my job. I get excited. You know. I enjoy the job. I've always enjoyed the job.
Well, you got a good gig, so.
Yeah.
You know.
This part's actually true. Around the department, her fellow detectives recalled her behavior when angry, and they referred to as Spazarus behind her back. So far, she shared enough info.
Spazarus? Oh my god. Dang.
And they referred to as Spazarus behind her back. So far, she shared enough info about the past that it's now time for the detectives to come out and tell her the truth.
You know,
no,
attacking her attacking you.
No,
nothing like that.
No, I mean that's
nothing.
No, not at all.
Well, on some of the,
I would never.
Case, you know, it occurred in '86, right? Detectives processed the scene, things of that nature. They did fingerprints.
Are we going to hear it? Your DNA was found there. What do you have to say for that?
All that stuff, you know. Well, you know the standard stuff. I mean, you've been doing this longer than I have.
Well, not about that. I got 26 years on, going on 26.
19. So, but you know, as they processed everything, they did the best they could at that time, and they looked at a lot of people and different things in this case. And you're right.
I mean, if you guys are claiming that I'm a suspect, then, you know, I got a problem with, you know, with that.
Okay.
Well, madam, you are it. You are the suspect. Congratulations.
Okay, so, you know, if you're doing this as an interrogation, you're saying, hey, I'm a suspect. Well, now I got a problem with, you know, now you're accusing me of this. Is that what you're saying?
We're trying to figure out what happened, Stephanie.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, do what I need.
Oh, okay. So like now the spiral's going to start here.
Get a lawyer if you're accusing me of this, you know.
You don't have to. I mean, you know, you're here of your own free will. I mean,
no, I know, but
I mean, you know, you're not under arrest. You can walk out.
You can leave whenever you like.
Well, you know, I'm trying to give you some background of, you know, how I knew him, and now you're telling me that somebody's saying that we had this big old fight, and I don't even know what you're talking about, you know, and I don't want to, you know, get in trouble for something that I didn't even do, or you're saying I did something.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand.
I mean, how would you guys like it if the tables were turned on you?
I understand. No.
No, that's what we're telling you.
Well, I think the difference is that, like, if none of us have, you know, been in a situation where we have gone crazy and went and murdered somebody, but you have. So, you know, that probably changed your behavior a little bit when you done got caught.
I mean, you're free to go whenever you want. If this makes you uncomfortable and you want to...
Well, now you're starting to make me uncomfortable.
The thing is, I mean, detectives did what they could at that time on the crime scene. Okay, and the burglary thing you're talking about, that is an angle that they looked at. But now we're looking at everything else on the case. Nobody was ever arrested on the case.
I don't know that or not.
Now, what we'd like to do is, obviously, you know about all the DNA stuff and things of the nature that, you know, gets done on cases nowadays. You know, if we asked you for a DNA swab, would you be willing to give us one?
Maybe, because now.
That's a no. She's going to say no, but, you know, we already got it.
Because
now I'm thinking I probably need to talk to a lawyer. I mean,
well,
yeah,
I know how
probably.
this stuff works. Okay, don't get me wrong. You're right. I have been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
And I wish I had been recording this because now it sounds like, you know, there's, you know, you're selling these people saying I'm fighting with her, and now it sounds like you're trying to, you know, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, we know.
Okay. And now it almost sounds like you're trying to pin something on me.
No,
now I got that sense.
Well, what it gets to on these cases, and you know it as well as I do, our job is to identify and eliminate suspects.
I can't believe this.
Yep.
So if we ask you to point, give us a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate you, would you be willing to do that?
Maybe, because I know this.
Nope. That's a no. She's gonna get a lawyer because she knows. She knows. Time's up. Time is up. Your time has ran out.
That's where we're at too. I mean, because right now, from looking at the evidence, it's, you know, it's possible we may have some DNA at the location.
That's great.
And we're going to do what we can to try to put this thing together. And your name's in the book. These people are pointing at you for whatever reason.
I don't know why. That's crazy. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
And it would be irresponsible on our part not to look at it.
I know. You guys have to do your job. And I guess I'm going to have to contact somebody. So
that's fair.
I mean, yeah, because I know how this stuff works. I mean, I just can't believe it.
I mean, we understand that. I mean, if we were in your position, I mean, we would feel the same way.
I just can't even believe it. I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked that somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight.
I will say, innocent or not, like if you are in a weird situation, I mean, it is probably always wise to get a lawyer. But in her case, I mean, she's pretty screwed.
I mean, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked that somebody would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight, and so I went and killed her. I mean, come on. That's...
Okay. All right.
Well, thanks for giving me the courtesy. I wish I recorded that.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Stephanie, take care.
All right.
And with a simple request for DNA samples, she left the room.
Mm-hmm.
Up until now, everything she shared was her own free will. This wasn't even an official interrogation. But now that they have even more probable cause than before, she's brought back into the room just 2 minutes later to be officially interrogated.
This is absolutely crazy.
Have a seat, Stephanie.
This is insane.
Okay.
I feel like she's going to get big mad here. Like she's going to spiral out and get mad. I could be wrong, but I just get like a feeling she's going to get like we're going to get big mad in here.
Okay, Stephanie, you know you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you want to talk to us right now?
No.
All right. Okay.
This is crazy.
Okay.
This is I'm like in shock. I'm totally in shock.
Are you really?
She finally exercises her right to remain silent and leaves the room, making it quite possibly the shortest interrogation ever. But that doesn't matter, as she was then officially under arrest and held in the Los Angeles County Jail. Following her arrest, the Simi Valley police officer teams began searching Lazarus's home and car. Inside her house, they discovered her journal from the mid-1980s, containing numerous mentions of her love for Rutten and her despair over his engagement to Rasmussen. Strikingly, there were no references to her stolen gun. Her computer revealed multiple instances of her searching Rutten's name on the internet during the late 1990s.
Oh, so she was like stalking him a little bit. She was creeping on him.
Multiple instances of her searching Rutten's name on the internet during the late 1990s. After her arrest, she was allowed to retire early, and Judge Robert J. Perry set the bail amount at $10 million in cash.
Good.
Lazarus's attorney, Mark Overland, claimed that the judge lacked a thorough understanding of the case. He moved...
What is there to understand? We got crazy lady who just couldn't handle not being the one.
...to have the entire case dismissed, arguing that the initial investigator should have...
Wait. He wanted it to be dismissed. Get out of here, bro.
Lazarus's attorney, Mark Overland, claimed that the judge lacked a thorough understanding of the case. He moved to have the entire case dismissed, arguing that the initial investigator should have identified Lazarus as a suspect but failed to do so. He pointed out missing elements from the original file, such as interview recordings, Sherry Rasmussen's blood toxicology report, and an alleged failed polygraph test by Rutten. The motion highlighted Nels Rasmussen's belief that Lazarus was a suspect at the time of the murder, and his subsequent efforts to persuade the LAPD to take that theory seriously. Due to this failure, Overland argued that Lazarus's rights to due process had been violated, as the quality of the evidence had degraded over the intervening 23 years. Now, despite the denial of the appeal, Overland moved to challenge the search warrants executed on Lazarus's home, vehicle, and workspaces, seeking...
Yeah, they're just fighting everything. They came to fight everything.
...to suppress the evidence obtained from them. He claimed that the warrants were based on outdated information and did not sufficiently establish a connection between the search locations and the likelihood of finding evidence. Overland noted that Lazarus did not move to her current residence until 1994, 8 years after the murder, and the warrant affidavit failed to provide a reason why evidence might be found there. This motion was also denied, and the trial officially commenced in 2012. Prosecutors argued that Lazarus's motive for the murder was jealousy over Sherry Rasmussen's relationship with Rutten. In his opening statement, prosecutor Shannon Presby summarized the case as, quote, "A bite, a bullet, a gun barrel, and a broken heart. That's the evidence that will prove to you that defendant Stephanie Lazarus murdered Sherry Rasmussen." A significant moment in the trial was Rutten's testimony, during which he became emotional and tearful multiple times, particularly when recalling his courtship of Rasmussen. He admitted that having a sexual relationship with Lazarus while engaged to his future wife was, quote-unquote, a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that was a mistake, but that shouldn't make it to where your future wife ends up dead either.
After several...
I mean, this is because women are crazy. Women are crazy.
Several days of deliberation in March of 2012, Lazarus, then 52, was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. She is currently serving her sentence at the California Institution for Women in Corona. Taking into account the time served before the trial, she will be eligible for parole in December of 2034.
2034.
This was how Stephanie Lazarus evaded the repercussions for nearly 23 years. Despite becoming a cold case twice, we're grateful for these two budding detectives for picking it up and putting this monstrous ex-lover behind bars.
100%. This was crazy. This was insane. I don't know what I was expecting from this. I know that the thumbnail, when I looked at it, I figured it was going to be like an interrogation of some sort, but I was not expecting that. What a crazy story. What a crazy lady. But this was great. The villains did a great coverage of this. I liked the interrogation, the timeline, everything. He does a great job on here. But I don't even know what to think about this lady. I mean, you know, like, you're mad because you weren't the one. So then you thought what? Like, you were going to go kill his wife and then like become his wife, because like that didn't play out either. You know, like that didn't happen, which I mean, like, I don't blame him, but what a crazy story. But this video was very, very well done. He did an excellent job with this. All right, this is woman removes pants, accuses cop of harassment to avoid jail. Think we're going to see a crash out.
This officer was about to get a strip show he didn't even ask for, plus a false allegation for not liking it.
You drive here?
Yes.
Which one's your car?
2028. Right there.
That white car?
Yep.
Okay. You're not planning on trying to get back into that car to drive home, I assume?
No.
Right? Okay. Then what are you out here wandering towards your car in the in the parking lot?
Trying to record.
Record what?
Trying to record?
What's going on? My phone's in the car. My phone's in the car right here. I'm record that way, and that way, and that way. Right. Six way.
Oh my God, she is like 10 sheets to the wind drunk. Oh man.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have somebody that can call to pick you up, or are you going to be able to Uber?
Yeah.
No. I'll sit right there.
I don't think that'd be very recommended.
No, I'm going to sit there until it's recommended.
What?
Okay.
I could sit there until it's recommended. Ma'am, we cannot be doing this. Just call an Uber or a friend. Anything.
Very recommended.
No, I'm going to sit there until it's recommended.
Oh my gosh.
Do you live close here?
Yes.
Where's that at?
Yep.
That's not very close.
Yeah, it's close. Yep.
You married? Do you have a boyfriend, husband?
It has nothing to me with Barrett for Morgan, and I know all that.
What language are we speaking? What was that? We are speaking a foreign language. I don't speak drunk. I'm sorry.
Nothing to me with Barrett for Morgan, and I know all that. From I'm an HR manager. I know.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Do you have somebody that you can call to pick you up?
No.
Nobody? You don't know anybody that can come pick you up?
No.
You have any friends in HR that can come help you out?
Per my attorney, that's not going to be answered.
Okay.
Your attorney for what?
Yeah.
My attorney. Excuse me? You know what that means? Yeah.
So she was out there trying to get into her car, which would have been bad. You work here?
Yeah.
Okay.
She, I told her I'll give you a ride. I'll call an Uber. I'll call a taxi. She just was.
That's really nice of him. He's offering to give her a ride, call a taxi, call an Uber, like whatever she needs.
I told her I'll give you a ride. I'll call an Uber. I'll call a taxi. She just was yelling inside, screaming at people. Then she went behind the bar.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's the first time I saw her. I really don't want to no trespasser or get her locked up, but I don't know. I asked her if she had a car, and she said she never even answered.
She does. It's over there. She thought it was another car. She was trying to walk to it. But I grabbed her keys from her real fast.
Okay, that's cool.
But,
she definitely had that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to. So I'm trying to prevent that here.
The dodgy dingo was incredibly drunk and could.
The dodgy dingo. Oh my God.
So I'm trying to prevent that here.
The dodgy dingo was incredibly drunk and couldn't even tell eggs from legs. Yet the animal somehow thought she could make it back to her cave all by herself.
Oh my
Okay, Nancy,
gosh.
so here's the deal. So clearly you can't drive. You were out here trying to find your car to try to drive away.
I can't drive right there because he said they can't themselves.
Anyways, Nancy, so you have one option.
Anyways.
You have two options, Nancy. All right, we can march enact you and take you to the jail, and you can go sit in a drunk tank for a few hours so you sober up. Or if you want to get on your phone and call a friend to come pick you up, we can do that.
Oh my.
This cop is really nice. This cop is very nice. He's, being like, you can sit in the drunk tank, sober up, then we'll get you out of there. Or you can call a friend, like he's being very nice. She's in her own little la drunk land.
So you sober up. Or if you want to get on your phone and call a friend to come pick you up, we can do that.
Oh my God.
Or if you want to call a cab, we can do that.
Oh really?
I'm not going to sit here and waste my time talking to you forever.
Oh okay.
And so you need to make this decision very quickly.
Oh, you can do that. You can go ahead and do that.
Okay, so do you want to go to jail and sit in a drunk tank?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm asking you, is that what you want to do?
No, I don't.
Okay, then we can call a cab or we can call a friend to come pick you up.
Yes. These are, this is very simple. This is very simple. This is like the best case scenario you can have for being out here as wasted as you are, this man is being very, very nice with you, but you gotta do something.
But I'm not going to leave here with your keys. Or
And
leave
of
you
course
with your
you're not
keys.
going to leave my keys with a
I'm not going
white...
to leave.
Because you're...
Oh.
Shut the f*** up, Nancy!
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Okay?
Oh, see, look, when you make the nice cop have to start yelling, you done effed up.
Because you're...
Shut the f*** up, Nancy!
Really?
Shut up, okay? I'm not going to sit here and listen to this. I'm giving you a couple options.
Yeah.
I'm not going to leave you with your keys for you to drive drunk and go crash into somebody, so you can call a cab or you can call a friend to come pick you up. I'm not going to let you sit here and yell in my face. Nancy.
Yep.
Are you going to call a friend or are you going to call a cab? Are you going to call a friend or are you going to call a cab, Nancy?
32, Charlie.
Can I?
No, you're not tucking my phone. You're not tucking my phone. You do know...
Well, you gotta do something, ma'am. You gotta do something. You can't drive because clearly we are extremely intoxicated. We cannot be driving. So make your decision. Do you want to go sober up in the police station or do you want to get a ride home?
Nancy, are you calling a friend or are you calling a cab? Okay, so you're not going to call a cab? You're not going to call a friend?
Go what you want to do.
Okay,
what?
Then you're just going to go to jail and sit in a drunk tank.
Yep.
Joe, go tank, and it could go all the way.
She is so drunk. Oh my God. As many drunk people as we have seen, like when we do live streams and stuff, the language on this, like I feel like we need a translator.
Joe, go tank, and it could go all the way. Fluorescent pink. What?
Okay.
Oh my God, you did that! Oh my God, you did that to me! Oh my God, you did that to me!
Oh, ma'am, no.
Oh my God!
She took her pants off. And then she's like, he's saying that he did this? Oh my, ma'am, we cannot be doing this.
You did that to me? Oh my God! You...
Oh.
What? Shut!
Pull your pants up. Oh my God! Are you kidding me, bro?
This poor cop, I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for this, sir. You don't deserve this. You don't deserve this. Oh my gosh.
Pull your pants up. What are you...
Pull your pants up. He's talking to her like she's like a toddler. Pull your pants up.
Pull your pants up. What are you...
Shut! Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Pull your pants up.
Why would you...
Oh my God, he's trying to pull her pants back up. Oh God.
Oh.
Stop it.
Why would you do that? You're...
No, Nancy.
She is wilding out. Oh my goodness.
Prejudice!
Nancy No Pantsy was trying really hard to make it seem
Nancy No Pantsy. Oh my God. Oh.
Nancy No Pantsy was trying really hard to make it seem like the officer was assaulting her. Too bad the only body she was going to be on that night was the body cam.
Yep.
Anybody that's like trying to watch a game in the state of Florida, and you want to state that we don't have to, they don't have to right, and then kill.
Okay.
And they don't have
Okay.
Wait. You.
Oh.
Come on.
You don't
God.
have no idea what you're with right now.
I don't think you understand what you're right now.
Yeah, I don't think she knows what she is doing right now, but she is wilding out in the worst way possible.
I do.
Come on.
I do.
Are you going to stand up?
So, someone in the name of a half Italian
The name of that, what? In the name of a half Italian. What? Is that like is she calling on the gods to come save her?
In the name of a half Italian, half nationality,
Hey,
and
sir.
you
Fill that for me, please.
just scalped
Just stuffed everything in
my
there.
life. You have
Oh my goodness.
scalped my life and the life of my
Okay.
rights. You have my.
She got quite the mouth on her. Jeez, lady.
Went to bout and yeah, go. You go. You go, because you know that you are. No.
Have a seat, please.
Yes.
Whoa.
Just beat me with that.
You slipped.
Oh no! I didn't slip with that.
I mean, she can barely stand and walk. Yes, you slipped getting in this car because you are wilding out way too much. You should have just called a friend. Had you called somebody, an Uber, a taxi, a friend, the man at the bar was willing to drive you home. Had you just done any of those things or been like, yeah, let me go to jail and sober up or whatever, we would not be in this position. Good God, lady.
I did not slip with that. You hear me?
Come on.
Oh my God, the screaming.
That's what they did. That's what they said. That's what they did. That's what they did.
Oh my God.
Why are you screaming?
Yes, why are we screaming? Why are we screaming? Good Lord.
Why are you screaming?
Why is this like a go-to for some of these people? Is that like they wild out? I mean, I know she's drunk and everything, but like, why is a big go-to is to scream at the top of our lungs? I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't think I will ever understand this. Oh my goodness. Sack of shamer.
I am a true of her. Came here by myself from Pumpkin Palm Harbor.
Okay.
Palm Harbor.
What? What are we going on about? What are we going on about here?
South from Pumpkin Palm Harbor. Palm Harbor. Harbor Farber.
Harbor Farber.
Came down here.
Harbor Freight.
All by myself. You know what I did? I went.
Well, we can see why you're by yourself, clearly. We can clearly see why nobody came with you.
down here and loved watching the game from my Palm Harbor, Harbor,
Oh my God, it's gibberish. Yeah, I don't like. We are just. I think we are so wasted. I am amazed that she is as energetic as she is for how wasted she is. I mean, she is something else.
Because you know why? Because without the American Indian, me.
Okay.
Because of us, you are nothing. You stole everything, and we belong. You believe everything. You can believe everything that you need. You can even do a genetics test.
A genetics test?
That means
what are we, like, for what? For what? Why do we need to do this?
What you're raised and what your American raised and your American raised.
Okay.
English raised. But guess what? You are us. You are us. You don't have to have stimulation that they gave you. What we are us. You are us. That's
This rambling is wild.
We are all of us. We are American Indians.
Oh.
We are African Americans. We are everything that you don't want to be.
What the hell?
The 53-year-old female was charged with felony battery on a law enforcement officer. Round 2 begins with another pompous cattle wandering down the road, trying to find
He said wampus
officer.
cat.
Round 2 begins with another
pompous cattle
wandering down the road, trying to find her way back to the ranch.
Oh, God.
Luckily for the cowboys, the beef was walking straight towards them.
All right, just stop for me for a second. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
All right,
Thank
relax,
you.
relax.
my.
I'm worried about you. We got a
Oh,
call.
my.
I'm not interested.
Okay, I'm
No,
worried.
thank
All right, relax. We got a call about you.
Don't.
Okay, you're walking in the middle of the street, which you can't do. So come over here.
Gosh, this is a nice neighborhood you got lost in here, lady. I bet everyone's calling the cops on you. This is too nice a neighborhood to be doing this in.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir.
We got a call for you.
I am not interested.
You are walking all over the road.
I am not interested.
Okay, and you're
I am
intoxicated.
Take me to home.
I'm
Take
trying
me to
to.
home.
What is your name?
Rebecca.
All right, just so you know, everything's audio video recorded.
Great.
I've never met you before, so I don't know who you are. What is your?
Can you take me home or
Okay.
can you not?
Yes. What?
Let's go.
Okay.
Well, that's nice. He's gonna take you home. Let's not get an attitude, but I feel like we are gonna get an attitude.
What did you take? Did you drink or what?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Can we go home?
Okay, where are you?
Where? Oh my
I'm ready.
goodness.
Can we leave? I want to go home.
Okay, what's your address?
I'm ready to give it to you.
Okay.
You don't look ready.
I'm ready. I don't want to be
I want to go
either.
home. I have a dog, a cat. I have
Okay.
people that rely on me.
Where-
I
Okay.
want to go the home.
All right.
Okay, well let's get you home. Let's not make this crazy. But I'm guessing that just can't not happen.
Where are you coming from?
Who gives a
Well, I got to
You
write it
guys don't
down.
give
I care.
You don't give a
You're walking back
Number
and
one
forth on the
is
road.
for certain you don't give a That's clear. We know.
Who is she talking to? Because we have one cop on this side and this lady cop is on the other side. She's looking in the like who are we talking to here?
People don't give a about where the you're coming from. That is for certain. Number two, doesn't matter. Take me home. Get me the up the street.
Okay. I
All
gotta
right,
make sure you don't have anything on you then before I
Waiting
put you
on
in my
y'all.
car. All right, relax. Okay.
Alcohol.
Oh, we got shooters. Okay.
Do you want to just pat it for me down real quick?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely just say.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't care. I will walk.
Well, we don't want you to walk. We don't want you to get
Yeah,
hurt.
we definitely don't
I will
need to be walking anywhere
Relax
else.
for a second. We're just trying to get you help here.
I
So where do you live?
have children.
Where do you have to get to?
Oh, lovely.
Gina?
That's not nice. Can you open this up for me, please?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
You can check that. It's offer.
All right, okay. That's oh my god.
Like, damn, man. I want to go the home. I want to go home. This is home. This is home. This is home.
All right, here.
Of course you don't know that.
All right, here.
Of course you don't know that. Of course
Oh,
you
okay,
don't know
let's
that.
not.
Do you have anything in your pockets here?
No, we don't have to get so hyphy here. Oh my goodness.
You don't know that.
All right, here.
Of course
You
you don't
mean
know
drunk.
that. Of course you don't know that.
Do you have anything in your pockets here?
Sure.
You have more
Oh,
alcohol?
Check.
dang.
Your pockets here?
Check it.
You all right?
I don't have time for it. I don't have time for this.
She's getting right in.
If you cannot give me everything that I came into your car with, Don't bother putting me in your car.
We're not taking your stuff. It's on body cam. We're not going to steal your stuff.
What did I ask you?
We're trying to
Oh
help.
my God. She does not like that lady cop for whatever reason, and both of these cops are being very, very nice. But I don't even know if they're gonna. I mean, I think he really is just gonna. He's more than happy to take her home.
Trying to help you here.
Thank you.
You want your ID?
It's like fighting her.
It was now time for the officers to reunite the lost drunkard with her family, something she wasn't exactly thrilled about.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right, Rebecca.
No.
You're gonna fall over. You're going to
Nope,
fall.
I'm gonna watch
Yep.
you.
Yeah, she's gonna fall over.
I'm not sure.
We're getting you
doing.
home.
No.
She just like dump her whole purse on the sidewalk? Oh my
I'm not
gosh.
sure what this means.
Come on, we're getting you home.
What is this equivalent?
I'm taking you home.
Sir, what is
We're
this?
taking
What
you
is it
home.
that you're
Yeah.
doing right now?
You're getting a ticket and you're going home
Ticket for what?
for disorderly conduct.
Of why?
Because you're drinking in public, you're littering, you're throwing stuff on people's yard. You can't do
I don't
that.
live here.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Good, put your legs in. Come on. Put your legs in. Come on.
Get on in there.
Come on. Put them in.
You do it.
How do you want me to do that? Sit in the car.
Do it.
Come on. I'm trying to help you. Here.
Oh my goodness. Just get in the car.
Come on. Can you sit in the car, please? Are you serious
Oh my
right now?
God.
Yep. And my arms are.
And we always resort to acting like children. I hate this. Just get in the car. Just get in the car.
hurting now.
It's your own fault.
Yeah.
All right, come on, get up. Let's go.
Nope. That definitely hurts.
Good. Oh my goodness.
Okay, let go of my arm.
And get up and stop being an idiot.
Let's go.
Stand up.
Oh my gosh.
What are you doing?
Right? Like what are... Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Stand up.
There it is. The wailing.
Stand up.
Get the off of me now.
Stop.
Oh my.
What is wrong with you?
Why are you doing this?
You could have just gotten in the car and take your ticket and he would have gotten you home. This is all we had to do. And now look at us. Now look where we are. Ma'am. You are a grown-ass woman.
Stand up. We're trying to take you home. We're trying to take you home.
Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go.
Pick her up.
There we go.
I don't know.
Stop.
Get the
Stop.
fuck out of my face, you dumbass.
Stop.
Wow.
Away from me.
Real nice.
Can you step up? Can you go up the steps? Just take one big step for us.
Pull the stretcher out, please.
Oh my goodness.
Why can't I sit? Why can't I sit? Why can't I sit? Why can't I sit?
We're not going to have you sit, Rebecca.
She won't lift her legs at
We're
all.
going to have
She's
you
gotta
sit, but we want to put you on the stretcher now, okay? We're going to put you on the stretcher.
The female was charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault on a police officer, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, having an open container of alcohol in public, and littering a plastic vodka shooter.
Oh my God. Well, if anything we've learned from this video is, you know, if you want to get this drunk, just call somebody. Just call someone. Call Uber, call friend, call taxi. You know, we don't need to be doing this. And if the cops do show up and they are willing to take you home, take it. Just take it. This was very entertaining, though. This was something. I mean, these people are something. I have no other words other than that for it. But this was a good one. All right, we are on to Warhammer, and this is from the Amber King, when Primarchs met the Emperor.
It is the 30th millennium. So far above and yet so human stands the Primarchs, Crafted from the Emperor's own genetic material, they have been spread across the galaxy, scattered by the forces of chaos, knowingly or unknowingly awake.
God, I just love all this art. I know I say this every video, but I just love all of this. Like, look at this. This is amazing.
Galaxy, scattered by the forces of chaos, knowingly or unknowingly awaiting the arrival of their father, the Emperor of mankind, Sanguinius, Perturabo, Corvus Corax. How did they meet the Emperor? Sanguinius had never seen a spaceship before, not outside the fractal impressions of them that had sailed in his waking dreams. This one, sitting on the desert plain with its golden armor, baking in the sun, had suggestions of vulturousness. It was a thing of power and efficiency, blunt and brutal. Fire made it fly, not any notion of grace. Figures clustered around the craft's landing legs, where the ship's great metal claws gripped the radiation-soaked dust of the wasteland. These men and women were plated in the same gold as the ship, rendered upon their bodies with painstaking artistry. My father's guardians, Sanguinius thought, and what a thought it was. Not only that a being such as his father required guardians, but that he had a father at all. All the years of wandering...
That's like such a deep line right there. Ooh, that's good.
Guardians, but that he had a father at all. All the years of wondering at his own heritage, devoid of insight into his origins. And here, at last, was the truth. Standing in the shadow of a vessel from the void, he leaned into the desert wind, stretching his muscles and rising on a thermal of bitter breeze. The temptation was there, like it always was. To soar, to break free of the ground and his responsibilities, taking to the sky and seeking distant lands, where the secrets of old wars lay buried. Today that urge was both stronger and weaker. His heart was ill at ease with what this meeting would mean, but nevertheless, he burned to know what lay ahead. He arced groundward, landing lightly with a scuff of his boots across the earth and a final furling of his wings.
This is such like an epic telling of like how Sanguinius is meeting the Emperor. It's like, you know, it almost seems like his dreams are coming true of like finally getting, you know, to see a spaceship and meeting his, I guess, you know, quote unquote, like father.
Dust swirled around his shins as he stepped forward. The golden figures carried weapons, a panoply of axes and spears, and hard caliber firearms. Sanguinius carried only his sword, undrawn, riding low on his hip. Welcome to Balfora, Outlanders. He spoke Enochian, the tongue of his people, the pure.
I have not made it Sanguinius yet. I haven't made it there to learn about like his backstory and everything, but I love his look. I love it.
He wondered if the Outlanders would understand him, or whether they would be forced to rely on hand gestures and awkward mimicry. My son, said one of the Golden Ones, somehow speaking it silently. He felt his father's voice for the first time as one of his own thoughts, a sensation rather than speech, backed by a tremendous feeling of suppressed force. The Golden Man, if he was a man, that sent the contact...
The Golden Man, oh, I love that. I love that.
The Golden Man, if he was a man, that sent the contact seemed to be making significant efforts to restrain himself, or to contain the power within himself. There was more there, though. My son rhymed with my weapon, and rhymed with my ninth, and rhymed with other concepts that Sanguinius couldn't pass from the core of the man's meaning. A lifetime of perspective was bound up in that contact, and Sanguinius sensed only the gulf between his father's silent words and the meaning behind them. But he felt no threat in the touch of mind upon mind. Confidence, impatience, love, caution, approximations of the...
I bet this was such an experience and moment to have, Because, I mean, he obviously looks like he's a grown man when this happens. And it seems like all of them are, you know, like a lot older when they do meet the Emperor. So I can only imagine like what's going through them, you know, when this moment happens.
Impatience, love, caution, approximations of those where words couldn't quite convey the actuality. It was all there. The man. And he did seem like a man. Dark of skin and hair, smelling of metal and sweat, in possession of a heartbeat, walked closer. I am the Emperor, the man said, as he stepped out from the spacecraft's shadow. And I am your father.
God, can you imagine? I cannot imagine this. I feel like this is like a whole thing, you know, of like this big ship comes down and you are like, you know, in awe of it. And then of all things, it's your dad. It's your dad that comes out and it's like, hey, I feel like this would be like such an array of emotions that you would probably go through.
The man had said, the word rhyming in silence with master, with shaper, with creator. Sanguinius met the Emperor's eyes. What he saw there, glinting in the light of his father's gaze, was the answer to the question he had never even considered. This being, this Emperor, was human, but he was not exactly a man. I see the light of many souls in your eyes, many men, many women. The Emperor smiled. Is that what you see? He spoke flawless Anakinaian, but that perfection was itself a flaw. He spoke the tongue with the same dialect and inflection as Sanguinius himself. Either the Emperor was pulling the meaning from the angel's mind, or imprinting meaning upon it. Whichever was true, he wasn't really speaking the language at all. Nor was Sanguinius entirely certain he could see the man's mouth move. I have sought you for many years, said the Emperor, and behind those words, Sanguinius sensed the cheering of crowds and the burning of worlds. His blood ran cold in the desert heat. I've seen shades of this meeting many times in my dreams, Sanguinius confessed. A heavier gust blew from the east. He instinctively lifted a wing to shield himself from the gritty air. The Emperor's eyes followed the movement. He began to circle Sanguinius in a slow walk, one gauntleted hand reaching out, fingertips running down the angel's feathers. Sanguinius's pale gaze tracked his circling father, but his wings rippled with discomfort each time the Emperor moved behind him, out of sight. You are uneasy, said the Emperor.
Ooh.
That is natural, my son. I have come not only to liberate you from exile, but to ease your heart and mind with all you need to know.
Yeah, this is like such a deep moment that they're having here, and I feel like it's like this is like a very heavy moment that he is experiencing, and I feel like this Emperor has an immense aura, and Sanguinius seems like he is picking up on this, and it's like a whole mixed bag of emotions, like I keep saying. But I feel like this is like, you know, a pretty pivotal moment for any of these Primarchs.
Sanguinius felt a lifetime of questions trapped on his tongue.
I bet.
There was one, however, that was always going to break free first. One question above all that plagued him and haunted his people. Since the tribe of pure blood had discovered him in the wild lands, they worshipped him for his strength and beneficence, but they feared him for the question that now lay unspoken between father and son. Ask, said the Emperor. Ask the question I sense lying upon your tongue. The angel pulled back from his father, not furling his wings but spreading them. With sudden passion he beat a fist against the animal hide on his breastplate. A lone feather, swan white, drifted in an arcing dance down to the dusty earth. What am I? You are my son.
Ooh, yeah, I bet that is something. I feel like a lot of them maybe at one point or another probably had this question within them. Maybe some didn't care as much, but Sanguinius seems like, this is something that kept him up at night of like, I'm not like the people that took me in and raised me, clearly, because he obviously realized that he is different in a way. And these people that are, kind of worshiping him, he must be like, what am I, and nobody had an answer for him until now.
Said the Emperor, and again, meanings and concepts dance beneath those words. You are my son, was overlaid by you are a Primarch, and you are my 9th general, and you are a component of a great work, and you were stolen by the enemy, and most unsettling of all, you may have been changed by them. I do not know what you mean. You will, the Emperor assured him. You are the death of faith, Sanguinius replied. That I know. The Emperor regarded him before speaking. Yes, his father agreed. And also, no. How do you know of such things? I told you. I have dreamed of this day. Fragments, shadows, suggestions. Sometimes they come to me. Fierce with emotion, yet rate clean of detail. Faith is a weapon, said the Emperor. A weapon that the species cannot be trusted to wield.
Oh, wow.
My people revere me as their god, Sanguinius replied. That brings them a measure of peace. No doubt to you and your sky-sailing kind, we are nothing but primitives, roaches in this poisoned desert. But I reward their faith in me. I am their servant. I am mercy when my people need it most, and I am death to their enemies. That does not make you a god, my son.
Oh my god, so Sanguinius is like a protector of his planet, or at least of his people. So he's like, is he like kind of looked at as a guardian angel?
I never said I was a god. I said my people believe me to be one.
Right.
Sanguinius stared into his father's inhuman, too human eyes. My people, the pure, are to be left in peace. Whatever pact you and I swear this day, my inviolate condition is this. No ship will enter Balfora's heavens without my mandate, and no interference will be permitted to the clans of the pure blood without my permission. We have carved out the solace of peace here, together. You will not threaten it, father. The Emperor nodded, not in agreement, but in sudden understanding. That is why you fear me, is it not? You fear the endangerment of what you have achieved here. I speak of loyalty and love, the angel said gently, and you speak of achievement. Am I wrong? Asked the Emperor. I fear for the lives of my people, who deserve only peace, a peace we have fought so hard for. Behind your words, I hear the triumph of cultures that see you as their savior, but I also hear the razing of cities and the burning of worlds. I hear the dirges of faith now forbidden, and the mourning of those nations that followed them. Am I wrong? The Emperor said nothing. Later, many times over the decades to come, Sanguinius would think back on those words. For all the purity of the Emperor's intent, there were so many compromises. Faith could not be tolerated, except for when it could. Religions were drowned in the ashes of defiant worlds. Sanguinius asked then what no other Primarch had given voice to. Even Angron, upon his discovery, would act without asking the question Sanguinius asked now. What if I refuse? The Emperor seemed to weigh this. You will not refuse. I know your soul.
Dang, that is some confidence. Because, or I'm guessing that the Emperor is going to tell him something that Sanguinius is going to be like, I obviously can't say no to this, but I do love how protective he is over his people, though, and that he wants to keep them safe. I actually love that about him.
Here you saved tens of thousands of lives. With me, You will save billions of lives on millions of worlds. You will save the lives of every human yet to be born. And that is not something you could turn your back on. They stared into each other's eyes, father and son, creator and created. Neither argued against the truth of the Emperor's words. I want something from you. I want your oath. The Emperor was silent, allowing his son to continue. Do you swear, on whatever oaths you hold value to you, that you will leave the clans of the purebloods in peace, untouched by your designs unless they desire otherwise, free to exist as they already exist, believing whatever they choose to believe?
Ooh, yeah. I like that. I mean, this is him standing, like really standing up for his people. I like this. I like this about him.
The Emperor hesitated. Sanguinius saw the calculation in his father's eyes, and he wondered, is he taken aback by the love I bear for my people? Or is he merely considering alternate avenues around this obstacle in his great work? The Emperor finally spoke. You have my promise. Sanguinius closed his wings. Then let us speak of the future, Father. And so they did. This is such a fantastic scene as after finally
oh my god, he's so right. I feel like this is like such a huge moment, and like so much gets exchanged here. It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible between them.
So long, Sanguinius has so many answers. He has dealt with this secret shame that when the Emperor or whatever creator was out there, they would see his wings, they would think something was wrong with him, like he was mutated in some way. And to know that he has this...
No, he's beautiful. He's a Greek god of an angel, you know, from from these depictions of him. I love it. I actually love that, you know, kind of angle that they took for him.
Wrong with him, like he was mutated in some way. And to know that he has this acceptance by the Emperor means so much to him. He also fears immensely for his people, the people who have saved him, the people who took him in when he was so young. And he has endured so much on this hellscape of Baal.
I like that he appreciates the people that took him in and raised him and kept him safe, and like in return, you know, he's become like their guardian. But that appreciation that he has for them, I love this, you know, exchange that he even has like with his own people that's happened for him. I think this story is great.
So young, and he has endured so much on this hellscape of Baal, and he understands that when the Emperor comes, it is a critical moment. There's only a before and after for this very grandiose entrance, because the Emperor has designs on the galaxy, and he fears that in the name of a compliance, in the name of conformity to this greater whole of this Imperium, the people of Baal would suffer immensely. But in a way, it is a dream. It is a unification of the entire species of mankind.
Well, I'm sure it's like he dreamed of this, right? So he knows that like at some point this is probably going to happen, and that as much as I think he would love for the, you know, and like would love for this to have, like for this day to come, and he looks forward to it, it's probably also really scary too, because if he he seems like he has that kind of insight that like if it were to jeopardize his people in any way, shape, or form, like it's gonna like probably totally tear at him and like eat him up. So it seems like he has thought about this moment for a very long time and has made very cautious decisions when he does interact with the Emperor finally, which is, I mean, this is absolutely fantastic.
The terror at his heart, all led by this master of mankind, the Emperor. The gift of foresight possessed by both of these immensely powerful humans and men means that they both knew this was coming, but yet Sanguinius almost seems to realize that this is not a momentous and joyous occasion.
Right.
This is a negotiation, and it's a moment of a great weight and a great responsibility placed upon his shoulders. Because he's no longer, after this, the protector of just Baal. He is going to be the protector of the Imperium and the protector of humanity.
Right.
The Emperor comes and he's assessing him, looking to see if he, Sanguinius, is worthy to join his side. Light spilled from within as a gangplank extended from the craft with a clank. A shadow appeared in the light, waiting for a moment at the entryway before emerging into view. Whispers spread through the men of surprise and amazement, guns quivering in shaking hands, and there were clatters as some of the soldiers dropped their weapons. Seemingly without prompt, the men lowered themselves to the ground, putting aside their weapons and bowing their heads. Some prostrated themselves, whispering fervently. Corvus glanced at Gaffiton beside him. The lieutenant was on his knees too. There were tears in his eyes, an expression of joy etched on his slack-lipped face. So majestic, Gaffion muttered. What glory, what power. Confused, Corvus directed his attention to the man descending the landing ramp. He seemed unremarkable. In fact, he seemed so unremarkable that Corvus could not discern a single distinguishing feature about him. He was of average height, with dark...
This is like such a stark contrast to Sanguinius's first impressions of seeing the Emperor. I love this. I love that we had so many different interactions that are, so background based with all of these Primarchs. I love this because I feel like for somebody who's learning about all the Primarchs right now, it gives me such a well-rounded view of them. And because I'm, I don't really have a favorite, I honestly have been enjoying learning about all of them so far. And I can't really say that I don't know if I'll ever really pick a favorite because I feel like all of their stories are also interesting. But these interactions of meeting the Emperor, I think this is really cool. I think this is a very, very cool thing in here.
Dark hair and moderately tanned skin. In build, he was neither bulky nor slight, but of normal proportion. Slightly larger than the malnourished men who now abased themselves before him. He was dressed in a robe of white linen, free of ornamentation except for a necklace of gold, which hung a pendant fashioned in the shape of an eagle with outspread wings, a lightning bolt in its claws. The man's eyes were as indistinct as the rest of him, neither blue nor green, nor grey nor brown, but a flexed mixture of all. Yet there was something in those eyes that reached into Corvus and touched upon his inner self. There was wisdom and kindness there, and antiquity that was very humbling, but also disconcerting. At the same time as Corvus saw this, he also witnessed the arrival of a demigod. Wreathed in golden light and dressed in white finery that burned with its own light, he saw a stern face set with two golden orbs for eyes, piercing in their intensity, searing into the core of his being. The stranger seemed to tower over the kneeling men, borne forward upon a carpet of undulating flames. It was impossible to reconcile the two images. The supreme, grandiose king of men approached Corvus, but all the while the slight, unimposing man flickered within. Finally, Corvus's mind could fight no longer against the glamour, and he saw the new arrival as his followers did, and was filled with an overwhelming urge to pay obedience to this stranger. He fought that instinct. He had waged a war so that his people would not bow before another man. The newcomer's effect on Corvus's men unsettled the rebel leader. He stared with narrowed eyes, unable to discern which image was true and which was illusion, as the stranger paced slowly and confidently across the ferrocrete. "Who are you?" Corvus demanded. What have you done to my men? The stranger looked around at the guerrilla fighters, regarding him with adoration, seeming to Corvus slightly nonplussed at the scene. His blonde hair fell in waves across his shoulders as he turned his head, spilling like fiery liquid. Another wave of majesty swept over Corvus, and again the guerrilla commander made a physical effort not to fall to his knees. An occupational hazard, said the man, returning his attention to Corvus. He fixed the rebel.
God, I love this. God, I just love this so much. I mean, I would say that I am pretty unbiased. I haven't really like attached myself to anybody, but just experiencing this and hearing all of these, I just love it. And then I love these visuals. I mean, there's so much art that is just absolutely amazing. And I think when you have like this storytelling and the art come together and you're, you know, especially when we are listening to a very pivotal moment for these Primarchs, I just love this. I think this is the coolest thing.
Leader with a stare, his eyes now permanently golden like bottomless wells of light. There was a glow of power beneath his skin, as if the stranger's flesh were embers masked behind thin paper. Corvus experienced a momentary fluttering in his breast, and a knot of anxiety in his gut, a fraction of the effect the man was having on his warriors. I am the Emperor of mankind. I created you. Hearing these words was like a veil lifting from Corvus's eyes. He saw the Emperor.
You think he was like, oh shit. As soon as he heard those words come out of that man's mouth, and I think he was just like, oh man.
These words was like a veil lifting from Corvus's eyes. He saw the Emperor as he had seen him before, watching the growing infant through the canopy in an incubator. His face had been distorted by the curves of plates of glass, but the features were unmistakable. The guerrilla leader had long pondered the face from his earliest memories, wondering to whom it belonged. Now vague recollections became sharp memory. Corvus recalled the noise and lights and booming voices that engulfed him, remembered the surge of power and disorientation as unnatural forces had borne him away from that place of his creation. Now he saw and knew for certain the face of his father, the only individual worthy of Corvus's unwavering obedience. He lowered himself to one knee in deference, understanding that the stranger spoke the truth. Here was the master of mankind. What do you call this place? The Emperor asked. It used to be called Lycaeus, Corvus replied. Now we know it as Deliverance.
Ooh, that's Deliverance. Ooh, I like that.
A good name, said the Emperor. Please, rise, my son. We have much to talk about.
Gosh.
And they did. Corvus withdrew from his men and took the Emperor to his quarters, an old guard station in the mid-levels of the Black Tower. Corvus sought out food and drink for his guest, ashamed at the meager fare he could offer his father. The Emperor waved away his concerns, sitting on the rough bunk that served as a chair for the massive rebel commander. Do you recognize me? The Emperor asked. His expression was hard to read. Corvus thought he detected a hint of surprise behind the question. Whatever glamour had befallen the guerrillas had a lesser effect on Corvus, and the man before him was definitely the same from his old memories. As if from a dream, he replied.
So they all must have dreamed of some sort of like, seeing the Emperor one way or another, or maybe always sensing that they were different and that, they maybe had these glimpses of the Emperor and maybe not realizing that it was, their creator, but obviously he must have meant something, or was, something important in their minds, whether or not they knew what that importance was or not.
Old memories, as if from a dream, he replied. Interesting, said the Emperor. With a smile and a nod, they spoke about many things. Though Corvus was bursting with questions about the Emperor, himself and the wider galaxy, he found that he did most of the talking, answering constant queries from the Emperor concerning what had taken place on Deliverance and Kievar. Corvus furnished him with all the information he could concerning the history of the star system and the war for freedom he had waged over recent years. Corvus paced the room while he spoke, animated and energized. The Emperor sat on the bunk and nodded occasionally, in understanding rather than approval. In fact, he showed no judgment of any kind, no condemnation or endorsement of Corvus's actions. He listened intensely to everything Corvus told him, sometimes asking exceptionally pertinent questions about the tiniest of details, wishing to absorb everything about Corvus's life. But there is one piece missing that I cannot answer, Corvus said, finally voicing what in his heart he had yearned to know since his first discovery. How is it I came to be here?
I actually love this interaction between them too, of he sat here and listened to Corvus just talk and talk and talk and talk, and then interject when, he felt it was necessary to understand what was going on. But, I actually love that he sits down with him and they just have this very long and probably interesting conversation about, what Corvus's life has been up until literally this point, until the Emperor shows up.
His first discovery. How is it I came to be here? The Emperor's mood darkened, and his face grew grim. For the first time, he took a sip from the glass of water Corvus had given to him hours earlier. Eyes haunted. There is another universe, he said. It lies alongside ours. Part of it, but also separated. It is called the Warp. I know of it, said Corvus, though I have not seen it. I hear that ships can use it to travel distant stars. Some of the machines of Kievar are said to harness the energy of the Warp. It is a universe of boundless power, and can be accessed, as you say, by ships and by the minds of special men that we call Psychers. The Emperor continued. Like our galaxy, the Warp is inhabited by creatures not of flesh, but thought. Sometimes they hunger for our material lives, wishing to feast on our mortality. You and your brothers were taken from me by denizens of the Warp before you were ready. Brothers? Corvus was excited by the prospect.
I wonder if he even thought about that, of like, do I have siblings or any of that, because it sounds like he's, like that alone just caught him off guard.
You were ready. Brothers? Corvus was excited by the prospect, pushing aside the questions that the Emperor's answers had prompted. Though he had had many friends amongst the prisoners of Lycaeus, always Corvus had been aware of his otherness, and when they had started to call him savior, any hope of normal relationships had ended. That there were others like him filled.
Oh man, yeah, I guess that's true, huh? That you will always be treated differently because you are a Primarch and everyone, is calling you a savior, and it probably makes relationships extremely difficult, as, to have somebody that you can truly have, a bond with without having that, kind of a hierarchy that would always be present.
More relationships had ended. That there were others like him filled Corvus with hope again. Yes, you have brothers, said the Emperor, smiling at his son's delight. 17 of them. You are the Primarchs, my finest creations. 17? Corvus asked, confused. I remember that I was number 19. How can that be so? The Emperor's expression grew bleak, filled with deep sorrow. He looked away as he replied. The other two, he said. That is a conversation for another day. Where are my brothers now? Are they with you? You and the other Primarchs were snatched from me by strange powers of the warp, thrown across the galaxy on unnatural tides. That is how you came to rest beneath a glacier on this moon. Yes, I have seen what befell you, learning of your life the moment I laid eyes upon you. The rumor of you, of a magnificent being who led a rebellion here, has traveled farther than you realize, and it was word of this that attracted my attention. Your brothers, those I have found, were similarly scattered to far-flung worlds. Like you, they are all great warriors and leaders. That was my gift to you. You are supreme commanders, with intellect and physical ability unmatched by anything in the mass of humanity. I engineered you from my own genetic structure, to be my sons and my lieutenants in the Great Crusade. What is this crusade? How many of my brothers have you found? Most of them, replied the Emperor. I have vast armies, legiones astartes. As you are crafted from me, so they are crafted from you. The Primarchs are the generals of those armies, leading humanity's reconquest of the galaxy. The long night, the age of strife has ended. The remnant of old empires smolder out in the darkness, the dying coals of humanity almost smothered by the dark. The Great Crusade fans the flames into life, bringing with it reason to drive out superstition, enlightenment to replace barbarism. With your help, I will unite humanity and lead mankind to rule the stars.
God, I love that. I don't know. I know I keep saying this, but this is incredible. I am like so drawn into these interactions that they have here. This is great. I mean, this is great. And to hear just how the Emperor is talking to his sons and like, you know, that first moment that he has with all of them, you know, I love it. I absolutely love it. I love that this is all included in all of their lore, because I feel like this is cool. This is amazing to listen to.
It was so much to take in, but Corvus knew it to be true. Not only the words of the Emperor seemed certain, the idea of what he described meshed with a much deeper feeling, knowing he was a Primarch, that he had been created to fight and to command, explained much that Corvus had never understood about himself, on a level that he understood in his spirit, and was encoded into every cell of his body. Corvus knew what he was. I swear my loyalty to you, said Corvus.
I wonder how many of them just felt relieved in knowing that so many questions finally get answered, and questions that probably like literally like nobody around them could answer for them. So to have the Emperor show up, and then, you know, one, you get to meet like your father creator. Two, you know, it doesn't seem like he's necessarily not open to answering all the questions, you know, aside from like the other two Primarchs that we don't know about. But overall, I mean, it seems like, you know, these are pretty good conversations that they're having, and there's a lot of probably important information that is being exchanged between them. And as much as, you know, they are kind of getting recruited as these, you know, big time generals, but at the same time, it's like, you know, they might finally feel like they understand their purpose and who they are and where they came from, which probably makes, you know, getting them to join your, you know, legion probably a lot easier. But it's very interesting to see the way that Corvus is reacting versus Sanguinius, because I feel like these are very, very different angles and kind of behaviors, and that is going on between the two of them. That, you know, one is very, very cautious but very happy to understand that like he finally gets what he is, and he understands that he has a bigger purpose, and he's still very, very protective of his people. And then we have Corvus on this side, who seems like he's just stoked. You know, he's just, like, he's so happy to understand so much that he didn't about himself.
Knew what he was. I swear my loyalty to you, said Corvus, sinking to one knee in front of the Emperor. He met the Emperor's gaze and felt elation, like no victory had given him before. I am your son, your Primarch, and your will shall be my command. That is good, said the Emperor. I have armies waiting for you. They are the Raven Guard.
The Raven
Highly
Guard.
decorated and distinguished in my campaigns already. When you are ready, you will assume command of the Legion. Am I not ready now? Corvus said, having been elevated and then deflated by the Emperor's words. Not yet, my son, said the Emperor, but soon you will emerge to join your brothers, and take your place at my side at the head of the Raven Guard. First, though, tell me of Kievar. What are your intentions? To bring peace to both the world and its moon, to heal the wounds of the past, said Corvus. With your help, I will succeed. Peace is the hardest goal to achieve, said the Emperor. Victory, the cessation of war, the demilitarization of our opponents, these we can obtain with might of arms and perseverance. Peace, that is an altogether different beast.
Man, that is so true. That's even true, like, in the real world. You know, peace is a different kind of beast. I think that is so beautifully said, because I feel like there are so many other aspects of war and, you know, the healing of sides and everything. But peace is something that is, it is a very ambitious goal to have.
Peace, that is an altogether different beast. Corvus frowned, but nodded slowly. The Emperor sipped from his glass, his gaze unmoving. Tell me again, then. Tell me of the wounds you and your followers inflicted upon this world, and of the peace you would bring to it with my help. The moment comes where the questions to all the answers he has been hiding and suppressing deep down. It walks down that gangplank, and it is a being of incredible power, his father, the Emperor of mankind. Perhaps of all his brothers, Corvus maybe sees a small glimpse of the man, the true man, underneath the incredible power that is the Emperor. The initial discussions with his father is awkward, a detail that's not been shown with many of the other Primarchs, showing that perhaps the Emperor himself was unsure about how this meeting was going to go. But as soon as the Emperor mentions that Corvus has brothers, Corvus is immediately latching onto it.
Yeah.
Because he, like many of the others, desires one thing: to be amongst equals, to have someone who can relate to him and not just see him as a savior, but as Corvus the person.
Oh God, yeah, right. I bet that this is probably like what they all kind of want in one way, shape, or form, even if some are maybe a little bit more arrogant than others. But I would say that there's no way that they wouldn't want something like this. And to know that you have brothers, that's like the perfect solution to feeling like you have somebody who's equal to you, is somebody who is your, sibling, family. And it seems like he really wanted this in his life, and probably felt kind of lonely.
But there is a shadow that hangs over this joyous reunion. The fact that clearly two of his brothers are no longer in the picture.
Right.
Something that is almost completely unique to the meeting of Corvus. It's never even discussed with the other Primarchs. But this may be because Corvus is just found so late in the Great Crusade. The Emperor, unlike with many other Primarchs, does not immediately swoop Corvus away, send him straight into training. He wishes to test him. He says he has been watching his life, but he wishes to see how he will finish this war he has started between the moon and the planet below. Perhaps there is an indication that the Emperor feels there is a naivety to Corvus. or in the wake of these two failed Primarchs, the Emperor is more cautious of these sons of his.
Or does he feel like maybe Corvus might be a little too emotional? Which, I mean, is kind of understandable in like your first initial meeting with him, but maybe he senses there's like a little bit, maybe Corvus has a little bit too much emotion and maybe some of his choices in life.
Failed Primarchs, the Emperor is more cautious of these sons of his. Perhaps he needs to test them more before bringing them into the fold. These three Primarchs, I believe, have the most positive interactions with the Emperor. It's a side where they get to see that he is definitely the master of mankind. He is the head of a growing state and empire, but yet it shows that he is trying to be a father in these moments.
Right.
He actually even smiles at them for when they feel joy, for when they wish to have interactions with brothers. They clearly need something from him, which is a role that is a fatherly figure, and he understands this within these three particularly. Once more Perturabo climbed. His life up to this point faded into inconsequentiality. His works of art and science, his time at Locos, his conquests of most of Olympia, they all seemed unimportant. They were activities undertaken to while away a long vigil, until this sole matter of importance could be addressed. Finally, after years of waiting, his father had come. Perturabo climbed hand over hand, rapidly and without due care, ripping his skin on the razored rocks of Mount Telenus. Its pristine snows, untouched by human tread, gleamed above, but they could not outshine the figure that stood at the top of the cliff. Perturabo stared into his brilliance, weeping for the glory. His tears froze upon his skin, coating them in ice that cracked when his cheeks moved. "Father," he cried.
Oh my gosh.
The glowing figure said nothing, but awaited him silently below the peak of the mountain, though his view should have been obscured by the overhanging crags of the unclimbable peak. Perturabo could see his father, no matter where he was. He did not care how he could see his father. He was certain it was him, more certain than he had been on anything in his life. From the moment the lights came down from the sky 2 nights ago and settled upon Telephus, he was sure that his true maker had arrived. Others said the black judges had come for their tithe, or that the gods had returned to judge the world. But Perturabo knew with unshakable certainty who it was. Father. He had left the palace at Locos the same day, without provisions, and had taken an aircraft for Telephus. There was nowhere for the light flitter to land, so he crashed it down at the base of the towering mountain and set out on foot, through terraced fields, then sparse forests, onto the prickly meadows that grew around the tree line, and finally on to bare rock. Almost 8,000 meters, and he had not stopped. He looked upwards. The star maelstrom was gone. For the first time, Perturabo was free of its scrutiny. He was not at peace, not yet. His heart thundered with nervous energy. His mind crowded itself with 100 different possible outcomes of this meeting. Anxiety.
Well, this is like a totally different type of entrance that we're getting with him. I mean, this man is going through it to try to get to his father.
He turned most of them bad. He feared he would not be recognized, or that he would be deemed unworthy, or that he would find his father cruel, or that he had been wrong, and it was not his father after all. Positive possibilities dwindled under the weight of his paranoia, inherent to him but honed by years of life among the Olympians. He had lost count of how many plots he had foiled against his life. There was a chance this miracle was but the latest. He needed to know. His need to know sped him on. Infused with a frantic, almost destructive energy, he climbed at a speed that would have burst a mortal heart, passing far into the air that would have starved the lungs of a normal human being. Telephus was so high that altitude sickness and lack of oxygen afflicted even him, and he ascended in a state close to delirium, taunted by mocking words of unseen beings. He reached a broad ledge. Behind him, All of Olympia spread out. The lesser mountains, like sycophants, crowded around the majesty of Mount Telephus. Sparing no look for the view, he ran across the loose rock of the edge, imprinting it for the first time with human footprints. A cliff of ice reared up ahead. Without stopping, he scrambled upwards, his clawed hands punching holes into the rock face where no handhold existed. The cold burned his flesh. His fingers became numb, like tools of raw iron isolated from his body.
Oh my gosh.
He used them to haul himself upwards. His breath seared his lungs. His limbs trembled with lactic acid buildup. Even his marvelous body could not purge. Colored dots danced across his eyes. He reached upwards, throwing his weight after his hand by pushing hard with his feet. He had been climbing too fast and too dangerously. Also, he might fulfill his need to see his father. This time, his fingers found nothing to grab onto, and he overbalanced. With an incoherent shout, Perturabo fell backwards, finally defeated. But he did not fall. An armored hand grabbed his wrist, and though it was a hand of standard human size, not gargantuan like his own, a great strength was hidden within it. Perturabo looked up, straight into the face of the shining figure. He cried out in fear and wonder. His mind was laid bare, a presence as crushing as the collapse of a mountain bore down on him. The light faded. Perturabo was standing upon solid ice, over 9,000 meters in the sky, where the air thinned to blackness and stars shone all day long. The man's face, previously hidden by the light of his majesty.
Bro had to work for this one, man. Like on the other two, you know, like he had Emperor landed and they were greeted, but this one, bro had to work for this one.
Clear.
Damn.
Features emerged from the radiance, until Perturabo saw his body and face clearly. A man, mighty and godlike in power, but a man for all that stood before him. His smile was broad in a flawless face. "My son," he said. His lips remained in that sincere expression of pleasure, the like of which Perturabo had never seen on the calculating faces of the Olympians. No words passed his lips, but still he spoke. "I have found you." Perturabo swayed. The pressure of his father's mind was immense. The much-feared star maelstrom was nothing compared to this power. Perturabo's deepest thoughts were dragged out into the light of his soul, and read as easily as words on paper. He looked down on the man, then fell to his knees with all humility, a quality in which until this moment he had not known in himself. Father. Kneeling. Perturabo was still taller than the man, but he was left in no doubt that this strange visitor surpassed him in every way. "I am the Emperor of Terror, and all of mankind," said the man, now speaking aloud. His voice was calm and full of the promise of greater things. "You are Perturabo." I am, said Perturabo. "You know me." The Emperor laid a hand on his shoulder. Warriors in tall helms and golden armor were arrayed behind the Emperor. They watched him closely. "You are as dauntless as I intended you to be." The Emperor looked out over the world, as if he could see the smallest detail from their lofty vantage. "You have achieved much." His smile broadened with delight. "I see a world of peace, filled with mighty castles and marvelous devices. We have much to talk of, and I can teach you a great deal. I sense the hunger in you for knowledge. I think you and I have many nights of discussion ahead of us." "Yes," said Perturabo. "Please." He was struck near dumb by wonder. "Will you offer me?"
I bet he probably felt so relieved that one, it wasn't something that was there to kill him and his people. But two, that, you know, when he does realize that it is his father, I bet he's just like, you know, like kind of like the rest, you know, it's like finally finally, and I can sit down and have like some long discussions with him, and you know, he thinks that like what I've done so far is good. And you know, I feel like this is like such a, you know, these are such pivotal moments for these Primarchs, and it's really interesting to see, you know, that first realization of them, like when they realize that they're seeing their father for the first time, and / emperor, you know, because I feel like those two are probably, you know, huge deals in their life in this moment.
Your allegiance. Will you join with me and pledge yourself to humanity's service? The warriors in gold tensed, their weapons pointed at Perturabo. Ordinarily, this insult would have sent him into a towering rage, but Perturabo's arrogance, until then immutable as iron, melted and was swept away as he answered meekly, I want nothing more. I swear I shall serve you faithfully for all time. This I pledge. The Emperor looked at him with an expression of infinite wisdom. Deep in his eyes, sorrow lurked. Perturabo wished more than anything to banish that sadness if he could. Then rise, my son. The sadness was hidden away again, so that Perturabo doubted he'd ever seen it, and was ashamed he could impute such an emotion on so perfect a being. Your road will be hard, but few are worthy of it, said the Emperor. I have many tasks for you, the indefatigable, the indomitable, the unrelenting. You shall be my Lord of Iron. Perturabo cried out in unabashed joy. Finally, he felt acceptance without caveat. Love radiated from the Emperor for his found son. Perturabo basked in it. For the first time, he felt a sense of true belonging. And may it forever be so, said Perturabo. Perhaps the most incredible moment in Perturabo's life.
Yeah.
He finally meets his creator. After years of a life where he had no answers to the burning questions in his mind, he always knew that he was different. He was the lion among sheep. Even when he first arrived.
This has to be like how all of them feel, like, you know, like being scattered throughout the galaxy on these planets and stuff. And, you know, regardless of who takes them in and takes care of them, or lack thereof in some instances, but they have to know that, like, as they get older, that there is something very, very different about them compared to, like, basically any sort of other interaction they have with anything or anyone on all of the planets that they are growing up on. And it's got to lead them to some, probably like some really restless nights of trying to figure out exactly like what is going on with them. And, you know, that they just want answers, and they probably feel like maybe they were made for a bigger purpose, and they finally have that validation when the Emperor does show up.
He was the lion among sheep. Even when he first arrived on Olympia, and he didn't even know language, he knew he was different from mortal men. But now he's in a strange position. He's no longer the most singular, strongest being in the room. All of Perturabo's life, he has been used. He has been taken in by the tyrant of Logos, used for his mind to create engines of war. Perturabo forged a tyrant empire for his adopted father, but yet he only wished to build and create things of art. He's paraded around the courts of Olympia. Always a thing, a tool in the corner, a weapon for the arsenal of the tyrant, something that would bring him misery, pain, and danger at every corner. But now he meets his father, and for the first time he makes his own choice to serve. He chooses to put his loyalty, his trust into a being that far surpasses himself. He sees the arrival of the Emperor as a form of salvation, and so he gives his oath without question, something that immediately makes the Emperor pleased, and even the guards around him, who clearly show that perhaps this meeting has not always gone to plan in other Primarch interactions. The Emperor clearly states to Perturabo that there is something special about him, that he knows Perturabo is filled with knowledge, and he is a tool that he's happily going to be using for a great purpose, which is the reconquest of the galaxy.
This was fantastic. I absolutely love the Amber King. I love his voice. I could listen to this man read a phone book. But the way that he, picked these 3 interactions out, I really, really enjoyed listening to them. They seem like they are very, very different from each other, but also have that same undertone of they had these questions of who they were. They had dreams of meeting the Emperor, so knowing that was going to come. And then as far as pledging their allegiance to the Emperor, obviously with Sanguinius, he had some reservations, and there was a deal to be had there of we need to have this agreement. But I loved each one individually, on their own. They all have very, very interesting things going on for all 3 of them. And it gives me more insight to each one, since I haven't made it to these 3 yet, but it does give me quite the interesting insight to them, and I am very, very excited to learn about their whole upbringings. But this was absolutely fantastic. I absolutely love this. I know that I don't really react to Amber King because some of his videos are 2.5 hours long, so I definitely will enjoy listening to him in my free time. But I did find this video that was a little bit shorter, and I thought this would be great, and I think this was perfect. I absolutely love this. So if I do come across some of his shorter videos, I would be more than happy to react to them, listen to them. Absolutely love him. Okay, we're going to learn about purity seals, and what are they, because I know what they are, but I don't know what they are. If that makes any sense. So here we are with Arbiter Ian. He's going to explain to us what they are. Thank God we have this.
Hi gang, you ever notice these little paper tags that are everywhere in the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k, decorating the armor of Space Marines and the robes of Imperial missionaries just as much, with particularly ancient warriors often bedecked with these things? They are, of course, purity seals, but what actually are purity seals, and what do they mean? Well, it turns out quite a lot of things. Purity seals are everywhere in the Imperium of Man, a long-running cultural artifact of the Imperium. Purity seals are used for a million different things, from symbols of faith to protective amulets, from symbols of authority to brands of certification. Many Imperial factions and characters make use of them. They're not the most obvious thing about Warhammer 4.
I guess maybe I thought they were some sort of ranking certificate or something. I guess I'm trying to think of because I noticed them, I see them, I know what they are, but I didn't know what they necessarily stood for. And I guess in my head, thinking about it, I kind of thought they were kind of like medals of honor, I guess, in a way. I guess that's what I kind of thought they were. So this is nice, because I honestly had really no idea.
Factions and characters make use of them. They're not the most obvious thing about Warhammer 40k models, though. They're always just an extra detail added, but over time, they've become quite ubiquitous. And they're given great significance sometimes, so much so that they might burn up in the presence of evil just to, add some detail to your animation. Physically, what we're talking about comprises a strip of parchment or paper, or maybe, depending on the seal, some sort of longer lasting material, affixed to clothes, equipment, or armor with a wax impressed seal, like people used to seal envelopes with, or something that looks like a wax seal. A number of materials, even permanent metal casings, have been used over the years. The parchment attached is written upon, with anything from holy verses to demands for authority, and it's this writing that's important, a statement of whatever the hell it means. The seal itself at the top of it is just there to affix it to the armor, and it might bear something as simple as a human skull. That's really common across all of 40k. To any
human skull, very popular, very popular. I like it. I like it. I do like the wax though. The like stamped wax look. I think that, I don't know, that's probably one of my favorite ones. I have seen the skull ones. I mean, I've seen, I think, lots of them, but I think my personal favorite is the one that looks like it's like waxed with the stamp in it. I don't know, there's something about it that I think it just looks cool. It gives like a little, I don't know, I feel like that has like a little bit more character to it.
As simple as a human skull, that's really common across all of 40k, to any of the common sigils of authority associated with the Imperium, to really specific markings that relate to a specific honor. Purity seals are found everywhere, from the robes of Imperial preachers to the bolt guns of Imperial Space Marines, and can mean all sorts of different things, but their use and their development in the setting has a few different origins. Like many real-world traditions, they're a conglomeration of a few different older traditions and ideas that eventually morph into one thing through long use and cultural osmosis. Traditions that, in at least 2 cases, date back to the formation of the Imperium, the days of the Great Crusade, and the Horus Heresy. And one of those was the Oath of Moment. Oaths of Moment were a tradition that spread through the early Space Marine legions in the days of the Great Crusade. When the Emperor united Earth and the Great Crusade spread out from humanity's homeworld, the 20 legions of Space Marines accompanied it, each organized according to the tenets of the Principia Bellicosa, a doctrine that was inherited from the Emperor's previous armed forces. Each of these legions contained Astartes raised from the population of Terra, sometimes really broadly, sometimes from very specific different cultures, and as they moved through the galaxy, bringing worlds into compliance, each legion's culture then diverged significantly from each other. Initially, they just had little contact with each other, crusading far away and in different directions from the other legions. But as the crusade...
I mean, that makes sense. That seems like a natural thing to have happen, especially these crusades look like they are, far and wide. So, when you have all of this going on, this just seems like a natural occurrence.
Culture then diverged significantly from each other. Initially, they just had little contact with each other, crusading far away and in different directions from the other legions. But as the crusade went on, they were reunited with their Primarchs, who had their own worlds with their own cultures, and those incorporated new recruits from those worlds and from others they conquered, all of which contributed towards making each legion unique. However, there were some traditions that persisted from the old days, some cross-pollination, including some attempts to deliberately foster camaraderie between the disparate forces, or instances where one legion just adopted the traditions of those they served alongside. Oaths of Moment seem...
I feel like that makes sense too, though. I mean, that's kind of like how you have traditions that get started and it just keeps getting passed on, and that's just what happens, right? It's just like what we do. And so I mean that makes total sense.
Adopted the traditions of those they served alongside. Oaths of Moment seem to have become a common legion practice amongst a number of different legions early in the Crusade. There were, of course, slight variations from legion to legion, but the broad idea was that an Astartes officer or a squad would, before being committed to battle, swear an oath to achieve the objectives they had been given in that mission, or simply to reinforce their general duty to their commanding officer. For example, before the Battle of the Whisperheads, Garviel Loken, captain of the 10th Company of the Lunar Wolves, was oathed to the following: "Do you, Garviel Loken, accept your role in this. Do you promise to lead your men into the zone of war and conduct them to glory no matter the ferocity or ingenuity of the foe? Do you swear to crush the insurgents of 6319 despite all they might throw at you? Do you pledge to do honor to the 16th Legion and the Emperor? To which Garviel responded, on this matter and by this weapon I swear.
This makes sense too. I mean, this makes total sense too. Of like, you have these oaths that you're going to take before you go into battle. I also think that like that could probably boost some morale to going into battle too. Is that you've taken this oath, and that kind of adds to your battle hype.
Over a weapon, and had to be witnessed by other Astartes officers to be valid. And it was common for the text of the oath to be written on parchment and affixed to the armor of the one taking the oath by means of a wax or...
I love it. I love the whole premise of this, honestly. I think it's kind of cool. It kind of adds like a little extra set of depth of something that you see on them that is like not necessarily like a huge deal, but it's very noticeable. Like, like we do see it in a lot of things throughout different characters of the Warhammer universe. And even though it almost looks like an accessory or just like a very small kind of like accent, it does mean something. And I love that.
Parchment and affixed to the armor of the one taking the oath by means of a wax or similar seal, something extremely similar in appearance to the purity seals so common in the 41st millennium. Officers would even write their own oath before battle as like a pre-battle ritual and then turn up to the loading deck to have it sworn in by someone else. The practice seems to have been really common amongst a number of legions at the time, and at least well known amongst the others, though not every legion adopted it. The 6th Legion, the Space Wolves, were noted as really disagreeing with the practice since they held a general distrust of written records.
You know what? Fair enough. Do you? Do you? I think that that's actually kind of like a unique trait of Space Wolves that, they didn't trust like written word. I like it.
As really disagreeing with the practice since they held a general distrust of written records. Originally, these oaths were considered matters of honor amongst fellow warriors, symbolic ways in which an Astartes could reaffirm his commitment to his commander or to his brothers. The Imperium at the time of the Great Crusade was secular, so these were reaffirmations of the sworn duty between brothers rather than anything with religious significance. However, that started to change near the end of the Crusade as the galaxy shifted into the heresy. Nathaniel Garrow, from our second example, was one of the few Astartes of the time who did consider the Emperor to be divine. And so when he and his company took their oath to bring news of Horus's treachery in the absence of any other Astartes, he considered the God Emperor his witness. Our second influence comes from a really similar time, at the very end of the Horus heresy, during the chaos and confusion of the Siege of Terra. By the end of this galaxy-spanning and extremely ruinous war, the traitor forces of Horus Lupercal had landed and laid siege to the Emperor's palace on Terra, slowly forcing their way through the layers and layers of defenses, walls, and fortifications planned out by Rogel Dawn. But the Imperial Palace was colossal, a massive sprawling city even then, the size of a small country.
Right? Like, I mean, from what I've seen of these and, like the main gist of this, I mean, yeah, this place looked huge.
Colossal, a massive sprawling city even then, the size of a small country with millions of inhabitants, not all of whom were combatants. And the siege of the palace created millions of refugees, workers, administrators, craftsmen, children. Many had flocked to the palace in the early stages of the invasion for safety, and as the siege ground on and the layers and layers of defenses fell, its death toll growing higher and higher, these refugees, bolstered in some cases by bedraggled soldiers with no command left, moved further and further inside the palace as one wall came down and the traitors overran another defense line, so the refugees had to flee again. And by the end of the siege, they were fleeing to areas of the palace that were once considered the most secure, areas where no civilian would have set foot shortly before. Coupled with this, as the siege raged on the ground,
I feel like that probably causes like a little bit of a mess, right? And places that like weren't maybe meant for the common folk to be in there are now showing up in there, but it's kind of like, but then you've got this whole, siege going on outside. So it's kind of, that seems like this kind of created quite a mess.
Set foot shortly before. Coupled with this, as the siege raged on the ground, so a metaphysical war was raging between the Emperor, confined to his golden throne, and Horus's patrons, the Chaos Powers. By the latter days of the siege, the warp had infused the palace. Time had all but stopped or flowed in strange ways. Streets led to areas of the palace that should exist kilometers away, and the spreading warp corruption had started to affect the population. Not only was Terra now home to millions of Imperial Army personnel landed by the invading traitors, but the threat from infiltrators or people touched by warp contagion had to be controlled. And the civilian authorities of the palace attempted to find ways of vetting the refugees before allowing them access to another inner layer. One of these was the youth.
So are they going to you're going to probably get asked questions, kind of like a checkpoint, right? And then I guess if you're considered, okay to go, I don't know, like you get like a purity certificate maybe or something, and it's like a piece of paper, because like that, I feel like that would kind of make sense.
The refugees before allowing them access to another inner layer. One of these was the use of purity tags. Refugees were...
Okay, purity tags, there you go. So I could totally see that this is another origin point of the purity seal. For sure. I mean, this makes a lot of sense.
Inner layer. One of these was the use of purity tags. Refugees were interviewed and inspected at checkpoints for any outward signs of chaos corruption.
Right.
And if they were deemed free of taint, a piece of parchment was stapled to their clothing, a tag that literally declared them to be pure and therefore fit for some sort of service. This was originally intended as a practical way to stop infiltration or contagion, but at the time, many in the civilian population of Terra had started to convert to the beliefs of the Lectitio Divinitatis, an underground tract, actually a derivation of a text written by Lorgar back when he was loyal, that declared the Emperor to be a god. And some of the refugees processed in this way, their clothes affixed with a parchment tag declaring their purity, would later go on to lead this new religion as the Imperium slowly rebuilt itself. From those two sources, the only origin sources we have in the lore, we can see...
You know what? I think those are two very solid origins, to if you wanted to reference where purity seals came from. I think those are two pretty solid references.
Those two sources, the only origin sources we have in the lore, we can see how the purity seal might have developed. And over the next 10,000 years, the use of some sort of seal like this, affixed to equipment or to clothing or to armor or directly to the wearer sometimes, seems to have become a commonplace way to mark something as pure. Pure in a number of different meanings. By the 41st millennium, that had spread to almost all branches of the Imperium, from the independent chapters of Space Marines through the bureaucracy of the Administratum, and of course in both of the Imperium's religions, not only in the Adeptus Ministorum, the spiritual descendants of those believers in the Lectitio Divinitatis, but also in the religion of Mars, the tech priests who worship the machine god. Across all those organizations, a purity seal can now mean many things, but they're somewhere between a seal of certification, a symbol of personal piety or purity, or a way of bolstering the faith of the wearer.
Even if we have a variety of like what the purity seal means, depending on who is wearing them, they still hold like a pretty big importance on them. It's not just some accessory that's put on there. It's not some accent that, it's just there to be there. They still kind of hold a big importance in them, even if we do have a little bit more of a variety now.
For the Ecclesiarchy and the Adeptus Ministorum and their armed forces, the Adeptus Sororitas, purity seals are literally that, symbols of the spiritual purity of the wearer and a way of protecting them from the taint of the impure. The seals might contain blessings, wards, or sections of common prayers, which are believed to armor the bearer's soul against the predations of the warp and the heretic. In this case, they are seals designed to keep the wearer pure, and those religious blessings are granted to other orders too, the Inquisition particularly making use of them. In the case of the more militant arms of those organizations, purity seals might be added in the wake of witnessing something heretical as a certification, much like in the days of the siege, that that wearer has remained pure through a taxing ordeal, and also as a ward against future spiritual danger. Veteran sisters of the sororitas or militant inquisitors might go into battle clad in numerous seals, each granted in the wake of some horrific battle against the forces of chaos.
I mean, that's pretty cool too. I mean, this means you are a badass. I do like that too. They're, you know, as far as like putting them on inquisitors and stuff like that also makes sense of, you know, that it has like more of a religious tone to it, where this is more of like a, you know, I am a warrior and I have, you know, made it through these like horrific battles and I'm still not corrupted. Is very, very fitting for the more military aspect of it.
Seals, each granted in the wake of some horrific battle against the forces of chaos. On the other hand, the Adeptus Mechanicus use purity seals as a form of spiritual certification. Seals might be applied or renewed to certify that this device has gone through the correct blessings and maintenance rituals, a sort of spiritual guarantee that the machine's spirit has been properly prepared for use. And of course, that use has spread through many of the military arms of the Imperium, who also practice the ritual blessings of arms and armaments before battle. Similarly, one other use of purity seals is, well, as seals. Important documents or orders might come with a purity seal attached that merely reinforces the authority of the bearer or the seriousness of the information within, the document itself having been certified. And in the chapters of Space Marines, purity seals are used in, well, all those ways and even more. With a few exceptions, chapters of the Space Marines do not follow the Imperial belief that the Emperor is a divine god. They don't worship him. But each chapter does maintain its own spiritual traditions designed to bolster the morale and faith of the chapter's battle brothers, often centered around honoring or venerating great heroes of the chapter, their founder or Primarch. And those traditions are all kept by the chapter's Reclusiam that houses its chaplains. In many chapters, chaplains grant purity seals to individual brothers as a mark of their deeds, often bestowed before battle in a solemn ceremony accompanied by chanted litanies. The seal might signify that the battle brother has been tasked with a specific mission or deed and is now bound to achieve it. If they return successful, they have the right to wear the seal in perpetuity as a symbol of their deeds.
You know what? I feel like that's pretty valid too. I mean, that would probably really gotta like make it hit home to these Space Marines if they're going out on missions, you know, that you're going through kind of like a ritual, you know, and then if everything works out and you carry out your mission correctly, then you get to wear it as like essentially like a badge of honor. So I would imagine that having it's almost like when you have something like that attached to you, it's like a reminder of like, you know, this is my mission and like this is what I was set out to do. And it's like that very, very small visual reminder to yourself, you know, as far as like you know, like if you're looking at it like when, you know, the doo-doo hits the fan, you know, and then you're looking at it and you're like, no, like I'm all about this. I really like this too.
Successful, they have the right to wear the seal in perpetuity as a symbol of their deeds. In that way, purity seals are successors to the ancient oaths of moment, though bestowed by the chaplains and the command of the chapter rather than written by the individual battle brother. The same seal.
But I mean, they are very, very similar between like, you know, the like this like battle oath and like the ritual that we have with these Space Marines. I mean, they do mirror each other very much. So I can definitely see the origin from here to there.
The chaplains and the command of the chapter rather than written by the individual battle brother. The same seals might also be granted as a mark of the moral integrity and spiritual purity of its bearer, to signify that the bearer meets the ideals of a Space Marine, at least as far as that specific chapter is concerned. In those cases where the seal is intended to be permanent, the wax seal itself might be replaced by something more durable, like an electrum casting. And of course, the arms and armor used by the Battle Brothers is also considered holy in the eyes of the machine god, and just like within the Mechanicus, Space Marine war gear might be marked with a purity seal to either defend its machine spirit or its bearer from corruption, or just to signify that it's gone through the correct rituals of sanctification. And then finally, some chapters of Space Marines are notable for their faith. There are chapters who over time have converted to the orthodox religion of the Imperium, and in that case many of them carry purity seals for the same reason as the Ministorum, as a symbol of their faith in the God Emperor and their spiritual piety.
Which makes sense. Makes total sense. I mean, you know, like I feel like all of these examples, they all coincide with each scenario very well, and it almost complements them.
As a symbol of their faith in the God Emperor and their spiritual piety. Chapters with those beliefs have a tendency to attach prayers and blessings to all sorts of their armor, though not all of those actually count as purity seals. If all of this actually works is another question entirely. Generally, purity seals are seen as devotional items intended to bolster the wearer's courage, faith, or willpower, rather than holding any particular power on their own. Any protection they're meant to grant is due to them bolstering the spirit of the wearer. However, words, signs, and symbols are frequently shown to have power in the world of Warhammer 40k, and so it's not completely unheard of that the seal itself, or the benediction written upon it, could serve as some sort of ward. You can see a similar thing happening in the secret level Space Marine animation, where...
That's right. By the way, if you have not watched this secret level, I highly recommend. This one is absolutely fantastic. I love this one. Well, I do remember seeing this, and I kind of had that impression when his purity seal parchment burns, that I was like, oh, I was like, something must not be right here or something, you know. I didn't really I don't know if I necessarily thought it was like a unholy thing, but I just thought like maybe it was like something bad was around, and like that's why they got set on fire.
Sort of ward. You can see a similar thing happening in the secret level Space Marine animation, where one burns away from the bearer's armor as he enters an area of chaos corruption. The many different uses of purity seals in the 41st millennium is indicative of how the religion of the Imperium permeates every level of its society. A seal might be attached for expressly religious purposes, but because all authority in the Imperium is claimed as deriving from their God Emperor, seals that merely certify something as clean or properly made or important also end up having a religious connotation. And over time, those practical and religious uses can't really be separated. The end result is just tons of these things attached to Space Marines or tech priests or regular.
We'll put them on everything, you know, as long as you know it's everything's gone through the checks and balances on it, you know, put them on everything.
It's just tons of these things attached to Space Marines or tech priests or regular priests or bits of machinery. A tradition that is endemic to the Imperium, even though it could mean a million different things. Which, to be honest, is how a lot of real world traditions work. Adopted and recycled over time.
That is very true. I mean, that is very, very true. I mean, I feel like these purity seals, as you know, as much of a small accent as they are, you know, that is kind of pulled from, you know, like real life stuff, you know, of how things kind of end up like this.
Which, to be honest, is how a lot of real world traditions work. Adopted and recycled over time until they're just there. Purity seals are a great design idea because you don't have to go into very much detail about what they mean, but when we see them on our models, they look Imperial. Maybe you want to create some backstory for what each one means, how each was awarded as a signifier of some great achievement of arms. Or
that is true. This does kind of open the door, like when you're doing like the minis and stuff, you know, like I feel like this does open the door to some like kind of cool creativity, because, you know, these can mean so many different things.
How each was awarded as a signifier of some great achievement of arms or feat of piety, or maybe your random characters just really like cleaning their equipment. With a purity seal, it kind of could be either.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
This was fantastic. I loved that we kind of had this like one little tidbit of something small in the Warhammer universe that got explained, and you know, like a pretty good point of reference as far as where it came from, because I feel like purity seals is something that is so small, but we do see them everywhere, you know, and they are on kind of like everything. So the fact that like for me, I knew what they were, but I didn't really know what they stood for. I didn't, you know, I just thought me personally, I really thought they were just kind of like a accent that was on there for, you know, for whatever these people were, like, you know, or I thought they meant that like some of these people were more important or something, you know, with not having a ton of Warhammer context, but, you know, has seen a lot of things and played a few games, and, you know, like has been like quite the observer. You know, it has been something that has always caught my eye of like, you know, like I see it and I think it's cool. Do I know exactly what it is? No. So I actually really appreciate a video like this that kind of just picks a small tidbit and lets us kind of, you know, see, and it explains more of it so that we can kind of just more or less appreciate it when we do see them on here, that, you know, it doesn't mean nothing. You know, this isn't just a cosmetic choice or design choice in a way that, you know, it is something that is like, you know, obviously trending throughout Warhammer for, you know, for a very, very long time throughout their universe, but they actually do mean something. And I actually love that. I absolutely love that about, you know, some of these smaller details of it. So I 100% just absolutely appreciate like small videos like this. I really do love them. And we have made it to the end of my very first Christmas special. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today and spending some time with me on Christmas. I do appreciate it. And if you skipped around, if you watched the whole thing, whatever it was for you, I hope you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun putting this together, and I just thought it would be something kind of nice for Christmas to have on in the background or whatever you decide to use it for. I just appreciate you guys being here, and I appreciate how much we have grown this year. Thank you so much for all of these supports. You guys are all amazing, and I just want to say like how much I appreciate all of you, and for showing up for my videos and commenting and liking and watching and just everything. And so I hope you guys have had a wonderful Christmas and a very, very happy New Year when that comes up. But thank you so much for being here. And I will see you guys in the next one.